The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Crazy moves led to unexpected results at the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. Uncharacteristic blunders made for exciting outcomes with 3 decisive games. Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave took advantage of a huge slip-up, defeating Richard Rapport to get within striking distance of the co-leaders. After struggling throughout, Shahryar Mamedyarov and Alireza Firouzja finally tasted victory, scoring their first wins of the event. The Americans are in the lead, but NVL is in hot pursuit. Day 8 of sensational chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. Today we have a very exciting day, and we start the day in the playing hall as we are waiting for the players to arrive and start the action. Who's going to take the lead and take another step towards the title? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Idyllic pictures of the beautiful Romanian capital as we welcome you to our coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, our first stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Morning, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, as always, a pleasure to be calling all the action with you. And Alejandro, hello everyone. Round 7 will go down as the round of howlers, as we had 3 really bad one-move blunders. In 2 of the games it was fatal, in 1 of the games clemency was granted. Let's take a look at all the standings as we start these championship rounds, Peter. Rounds 8 and 9 coming up.
With only 2 rounds to go, the situation at the top actually tightened up a little bit. Wesley and Levon are still leading, still having exemplary tournaments, both of them. But MVL, with his victory yesterday over Richard Rapport, who is really not having a good time of it, has made the tournament a lot more open. MVL is also wide today against the local boy. I'm slightly preempting the show here, which could make the situation for round 9 even more interesting potentially.
Exactly. And our format, Peter.
The format is a 10-player round robin with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a half-a-minute increment starting from move 1. Draw offers nope. And you have the classical scoring system in place with 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw.
Our schedule sure shrank a bit.
Yeah, the schedule here, today, Friday the 13th, we have round 8, and tomorrow we get the 9th round, and the coverage begins 1 hour earlier, which is just fantastic
Brutal news.
And also tomorrow we will have playoffs if necessary, which does look extremely possible right now. And these are the rules for the playoffs. If only 2 players are tied, they play a 2-game rapid match of 15 plus 10, kind of classical rapid time control. If it's more than 2 players, there is a round robin played with 10 plus 5, because obviously time constraints will become a thing. And if there's still a tie for first, there will be a single Armageddon game played, 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black gets draw odds. And the important thing here is the unmentioned thing that Grand Chess Tour is no longer using any kind of mathematical tie breaks for first, which I think is a very, very correct solution. There should be things need to be settled over the board, and this is what we're seeing here.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Alejandro, good morning, St. Louis.
Good morning to you, my friends. Pleasure to be here in spooky Friday the 13th, but we have some great games coming up. championship rounds upon us. Let's take a look at what happened so far in the tournament, starting with the decisive results in the event. 12 out of 35, in my opinion, does not do it justice. This is not an unusual amount of decisive games, but I felt that we had the potential for so much more in so many different games. We had so much action, but 12 out of 35, certainly not bad. 6 of those games were won by white, and 6 of those games were won by black. 50-50 split so far between the players. Certainly Aronian fighting there for the black side, Wesley for the white side, as they both have 2 wins apiece with different colors. 9 out of 10 players have won at least one game. The only player that hasn't won a game so far is Rapport, the candidate going into Madrid. But don't worry, if you're a fan of him, he will have plenty of tournaments to get his form back before that starts. And the tournament leaders, neither Wesley nor Levon have lost a game in this tournament so far. Okay, let's see how they got here. We got Levon Aronian, who had a tumultuous tournament. He had certainly a tough round against Firouzja in round 3. He somehow managed to survive, and then he came back, beat Linear Dominguez in round 4, and then took advantage of his opponent's mistakes as well in round 6, winning with the black pieces against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave quite easily, and now sits pretty on +2. And his countryman Wesley saw completely different tournament, but also on +2. He started off by defeating Mamedyarov from a solid position. His opponent cracked under pressure. Same thing happened to Nepomniachtchi in round 4. Wesley also with the white pieces in a technically drawn position, as Wesley called it, but still tons of pressure in that one to continue, and Nepo was unable to sustain. And suddenly we see 2 players at the top, but a certain Maxime still saying, hey, I'm still in the event. I still have my eyes on first place. Well, let's see how they shape up today. Let's take a look at our key pairings with our friends in Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to day 8 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic from location here in Bucharest, Romania, to call all the action and give you all the updates of these important championship rounds. I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, welcome back to the studio. Before we get into the games, tell us a bit about your morning. What did you do this morning?
Actually, I was doing literally nothing, you know. I was just relaxing because today it's Friday 13th, so you better don't do that much. What about you, Cristian?
Well, actually, one of my favorite things to do whenever I come here in Bucharest is go visit with my jiu-jitsu coach. So I went there, I had a private lesson, I got my butt kicked, and now I'm ready to watch the games. Speaking of the games, what games do you have your eyes set on?
Yeah, actually, I'm looking forward to follow the game between Fabiano Caruana and Richie Rapport. Yesterday, Richie had such a crazy blunder, and I'm sure his mood is not so great. His self-confidence went down. And as someone who blundered more pieces than anyone else in the studio, I really know what he feels, and I really hope he will still be able to come back and have a good game today against one of the most, let's say, serious players in this tournament, Fabiano Caruana. You know, you don't have really breaks in this tournament. You lost the game, and next game you have to play against another strong opponent. So I hope this game will be very interesting, also knowing that Fabiano is looking forward to still keep fighting for the first places in this tournament.
Actually, that's going to be an incredible matchup indeed, as you are mentioning, Anastasiya. But I do have my eyes on what I do think is going to be the game of the round. That is the one between one of the co-leaders, Wesley So, the American sensation, who will be facing Alireza Firouzja, one of the candidates in this event, and definitely a player that after yesterday's victory got a boost of confidence. This one is a very interesting matchup. As we can see, only one time these players met over the chessboard, and that one went in Wesley's favor. Will Alireza be able to bounce back? Well, let's go to the studio and start this exciting round. Guys, what games do you have your eyes set on?
Well, thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Of course, we're here, Cristian, to help pump you up. Don't worry, your jiu-jitsu coach is in trouble.
I want to say that this casual name drop of his jiu-jitsu coach is very much inspired by the fact that our viewers correctly pointed out that I would win in a fisticuffs fight among all the casters here. And
My money was on you, Peter.
nothing will change that. That is now in history books, Cristian. Please don't fight it.
No question. Those are two. You guys picked two of the great games, but let's take a look at all the pairings.
All the pairings.
For this championship round 8.
Yeah, up top there we see Mamedyarov, who finally won a game yesterday, a very swingy game, I would say, but
Yes.
still a win is a win, and he is today playing with the white pieces against Linier. The game against Wesley and Firouzja is definitely also my pick for the central game of the round, going to be extremely interesting to watch, because I'm pretty sure Firouzja, if at all possible, would prefer not to make a quiet draw with black, but to have a full-blown fight.
Right.
MVL is white against Bogdan Deac, a very important game for his tournament, because he pretty much needs to win, it feels like, to be in contention for first.
Agreed.
Because of how solidly both Wesley and Levon are playing. And there's
Firouzja entering.
there we see Alireza arriving at the board.
Very nice. And as Alejandro has been saying, Peter, the fighting chess throughout, I was going to say prize fund, but we'll go to Bucharest. A lot of fighting chess, Peter. What are they fighting for?
Yeah, the prize fund, which we haven't touched upon yet, is a very, very nice prize fund, as is always the case in GCT events.
Some first figure, eh?
Yeah, and a very nice round figure up top there, $100,000 for first. And the GCT points, which is something, this is only the first event of the tour, but this will become more and more relevant because there is also an additional purse for the GCT Tour standings. Overall, you get 13 points if you win the tournament outright, and 12 if you win the tiebreak for first. And the prizes go all the way down to 10.5 for the last place.
And winning the Grand Chess Tour not only comes with a very nice title and trophy, but also some serious bonus money to be first in the Grand Chess Tour. As they get started for round 8, we have a special guest who will be doing the opening first moves.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen, every day we had very, very illustrious guests making the honorary first move. And today, we think, but without information, this is a bit risky, but we think this is Sebastian Burduja, Minister of Digitalization and the founding father of PACT, Political Movement for Freedom. And there potentially will be one more first move made, but we'll wait for the pictures from Bucharest before venturing that opinion. There we have it. And this is Beni Adegbui. Once again, apologies for any potential mispronunciations there, who's a famous kickboxer and boxer, two-time glory heavyweight champion.
I take it all back. My money's on Benny.
Yeah, Benny probably starts as a front runner. Yeah.
Exactly, with our panelists, Christian included.
You get the feeling that he probably
I got the feeling.
Somewhat ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and continuing to the tradition of very, very prominent sports people making first moves during this tournament.
Uh-oh.
And
Here it comes.
yeah, that is very cute.
Now, what are we looking at? D4. A move that belies her youth.
Yeah.
Oh, I think she went to Richard. I know who her favorite is.
Yeah.
Very nice. And again, just, ooh, we're going to have even a fourth.
Gonna run out of boards.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I think that was a false alarm about a fourth guest of honor.
And yeah, because of my long-windedness, we failed to announce a couple of
Two
pairings.
key pairings.
So yeah, the game between Fabi and Richard is very important as well, because yeah, Richard is really having a nightmare.
Reeling, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday's blunder must have really shaken him. Yeah, as you can see there, he does not look.
Looks like
a bit maudlin.
Yeah.
And we also have a game between Jan Nepomniachtchi on the white side against one of our leaders, Levon Aronian. And I think prior to yesterday, I would have been very, very interested in this. But I think yesterday's game with Jan first missing a number of very strong options, and at one point missing just a very clear-cut win, which really he should have been able to find, because the move that won in that position is one of the very first that comes to mind. And then you just continue calculating. You just don't stop, you continue calculating, and none of the moves are that difficult there.
Right.
And yeah, he does get into kind of spirals. We've seen him react to losses like this with a certain amount of tilt.
That's what I wanted to say. I think at the very, very top, especially Magnus, I mean, you don't see the tilt. But where Nepo is concerned, he gets on these streaks, whether they're up or down, and he has a very hard time when things are not breaking his way.
Yeah, we hear some sort of behind the doors stories about Magnus also tilting, but he, like, the evening after a very bad game, he probably spends, you know, doing whatever the chess standard of, like, trashing your hotel room you know, routine is. But you don't see it the next day as much. He is a lot better than many of his colleagues at sort of limiting it to sort of exactly the same evening and waking up in a much better frame of mind.
Peter, a question
not letting it affect his play.
For you. What was your worst bad streak, i.e. losing streak ever?
I lost 4 in a row twice in my career.
Twice?
Twice in my career.
Oh my word. I'd lost one time 3 in a row, and I thought the world of physics had just turned itself upside down and nothing made sense anymore. I was really shaken.
Yeah, the first
badly
one
shaken.
The first one you can sort of explain, but the second one really did kind of hurt because that was the European Club Cup 2018. I want to say maybe 2018, and
2018, yeah.
Yeah, and I had, I think, 3 whites out of 4.
Oh.
And I was playing against strong grandmasters, but still, like I was like 100 points ahead every game, and I just kept on sort of losing my mind and doing stupid things, and also getting outplayed. Like one of the games I lost there was against Romain Edouard, who is our grandmaster in residence here right now. Yeah, and he outplayed me, but I also blundered something really stupid in one move, and it wasn't a very pleasant experience. The first time it happened was at the Linares 99, I believe, where I lost like in a row to Kramnik, Kasparov, Ivanchuk, and one more game. And this can happen to you. This you can definitely understand how this happens. Like you lose one, and Vishy, that game where I specifically asked him over the board that he plays castles check and not rook f1 check, the famous game. Well, I mean, quote unquote famous, but it's a famous game in my mind. It was like move 27. I wanted the game to end with castles check.
Since we're both having a confessional, Alejandro, join right in. What was your worst losing streak, and how did it impact you?
I don't think I have such a bad streak. I've lost 3 in a row, but I think everybody has at some point. But I think my worst tournament, I went -7.
Oof.
And somehow only 2 of those losses were in a row. I don't know how I managed that. It was in Vaikenze. I was playing some strong players. I was playing Magnus, Sergey, Shaq was there. But I ended up scoring like terribly, -7. And I quit and went to college.
And there is that as an alternative, Peter.
I tried that for a semester, yeah.
It seems to me like the King's Indian when
Reza
wants a full throttled game, the King's Indian, and knight f3, the main stuff, not the very nice bishop e2.
Castles h4, yeah.
Castles h4 that Daniel Deac offered against Ali Reza, but instead knight f3, very traditional. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's continue. Levon, whoa, I noticed that Nepo had played his first 2 moves, got up from the board, hasn't played another move since.
Yeah, I'm
waiting for his return.
He needed a refreshment break, yeah.
Okay, everybody's favorite Petrov going on here.
But that's a sharper Petrov potentially. That might be an interesting game. And this is the first occurrence in this tournament of the most fashionable Petrov currently, which is the bishop d3, bishop d6 line. Right. Yeah. So far we've had mainly the bishop f5, knight d6 constructions, which are extremely solid and have done well for black in this tournament in general, but are a lot more quiet. This could be very, very sharp. This is a very interesting position to discuss, actually.
Okay, we'll keep our eye on that.
And more of that.
More for knights.
Of the game between Fabi and Richard. Richard played this earlier in the tournament.
I'm always down for this variation. This is such a weird line. So many different ideas can be put forward. Even knight takes d5 has been seen recently. I love this line. I think it's just such a weird line.
Knight takes d5?
Yeah, knight takes d5, c4 is like not so stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
Followed by c4?
Oh no, sorry, c4 later. And I didn't mean c4 right now. I
Yeah.
meant like
Oh,
c4
yeah.
at some point. Yeah.
Okay.
Was,
It sure does look funny, but knight e4 was very quickly played. I noticed
Yeah.
by Fabi.
yeah, and Richard goes bishop b7 here, which is a much quieter option compared to the craziness that he played against Alireza, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
played
and-
queen c7, queen b6 against Alireza, and bishop b7 is
Yeah,
Richard's.
this is going to be we all assume we know what happens from here, and yeah, those positions are a lot quieter. If you misplay them with black, you don't entirely equalize. I've had a reasonably recent game in the last super final I played in 2020. I had this against Artemiev, I think, and I came very close to winning that game because he misplayed it somewhere after the opening. The line goes here if we could sort of foretell the future
Please.
a little bit. You play bishop b2, black plays c5 first because you need the c6 square for the queen, as you will see in a moment. Castles. Knight e3 exists, but it's not very good, so they play queen c7. Knight d6 check. Takes. Taking is of course impossible because c2, c4 will win the piece. And c4 is just a major tactical threat, so they play queen c6, creating an idea of knight e3. And white goes f3. c4 needs to be stopped, so black plays c4 themselves. Queen d4 castles. Bishop takes c4, queen takes d6. Or rook fc8 first, but that endgame actually I think is supposed to be much better for white. So they take on d6 first.
Really?
And you start from here. It looks very pleasant for white because, I mean, a couple of bishops, no weaknesses. And it does become very, very nice for white if black, as I mentioned, doesn't play very precisely. But I think the tendency here is, with precise play, black should come very close to, or perhaps just straight up equalize.
Wow.
This seems, after bishop b7, this seems very, very heavily favored to be on the board in a few minutes.
Who in your mind, Peter, or for our audience?
By the way, none of that will happen.
No, that will happen. For our audience who are interested in playing either the white side or the black side, who are the guides that you think of as specialists of this line for white or for black? That
Specifically the four knights or this position?
Yeah, or both.
This I think hasn't really been seen often enough to have a
mentor,
a mentor, a specialist you want to name. Yeah, I wouldn't. People dabbled in this. Yeah, and obviously this has not happened already. Yeah, C4,
right.
C4 knight before on the board. So yeah, this entire speech was.
But it was
I'm very
well rehearsed. I mean,
yeah.
I got to tell you. I felt moved.
Yeah.
But go on. So you say you don't really have. You wouldn't pick
a single name doesn't immediately come to mind. I think it's not a popular enough line to have a person associated with it. C4 knight before already on the board. Yeah, I'm actually very happy I wasted everybody's time there because this looks like it's much sharper than the position we were discussing.
This could be a lot more fun.
Yeah, I was actually surprised about your evaluation of that endgame. I did some work on it recently and came to the exact opposite conclusion.
But you can actually go rook f8, bishop d5, queen d5, and hold. Yeah.
No, you can't go bishop d5 because queen d6. You have to go b3 anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's a different topic, yeah.
Okay, knight b4. At first blush, it really looks like black's pieces are kind of being pushed to and fro, and at a certain moment, knight d6 might just be splat.
Yeah,
I mean, ideally, we want to play a3. And
yeah, we need to explain why a3 doesn't just sort of win the game on the spot. And there are two options for why, but I think c5.
For black.
Yeah, I think c5 is the reply. I think queen a5 is maybe a little bit too adventurous.
It's adventurous, but if you've engined it up, it actually works out for black.
Okay.
If you engine it up.
If you
I
engine
like
it up,
that.
yeah.
Is that new chess speak?
Yeah. White gets plenty of compensation for his pawn he eventually loses on e5 or for the exchange he gives up.
Right.
But I think it's quite playable for black.
Yeah, this is just.
I'm trying to remember what the theory is in the current position and kind of failing. I think c5 is.
Yeah,
what they
c5 I
sometimes
think
play.
is what I.
No, I mean not here. In the one they have on the board right now.
Yeah.
Instead of a3. Just instead of a3. I think a3 is nowhere near the main move. Yeah, you go c5. Do they play bishop a6 here or?
Bishop a6.
Trying to remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the, I can see on the screen that it's one of the two main moves in this position. It looks kind of outlandish to waste this much time
Seriously, it really
shuffling the same pieces, but the bishop on b7 is going to be a huge problem for black if it doesn't get traded off.
Stuck, yeah.
And this is now the kind of the precise moment when it can get traded off. So bishop a6 makes perfect sense strategically. It's just very slow, but
by the way, we have none of the. We do have c5.
Yeah, and queen b8 is the most popular move in that position. Actually, this I wasn't aware of at all, but it's a very straightforward idea as well. Yeah, we're attacking the e5 pawn. I'm assuming bishop a6 is still very much on the menu, but perhaps Richard wants to provoke something like f4 first.
Exactly.
And then go for it.
It's a funny position because it's not clear that the queen b8 inclusion helps black. But there are arguments for both sides. Actually playing bishop a6 first makes also sense because the queen can go to a5 in one move. But f4 is already defending the pawn. On the other hand, you're weakening your dark squares. It's not 100% if the move queen b8 helps black or not.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm expecting bishop a6 after f4 already on the board.
f4 on the board.
Yeah, you do want to get those bishops off the board.
And I can only echo what you've just said as strongly as I possibly can. This bishop is septic. It's a terrible bishop. And you better play bishop a6 before you get to keep it for the rest of the game, and you will not like it. So I'm anticipating bishop a6, and that was quickly played as well as Richard. Richard just kind of got that look like, man, I got better things to do with my time than just play this position. Dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, he is another one of the players in this tournament who I think is very introspective and severely self-critical.
Bishop e2 on the board.
I don't know if he even. I would suspect he maybe doesn't tilt that much. He just kind of starts looking very much inwards, and when you have a tournament like this, perhaps looking inwards very deeply is not necessarily the way to go.
Queen b5.
And queen b5 already played, yeah.
Quickly played by Richard.
Very logical, yeah, because you want to do this while the king is still on e1, because if you allow white to castle very easily, you might come under severe attack in the center with like 5 ideas happening very quickly.
Okay.
So queen b5 looks like it might actually be forcing the queens off.
Yeah, but this was missed on Favi's prep.
What? How do you know that?
I've known my guy for a while. I don't think he's.
But how do you blitz out bishop b2 and not
look at queen b5?
I just looked at my stockfish and I went all the way up to 1, and then it retreated to 0.3. I have a feeling it's not one of the top engine moves.
Okay.
Or it might be a Leela move and stockfish doesn't find it. I don't know. But I mean, you have to play queen b5. But what other move do you have here, right?
At the very least, it's a very logical move. Yeah, you can play something like knight d5, bishop b7.
No, I mean as white in this position.
Oh yeah.
You have to take this queen. What other move do you have?
I mean, yeah, knight d3 check. Allowing knight d3 check doesn't look very tasty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't castle.
Maybe bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
Yeah,
maybe
check knight takes b2. No.
Don't like that. I was thinking maybe a4, but then again, why am I letting the light? Letting the knight live on.
And we're being informed that bishop b2 actually is a novelty. So Fabi sort of got the first idea in.
Yeah.
But yeah, queen b5, and yeah, we'll trust Alejandro on this because Alejandro has been around Fabi enough. We'll trust him on queen b5 potentially being either missed or severely underestimated. Let's put it like that.
It could have been analyzed, and he just didn't think it was their main line. Trying to remember.
Let's just get a taste of what might happen.
Yeah, this still doesn't look horrible at all for white, but
no, it looks.
I'm sidestepping the knight c2 fork. I mean, you could still presumably check
I don't think that does very much.
Chasing me to d3 is actually that good.
In terms of sort of long-term strategic ideas for black, I very much like the idea of trying to play bishop b7 and f6 to open up at least some sources of counterplay, open up the f file, either weaken the pawn on e5 or provoke ef, gf, which is also something that.
And
we just go to c6. I'm very sure it always goes to c6.
c6 as opposed to d5.
I prefer c6. Yeah,
Could you articulate why you think that?
Because I'm a Grunfeld player in this setup. Like, knight on c6 in front of the pawn on c5 with the black pawn on b5 is like home to me. I don't know if like.
See, when you're born Grunfeld player, no matter everything starts to look like a Grunfeld.
Yeah, it's not really a legitimate reason to play knight c6.
Okay.
I still feel like it's not a bad idea, but yeah, knight d5 is very logical as well. If I had to try to articulate why knight c6 and not knight d5, not in this position, but eventually some exchange sacrifices on d5 might become available. Currently,
Gotcha.
white is very far away from even attacking a knight on d5 with the rook because of the bishop on d2. Yeah, before followed by a4 is definitely a plan, but
right, whether it's going to bring a.
But I
an
mean,
advantage
it doesn't
or not.
actually do like if we continue here.
Yeah,
I go
exactly.
f6. I go f6. I don't even.
You don't
particularly-
even castle?
Let me try just doing it as forcefully as
Okay,
possible. Let's
sure.
go f6 here.
And let's say I take it.
Yeah, e of gf. You go a4. I
And
just
I
go rook b8.
a4.
Let's go rook b8.
And I'm going to eat.
ab, rook b5. Yeah,
And
then
I'm
like,
going to go.
king f7, rook hb8.
And you're just in time to.
Yeah, and this is why I want the knight on c6 because it kind of connects everything. It makes the pawn on a7 into much less of a weakness it would have been otherwise.
Okay.
And I think if we do manage to force or provoke e of gf, yeah, I go f5 here and then d5 check, and I hope that I'm okay, right?
d5 check.
Well, I mean, the knight has to go somewhere, right?
Yes.
I assume. I mean, knight g5 check exists, but I'm not that worried.
Right.
And let's say here I go d6 or d5 check. I don't know which one you like better.
I got you.
Black is completely fine. Maybe even more than that,
Yeah,
who knows?
because now
Yeah,
probably-
knight g5 check. Yeah, it's possible, but even if I don't have any active counterplay, and I do have some counterplay here, like how do you make progress against the setup with the two rooks on b5 and b8?
Yeah, I mean, either I crash through on d7 or I don't. And
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that after the move queen b5, I'm more or less where else am I going, Alejandro, in this variation? If I'm not playing king e2 and.
Yeah, you just played it a little slow. I think king e2, you just want to play a4 next move.
I'm not necessarily jumping in with bishop d2 then. Just start right away.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Yeah,
Because you might not have the tempi to do this as black, right?
As we've just seen.
but
I didn't get the
even
setup
here,
I wanted.
yeah, this actually is much faster. Yeah, I was going to say just ba and knight c6 and rook b8, but this might not be fast enough now. Knight c6, let's say, I don't know, before rook b8, bishop d2, and you play rook b1 next move, and b5 will already be a threat. Bishop d2.
Yeah, last time I was trying to get my king up here, but are you playing f6 or are you playing?
I would like to, but I don't think I have the time. Like e of gf, rook b1, I'm worried.
White. Rook
I'm
b5,
worried.
you're afraid of knight c3.
Yeah, now we have knight c3, so
I
you might
get
be
you.
able to shift my. Because if this blockade is not established, I'm in a lot of trouble. Clearly, like some position like this might be borderline lost. So
Exactly.
yeah, I'm not happy about this outcome.
Okay, well, we'll definitely keep our eye on.
So what are we supposed to play after king e2? Because I think you can definitely spend a tempo here with black trying to prepare for it. Like you can play knight c6 to have a4 b4 as an option. I didn't want to spend a tempo on it, but maybe I have to, because I think maybe closing, like having the queen side closed, is important enough to start burning tempi as early as this.
Intriguing. And we
And
do
queen takes
have
b5
queen takes b5
played,
on the board.
yeah, and we expect king e2. King e2 looks much more logical than castles. The king is quite well placed in the center, I would say.
It feels better in the center.
Yeah,
than
and in the
it is
meantime, I want to kind of alarm. Wesley took one look at that King's Indian. Yeah, like haha, King's Indian. No game for you today, young
and
Padawan.
traded everything off the board. The old queen.
Young man, do you want to play
takes
chess?
d8.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is that chess that you speak of? Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Alejandro, show what's drawn your attention. Sorry. The same.
Well, I was looking at this, right?
Right.
This is a line of the King's Indian that's very, very drawish.
Right.
You can see that the potential for a symmetrical structure once c takes d5 is on the board is pretty high. White retains like a modicum of initiative, but engines have equalized it by force basically by this point. And even like ideas of b5, a5 are not completely.
Yeah, b5,
bewildering.
a5 is something they play. b5, bishop b7 followed by knight d7, or perhaps even c6, c5, giving white this wonderful protected passer on d5 I've seen being done. Just to destabilize the position a bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, the thing about this position is that it is very often used by players lower rated their opponents trying to make a draw with white against the King's Indian.
Exactly.
And in that particular matchup with somebody quite good playing against somebody not as good on the white side, black wins quite a bit actually, because people have found ways to take risks here with black, but not allow the very, very easy draws that white is clearly kind of asking for. But you know, this is not the situation here. Wesley is not that player. He just wants a safe game here, but he will know what to do against the most topical tries. And you know, if he gets a bite here, he will once again become re-energized, and he will play for a win if Alireza pushes it a little bit too far.
Speaking about those moments where the lower-rated player who's on white shoes is playing against the King's Indian, I remember a game from the Barcelona World Cup where Jesus Nogueras, a lower-rated player, was up against Garry Kasparov. And Nogueras reached for his f-pawn. He did play f4. These 4 pawns attacks, the lines are so sharp and so forcing that oftentimes when you get to the very end, equal.
Yeah.
And f4, if you want to make a draw against the King's Indian, I got to tell you, Garry was furious because I mean, Jesus had no problems whatsoever making a draw as white. This is the alternative, of course, and as you were just kind of suggesting, sometimes the black player does outplay his lower-rated opponent.
Yeah. And specifically, I think it is connected with this idea of avoiding the trade of the c6 and the d5 pawn. It looks kind of strange and difficult to achieve right now because white seems to be in control of that.
Right.
But you can definitely prepare and then play c6, c5, leading to those really strange structures where I suspect white is under no pressure whatsoever to start with, but it could get double-edged. And yeah, the lifetime score between these two players is very simple. Yeah, they played once, and Wesley won a very, very protracted game in. Hang on a second, that's not the one I wanted. Yeah, but Wesley is 1-0 up, and they will play plenty more. They will.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah,
Do you recall which game where they played that one game again? Where was it played? Sorry.
Yeah, the one it was in Vike, but Wesley actually said it in an interview yesterday, and then for some reason I mistrusted his opinion. Yeah, and that was actually a QGA with 7b3, the kind of a position that we also have one of them today.
I was about to say another Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, does seem to be one of the openings of the tournament. I want to say sadly.
As does this game between Ian and Levon. We blinked. And guess what? This whole variation that we saw from recently, it was Nepo versus Shaq, right? And that was the knight d7 business.
No, he went king h8 instead of queen takes d3.
Yes, exactly.
That was what, 2 days ago? I want to say.
Yesterday.
Oh, yes, it was actually yesterday. Yeah.
So it was just this moment where king h8.
No, after knight b6, h3, bishop h5, bishop b3, I think.
Knight b6, bishop h3, bishop h5, bishop b3. And this is where king h8 was played by Shaq. And then it got...
Knight e4, knight d7, knight g3 takes f5, brings us back to the Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov game.
Of yesterday.
Yeah, but Jan clearly had something there, yeah. Probably not exactly the same as he played against Shaq, because despite the fact that he was clearly winning at one point, I don't think he had any advantage out of the opening. But yeah, today Levon goes for a much more solid way of playing. I think 95 surprises me a little bit, but I don't know enough about this position to be very confident in my opinions. But I think Hikaru played queen c8 here against me in an online tournament last year.
Queen c8.
It's a logical move because you do want to play rook fe8. Yeah, you want to prepare and play rook fe8, and it gets kind of awkward for white. And I misplayed the opening in that game quite badly and lost. But 95, I mean, it's a logical move. You want 95, knight f4. It's a very understandable idea. But
Alejandro, if you could just jump right in and tell us what's the latest and greatest in this opening line?
Well, still following a game, we have this position after the trade of queens between Vasyl Lagraf, playing in this tournament with the white pieces, against Dmitry Yakovenko,
from a couple of years ago. MVL won that game as well. This was in 2019. The game followed bishop b6, which I think is what Aronian is trying to figure out, where to put this bishop, either on e7, a little bit more passive, but securing the king side, or on b6, where you do have to deal with some knight jumps. Specifically, this knight on h4 is what the engine is saying might be a little bit annoying, because this bishop will get caught down the line. Now, it is an engine move. It's weird to put the knight out of the side of the board when you still have other pieces to develop. The edges are saying it still might be a little bit of a pull. I'm not sure. It might also be equalized perfectly. The game between Yakovenko and MVL, or rather MVL against Yakovenko, went with the more natural move, bishop g5, but unfortunately f6 is a perfectly good answer, because since the bishop has the f7 square in this variation, it was pushed away with the move h3. We've talked about the subtlety of the h3 move in many different positions. In this one in particular, the bishop is much more comfortable on f7 than it would be on e6 because of all the knight jumps. And here, after rook a d1, which would allow takes and take on c6 or take on g5, you have rook a d1, bishop f7, and black is doing perfectly
I now
fine.
remember that game. I was watching it with great interest, because this is the Hanti World Cup, right, 2019. And I think the kind of a tragic thing about this game for Dmitry was, I think he actually won the previous one. And that was during the rapid tie breaks. And I think I was playing the winner of that match, so I was not an entirely disinterested party there.
Right.
Dmitry was completely fine in that game. And then at some point, MVL, I think, left the pawn on a2 unprized. And it could have been taken and wasn't taken. And Dmitry ended up losing, and then losing the entire match. And then MVL, of course, knocked my head in. So yeah, that wasn't very good for me. But I mean, they had their own game to play. They didn't have to concern themselves with my feelings too much.
Right.
But yeah, I remember that game now. After bishop g5, f6, black is just completely and utterly fine. There is not a single problem.
But conversely, the move knight h4, computer engine or not, does leave some issues for black still to solve on the table.
That clearly, I mean, probably is a supposed improvement with the idea of g4. I wonder why f6, c4, I guess, right, and c5 to discover check.
Maybe something like this.
That would make sense.
I seem to recall, maybe it was actually here at a Sinquefield Cup or something, where somebody had played this kind of blunderful moment where c4 kicks the knight away, the knight has to move, and then c5 would win the game, and it was missed. It was simply missed.
That was not here, and the position there was a bit more intricate, because this is difficult to blunder. What was blunder? It's a very famous game between Aronian and Karakin and Vaik.
In Vaik.
Yeah, but there was a bishop on e6 there, and the point was that c4 followed by c5 attacked the bishop on e6, and the knight did not have squares to protect the. I think I can reconstruct it to a degree, but we don't really need to bother. But yeah, that's a very famous game, because Sergei actually did not play c4, which was winning a piece in 2 moves, and went on to win the game anyway. So you know, nothing of value was lost. As they say.
Right. And knight. And by the way, instead of the would say prescribed bishop e7 that theory has, bishop e6, by theory, bishop e7, novelty according to Firouzja in the truck. And if novelty or not, Jan
continues playing.
I know this move. And what is it, Alejandro? I mean, these moves are coming lickety split.
Well, for Jan they are. Levon is the one taking a little bit of time, right, about the move bishop e7. Rook d1, never seen before this move bishop e7, but clearly Jan knows what he's doing. The engine's thinking that, well, the horse is hit. Move the horse.
Well, knight f6 seems.
Knight b6 is one. But there's another interesting idea in this position to play the move bishop g6 and counter ask white. How are you going to defend your knight? I don't care about my knight just yet, because if you take on d5 either with the rook, well, with the rook, not with the bishop. If you take with the rook and I take on e4, I mean, clearly white's not better. So you have to be a little bit more clever than this. You will have to move the knight out of e4, away from the center to g3. But is white really better here? You get knight b6, the knight does have to move. It is a bit awkward.
Bishop f4
the
is
whole
the
point,
move,
this is the whole point. That you go bishop f4, you ask a question, how do you defend c7? And it seems like a very simple question, but perhaps it doesn't have like a very comfortable answer, right? Even if the engine, and it doesn't, but even in variations where the engine says rook c8, defends the pawn and you're equal, sometimes it's hard to make that move.
Right. They just willingly take a passive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's specifically the combination of a very passive rook on c8 and this stupid-ish bishop on g6, which could in some cases maybe even further pushed back by h4, h5 ideas. Yeah, it doesn't feel like.
Wait,
yeah, knight a5. Knight a5 is a very important counter idea.
I got my own tickle here, Peter.
Yeah, but how happy are you about, let's say, h4, knight a5, h5, knight b3, hg? I think I retained some pull there, actually.
I was hoping that
hg,
you would,
knight c5, I take on f7.
you would have taken my...
No, I want this position. It's not much, but it feels like maybe like knight e5, knight f5, I start some jumps. You get the feeling that the engine will equalize it eventually, but it's
precise play.
Yeah, it feels like it's not completely empty just yet for white.
And quite the Donnybrook between these two players. They kind of fought themselves to an even.
Still doesn't feel like the correct amount of games, right? Every time I see Jan,
3-3-7.
yeah, every time I see Jan up there, I'm like, hasn't
Dude,
this guy been
dude's
playing
missing 15
forever?
games.
I mean,
Right.
I played Jan for the first time in 2004. So I mean,
In some kids tournament.
an Aeroflot Open, yeah. What do you mean,
Kids
kids
tournament.
Very well-known kids tournament. That is the Aeroflot Open. Yeah.
What?
Nice. Nice.
Junior tournament.
Juniors. Did you get your norm?
I got my 6th norm there, yeah.
Wow. Okay, and what happened?
It was a night. It was a fighting draw, but I just feel like he's been playing forever, right? Like, how do you only have 10 games against Levon Aronian, like one of the best players of all time, if you've been playing at the elite
for so long?
For so long, and to me, it's always been a mystery. Jan doesn't have as many games. For example, when I see Firouzja's head-to-heads, I'm like, yeah, okay, the guy's a kid, hasn't played any of these people just yet. 1-0, 0-1, maybe 2-3 games at the top. But Jan is what, 30 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been around the block for a while. I mean, he's been playing.
Yeah, but
against...
he's as you said on one of the previous broadcasts. Yeah, he was
Sidetracked.
We all knew he was an extremely talented player, but it feels like some kind of a watershed moment happened maybe 3-4 years back, where he scaled down very significantly on his extracurriculars and started working on chess much more, and the results immediately flowed, because there was never any doubt whatsoever that this is one of the
really great talents.
Greatest talents of his generation. But he was living a full life. He played other games, something I can very much relate to, and was good at them. As opposed to myself, he was very good at them. But now, all of that. I mean, I still occasionally see the login, but nowhere near to the extent of the previous years. And knight f6, interestingly, being met by knight takes f6, and I assume the intention is to play bishop f4 here, provoke bishop takes f3.
With or without g4?
G4.
The engine already hates this. I don't know why.
Hates it for?
Well, obviously for black, yeah.
Yeah.
So we go takes, g4, bishop g6, bishop f4, and we claim a reasonable... he goes immediate g4. It's interesting that he doesn't take on...
Yeah, g4 is the top engine move.
Yeah, I mean, whether you include rook d1 or...
Because I think the rook on c8 is just... The combination of the rook on c8 and the knight on c6, I think, is just very, very unfortunate.
So I assuon the idea is...
No, you have to take on d1.
You want to take on d1 immediately.
Prior to the rook
landing on c8.
Connecting, yeah.
Okay.
So takes. You will have to play bishop g6, so let's play it now. Yeah, bishop f4. You're probably forced to play rook c8 here.
Okay.
Yeah, the question is, why is this so horrible with sort of the bishop b4 coming in potentially next move?
It's g5.
I was about to say, is there something with the direct
g5, bishop b7, knight h4.
Knight h4.
Exactly.
Bishop
exactly.
b4,
It's not very
bishop
subtle,
g4.
but you're threatening bishop g4.
Yeah,
This is the idea.
Bishop e4, bishop g4, and then rook e1. And we get a lot of pressure there. Bishop g4, rook goes somewhere, we attack the bishop on e4 next move. Yeah, black is being very much kind of...
manhandled.
Yeah,
pushed around.
Knight f5 coming in. Yeah, this is not going to be fun for
no. Black got pushed around pretty darn good in that whole sequence.
Yeah, the computer's line is actually rook takes on d1, bishop takes d1, bishop g6.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. Right. Yes, the line that we had originally. Yeah.
And now here, knight b4. Move that. Jeez. b5, knight b4.
Boss chair.
Well,
Boss chair.
yeah, if anyone will, it's Levon, but
what a move, right?
That
yeah,
is,
and and the point is, you have to assess that this endgame after bishop b5 here, or rook c1. I don't know which one you prefer. Probably rook c1 actually is kind of tidier, right?
yeah.
To correctly assess that this is the best you have
Bishop and
now.
knight.
Yeah, because this is
versus
not,
rook and pawn.
Doesn't look fun, right?
yeah, this is,
Like,
this is not fun at all. No.
very anti-fun, actually, for black.
If you give white
Yeah.
just the
No, but
moves.
we go rook. I think the point here, or at least one of the points, is that we play rook d8, and if you play bishop b3, I think black is actually in time to play bishop b4, bishop d5. And if the bishop on g6 gets traded for the bishop on b3,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If you
it,
can get
it becomes
in the move bishop
it becomes
d5.
manageable.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't
yeah.
become good, but it becomes manageable.
Right, exactly.
I don't know. I go rook d6 here or something.
Probably you're just fine.
And then bishop d5 next move.
Yep.
And yeah, you save those endgames, but yeah, the amount of sort of foresight and the amount, like, your autopilot needs to be kind of switched off there, because it is just so easy to just play rook c8, because why do you even need to calculate things? Like, it's a symmetrical position, 3 against 3 on the king side, 3 against 3 on the queen side. Let's just make the move that protects the pawn on c7 and go from there.
And this is a far more basic two pieces, two minors versus a rook, 3 and 3 and 3 and 2.
Yeah.
Your evaluation, Peter? White's having the fun?
I think this particular one is like very, very close to a draw.
Very close to a draw.
I mean, it is white who will be pushing, but I don't think you lose very many at the highest levels, because you just kind of start swapping down on the queen side, and even if it does result in you losing your 3 for the 2 eventually, bishop and knight and 3 don't actually win against the rook and 3. This is not the 2 bishops that we were discussing earlier, and this is why it is so crucial to get the bishop on g6 traded for the bishop on d1.
Quite the extraordinary move if it requires a knight b4. And any one of you who would like to join our conversation, asking any person on our panel or even in Bucharest what they think about something, you can do it.
Yeah, you can tweet at us using the hashtag GrandChessTour or tagging the account @GrandChessTour, and yeah, we're always very, very happy to hear from our viewers.
Absolutely. Just checking in on the Firouzja game. Again, a game that I consider the marquee matchup of the round. And
Still obviously all theory. Alireza, though, tanking here, not for very long, but he's already spent like half an hour, whereas Wesley obviously is just strolling around. He doesn't have to, he's still at the board.
Doesn't know great chess culture. The great game, Firouzja against Ilyas Mirin.
Oh my goodness!
Not know this game.
Oh yes, that your classics.
Yes, your classics. You must know your classics.
What happened?
Of course, it was a draw. What do you mean? What do you mean?
A hard-fought draw.
I wouldn't even go that far.
Painstakingly difficult draw. Yes. Explain the position to our viewers, Alejandro.
Black has this expansion on the queen side, but you see his pawns are getting hit. The pawn on d5 is attacking c6, the pawn on a4 is pressuring b5. You need a good way of solving your problems. For example, c takes d4 just blunders everything. Because bishop takes d4 starts hitting your rook, starts hitting your pawn. It's not a good solution to your problems. If you play b4, you start leaving a lot of squares around here unprotected. Rook c1 starts pressuring the pawn. You start feeling the fact that you're undeveloped on the queen side, and white just gets an easy advantage. Surprised that it's plus 2.5, but you can start understanding that black's not doing very well there. Pawn takes a4 is not bad.
Really?
Yeah, you can actually do this.
Wow.
The idea is that after rook takes, you don't want to take with the bishop, because sometimes d5 will you'll be forced to retake with the pawn, and it's not what you want to do. And the point for black is that after rook takes, you have to move knight d7 or bishop d7, and both of them embarrass this rook on a4. Bishop d7 because it attacks it semi-directly as c takes d5 is an issue, and knight d7 is preparing the move knight b6, again with the pressure on this pawn on c6. You might be wondering what happens if you take. Well, knight c5 is a nice tactical idea. You attack both the bishop and the rook, and remember that e4 is also hanging. The pawn on c6 is not really going anywhere. So b takes is actually a way of solving the issues, but most people here don't choose the, actually most people take on a4, sorry. But bishop b7 and bishop d7, just holding the structure, keeping the tension on the position is also possible. So Alireza has more than one way to equalize this position. Doesn't really have a way to keep the game going that far if Wesley decides, okay, it's time to pull the plug and just go to an equal endgame. It's just
not a position where Wesley really wants to, take a lot of risks. And you can see why right there, right? Wesley, so...
Very important game.
It's a very important game. He's in the lead with 4.5. Nobody's told him that Levon is under pressure, but I'm sure that he's going to walk at some point and be like, all right, Nepo's blitzing out every move, and doesn't look so easy for the other play with 4.5. So, a very solid Wesley type of approach to a tournament. He gets an early +2, and then that was the end of his risks.
Yeah, he coasts home after it. A game we've more or less lost sight of for a moment here, Peter, is between MVL and Daniel.
Yeah.
This was the very topical, sharp, if you will, if I can use your term, Petrov defense. When we left it at this very...
Somewhere around here, yeah, Queen 3, Queen D7 is a very important little position. And there's a number of things here that have been tried very, very seriously.
Besides Bishop E3.
Bishop E3 is a much lesser known move. I think that we only have the one game that Peter Leko played there against Vishyanen. So, I mean, very strong players have debated it, but the main move in this position by far is the move Knight C3, which has tons and tons of theory. It has been played in the World Championship match between Magnus and Jan last year, and plenty of theory around this idea. And there's also a fresher idea, I think, which was ventured forth recently with the move C4, C5, which looks counterintuitive but leads to very, very sharp positions. And this is what I was kind of expecting and or hoping to see, but it did not really materialize. No, I think it has to go to C7, yeah,
because Queen B7, you still have Bishop
takes H2. Yeah, you force Bishop C7 and then you play Knight C3 anyway, or Knight BG2, and yeah, these types of positions they lead to, because I think Black is maybe not forced but very heavily incentivized in this position to go Bishop B6. Once again, continuing to use tactics to preserve the structure. White goes, let's say, Queen C2. Black goes F5.
Wow.
And yeah, and this is
big
just,
decision. Big
and this is just such a sharp, unclear position to look at. And yeah, I was kind of hoping this happens because this is a brawl. This is
no question about it.
This is exactly what we want for our round 8 game, but
we didn't get it.
Yeah, MVL went a different way. He played Bishop B3, as I mentioned, kind of a rare move, but not unheard of. DC4, Bishop C4 is still following the Leko Anand game, and Knight A6 appears to be a novelty, or at least a deviation from that important stem game. It's a move they make quite a bit in these positions, of course. Yeah, you need to develop
development, and let's go. I mean,
you're clearly not worried about Bishop takes A6 because, that's an important bishop. It also gives your rooks the B file with the Queen on B3, which is very awkward. Like immediately you start maybe liking Black, maybe even in this position.
I do. And by the way, even though it looks to my eyes very natural, Knight A6 is apparently a novelty.
But it's Bishop B3 is just a very rare line, so it's not difficult to deviate from the one game. And we interrupt our usual programming to show you Levon Aronian just blitzing out Knight B4 in that position.
Nice. Knight B4.
Just no issue. Yeah, I do not want to play passive positions there. I am going to make the best.
Wow.
And Jan kind of
dog.
Seems like maybe Jan's file said Bishop F4 plus equals and did not go further because he looks a bit
stunned.
Shocked by events.
That's not the face of a man that's seen Knight before.
Yeah, because like if you know this exists, you're annoyed that your opponent found it. But I think you look slightly different. Yeah, I don't think this is how you look if you know this exists.
Right.
He's not going to be that worried because I mean he still is a bit better. But
and again, just for our audience, anybody who came in a little bit late, if you thought that what White would like to have provoked the move Rook C8 defending the pawn, because after G5 it just happens
followed by
Knight H4 that Black is getting bullied after the move the upcoming move Bishop G4, and the move Knight B5 just kind of Knight B4 just crosses up these plans by White. First of all, Knight D5 is a nice way of defending the pawn on C7, as well as Knight D3. You hit the bishop and you counterattack the pawn on B2. We had looked at this line, Peter, where we get the two pieces.
Yeah, White has a choice of having this bishop on C1 or A1 as well. Like I don't know if maybe having it on A1 is a bit better. I could construct an argument for why it's better off on the long diagonal. Yeah, Bishop B5, forces bishop takes a1 anyway, we take. And if you go rook d8 here, I'm trying to figure out if you can actually play knight d4. Because I would very much like to prevent the bishop on b1 being challenged by the bishop on g6.
And that was a point that you made earlier, that if you could play bishop to d5.
And importantly, wherever the dark square bishop is in this position, bishop takes f7 just loses it, right? This is kind of the tactical underpinning of this idea. Bishop b3, bishop b4, bishop f7. We can just take on f7, go with the king to any square, and then go rook d1 check and pick up the other one. So that doesn't work at all for white. And if you don't have that tactical idea of the bishop b4, I get to play bishop d5 next move. Probably, very likely trade those bishops.
You got me excited
but I like
when you
knight d4.
mentioned knight d4.
I like
because
knight d4.
that way, as you're saying, white would like to preserve the two bishops. I mean, and by cutting out this bishop e4, bishop d5 ideas.
I mean, it can still be placed on d5, but if it doesn't trade the bishop on d1, I am immediately a lot more optimistic about potential winning. Yeah, some kind of position like this. I can very easily see white actually prevailing in a long struggle, because the bishop pair is still on the board.
Exactly. You can play bishop c2.
This is just such a better version for white compared.
Which all begs the question that even if we give Levon the full accounting of the credit, and we say that he actually came to the game prepared to play knight b4, he could find himself in a difficult ending.
Yeah, he's still going to defend a somewhat unpleasant ending, but yeah, and you have to question whether 1:15 is such an inconclusive clock showing there for Levon, right?
Right.
Because you could have this amount of time on your clock by move 20 in this line because you just spend some time remembering what the file says, or he could have a reasonably good day where he's thinking clearly and he just goes knight b4 because he realizes the other position is annoying.
I've got an idea for black. In this position, after rook d8, knight to d4, a move that I didn't spot originally.
Bishop c3 is okay though, right?
Of course it is.
I think a5 is interesting. I think after knight d4, it definitely makes sense for black to try a5.
Exactly.
a5,
like
and if I play b5, you can maybe go c5. En passant. Yeah, and c6, c5 continues being an annoying little threat.
Very much
yeah,
so.
and like I can play bishop f3, c5, and knight somewhere, but maybe you have some jumps here.
Drop it home.
Yeah, rook d2 here. Once again, like if we end up winning the pawn on a2, it's very likely that we don't lose.
Correct.
Regardless of how many of our own pawns we, almost regardless of how many of our own pawns we lose on the queen side.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Something definitely to keep in mind. And just before we kind of prepare ourselves for a break, let's see what happened in the Richie game.
Richie is
not a dyed-in-the-wool Grunfeld.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't subscribe to my Grunfeld follies and foibles, and
he definitely needs to get the course. Maybe we can expedite him a key, so that he can spend a nice evening.
Or 135.
But let's jump over to Bucharest and see what Anastasiya and Cristian have to share.
Thank you, Yasser. Actually, you guys were talking about that game between Fabiano and Richie. What struck me as odd at the beginning of the game is actually that Richie spent almost a minute on his first move, and some of the organizers were actually asking me whether that's natural or it just happens every now and then. That was a very interesting moment. Now we see that Richie actually has an hour and 33 minutes on his clock, and Fabiano Caruana burning a lot of time right now, under 1 hour. So that game is definitely one to have our eyes on. But today is Friday the 13th, and you guys were saying this is a spooky Friday the 13th. So let's talk about superstitions. And Anastasiya, tell us a bit about superstitions and how it impacts chess players.
Yeah, actually many players, they say they're not superstitious at all, but I think they are, and they're not really telling us all the truth. I know there are some things which we can understand that they're superstitious. For example, they don't change clothes, they use the same, pen, for example, or they don't shave. We know many small details, right? I think this the number 13 is really favorite number of Garry Kasparov, who was the 13th world champion, who was born 13th of April. So some people actually can think that Friday 13th is a great day for them. So what about you, Cristian? Are you a superstitious person or not?
I try not to be. I see it as a weakness. I do have 2 black cats, so I don't really believe in this type of things. Nevertheless, at the same time, when I do play chess, I do have a couple of superstitions. One of them, actually, and I've been seeing that with Lev in this tournament at least, he's being late to every single round, and I generally like to be late as well, let my opponent stay there for the first couple of minutes without an opponent. So that's quite an interesting one. The pen is always a chess player's superstition, I have a feeling. Also a route to the chess playing zone. How about yourself, Anastasiya? Do you have any big superstitions?
Yeah, just we have to make sure that when we're late for the game, there is no zero tolerance rule, right? I mean, it can be a problem sometimes. I can also recall one interesting story which happened in Yekaterinburg. Probably you remember there was this candidates tournament, and it was divided for 2 parts. And after 1 year of break, because of COVID, players came back to the same playing venue, and they had to use the same chairs. So actually, what happened is that some of them decided to change the chairs. They
had like 7 chairs, 7 different chairs.
And by the way, half of those people are playing here in this event. And just try to guess who didn't change the chair after let's say 1 year.
That is a very good question. Should I go with Fabiano?
No, it was actually Fabiano has changed, but those who were leading, I give you a tip,
So Nepo
and Maxim, they didn't change. You are right, absolutely. I mean, they didn't change the chairs, and even though I asked them later if it was because of superstitious, they said no, we just didn't pay attention. But we all know that actually it can be one of the signs that they're also superstitious people. So I wonder, what about Peter, Yasser, and Alejandro? Are they superstitious?
Tell us, guys, in the studio.
Okay, well, I'll just say that Bobby was particular about his chair, but especially the lighting. He really wanted no dark shadows whatsoever on the board, and unfortunately, I've played in a lot of tournaments that featured a lot of shadows. Superstitions.
I want to stick up for us chess players a little bit and say that that throwaway remark about not changing clothes, I understand it very much plays into the stereotypes. And
favorite tie or whatever.
Specifically that stereotype. But some of us actually do change clothes every now and then, and I would like to have it stated on the record.
Right.
I think sports people in general. I don't know if they're like full-blown superstitions, but you do get slightly attached to routines. It's more, I think, to do with routines. You feel that whatever worked for you in the past will continue working. It's like it's your comfort zone. You don't want to change up too many things. And for me, I think I'm sort of as light on this as possible. But I do, I never wear the same shirt 2 days running. But there is a sort of a certain ordering for shirts, there are all these like small stupid foibles that you develop over the course of your career. But they don't really come to the full. Like you hear stories about people, I don't know, not stepping on certain things on the pavement, and you get those extreme cases. Never was the case with me, but I definitely have some habits and some things that I will likely be repeating during the tournament.
Alejandro, superstitions.
I think that all chess players, if you ask them, some of them will admit that they're superstitious, but they all are. Some just don't admit it.
Right.
For example, in the 2018 World Chess Championship between Favi and Magnus, if you ask Favi if he's superstitious, he'll hard say no, not at all. He just likes routines. They just happen to be routines. But let's say that he ate at Nando's Chicken every single day of the match and ordered the exact same thing, except before rapid tie breaks. And we know how that went.
Wow. It worked for 14 rounds, but not for the 15th.
Very nice plug for Nando's there.
Yes.
Oh,
I expect my
wow.
sponsorship soon. I do like their sauce.
One thing, like as a commentator wearing a dark suit or a dark jacket, I've got no problems with. But when I was playing at the board, I actually liked light clothes. I mean, I didn't want to feel heavy or, pressed in kind of thing. But otherwise, no, I didn't really have too many superstitions.
But
myself.
if you lost with a pen, would you use it again?
If it was a really nice pen, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I would not touch that.
Like
pen again.
that's got to go.
Yeah,
That-
I can sort of relate to that. Even though, I've never really been a proper pen person. But then I got gifted a good pen, and that pen stayed regardless of the result. Yeah.
By the way, cross pens were my favorite because they were silent. Like sometimes you have these fountain pens that make a click.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. I like the silent pens.
Are you but you don't use those pens with a covering, because I noticed Bogdan Deac, who is one of our players in this tournament, and he's constantly playing on increment.
Right.
But when you play in tournaments with increment, you are supposed to continue noting down the moves, because you have your 30 seconds between moves.
Yeah.
So you're obliged by the laws of chess, to continue writing down moves. And I noticed that even in time trouble, he goes through the routine of writing down the move and then covering the pen, and then uncovering the pen to write down the next move, which is like 2 seconds.
Exactly.
But you have those, those are the things that you do, and you don't change them even for extreme situations where common sense should dictate that the value of an additional bit of time to think about your move is more important than sticking to exactly how you treat your pen for those 5 minutes. But no.
By the way, in the game of Levon, the one that you've got on your screen, we have seen captures on b4, captures on b2.
Yeah, this is the best way to play for white, and the engine loved white, and then starts thinking, you know what, this is not so easy. Of course, rook c1 is playable, the engine thinking that's just an equal ending. Why? Because after, whoops, not this way, rook c1 takes. This is the more awkward way to do it, because after rook d8, it's not so easy to hide this bishop. With the bishop on a1, we have this move knight d4. Without the move knight d4, this bishop kind of gets trapped. You can see that I can start harassing it with the move bishop d5, and you might be wondering, well, so what? This is just a trade of bishops. Not quite so. This is the pair of bishops for white, and that's their main advantage. A bishop and a knight on an open board when the rook has an extra pawn. It is better for the bishop and the knight, but it's not that much better. I mean, the rook is on an open board, and it is a very powerful piece. The knight doesn't have a good anchor square or anything to attack for the moment. So the edge is evaluating it as close to equal in this position. And meanwhile, in the game between Wesley So and Alireza, we did see a bunch of trades. The move pawn takes a4 was S8 as was one of the predictions. Bishop takes bishop d7. I was mentioning the move knight d7 against rook takes a4, but since you took with the bishop, you're now preparing yourself to take on d5. You could have taken on, you cannot take on d5 the previous move because of bishop takes e8, of course. So d takes was played, bishop takes, king e2, bishop takes, rook takes. This has actually been seen before in chess twice. Black is very, very, very close to full equality, still has a couple of moves to make, because, you know, the bishop on g7 is not on the correct square. This rook is coming to a1, but he's getting there. The most precise move is, of course, knight d7, since it has the threat of knight c5. Not a huge threat, but it does move your rook away from the pressure of the a5 square. So the best move would be rook e1, and we finally get our own counter in with the move rook b8. Again, I expect this game to go towards a draw. Don't think that there's going to be any major updates here. And this one, I'm very curious about, because Richard is blitzed out to this position.
Right.
And I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Did he analyze the endgame to full extent? Because this starts to feel very unpleasant to me. He's played the move bishop e7, and they just are saying, yeah, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. It's only plus 0.4. Okay, so check. You have to take, otherwise I take on b5. And then I take this way. And the whole point is that you haven't castled, so you cannot challenge me on the c file just yet. The edge just want to castle. Okay, I'll play rook c5. And everything I know about chess is that black is on the verge of collapse.
Right. You
have the only open file, you have more space, you can sacrifice on d5 if need to. This bishop's actually already targeting the pawns perfectly. Why is this not lost for black?
Well, the knight on d5 currently controls the c7 square very importantly. And some counterplay with f6, f takes c5, opening up the f-file is about to start happening. Yeah, my biggest worry here would be some kind of a sequence involving the sacrifice on d5. But I'm not sure if white is entirely equipped to do it just yet. But yeah, it looks a very move-by-move position. Like you might be okay, but if you're okay, it's because you play very, very precisely for the next 5 or 10 moves. Because yeah, you give white one tempo somewhere to achieve their objectives, and you're just going to be close to dead lost.
Yeah, the other thing I'm worried about is he took 7 minutes on bishop e7, which I'm hoping he was just remembering his prep. But as you said, Peter, it's very move by move, right? Like one misstep by black, you're under so much pressure, you're not going to survive.
Right.
So you have to make sure that you get your f6 move in, that you get some way of countering. Even the move b4 is debatable. You might have to play f6 immediately. The engines are still not sure whether b4 or f6 is a better move against rook c5. So yes,
yeah,
it's a very move by move
why
type
f6,
of position.
Why f6 might be needed.
Yeah.
Wow, and for Fabi, this game couldn't be more crucial, guys. He's at 3.5 after 7. He needs a win in getting himself,
I mean,
at least close to the podium.
Yeah, you could say that, you know, strong as this tournament is, Madrid still is sort of at the forefront of all our candidates' minds, and it's not life and death for Fabi here to you know, finish in the top 3. But of course, he is a very proud. All professional chess players are, you know, take pride in their work and would like to challenge for the top places. And
it's always nice for these players to wash off a bad tournament from the previous years. I know they always carry this tournament from the last year a little bit when they return.
Yeah.
And he had an atrocious Bucharest last year, right? I mean, he lost to Shak with the white pieces, just horribly. He lost to Wesley with the white pieces as well. He had a winning position against MVL, didn't convert. I think he ended up on -1 or -2. So
and he makes a move we did not discuss at all. He went knight e4 c3 there after some thought, which is logical, because the knight on d5 is clearly black's best piece on.
I also think this puts a lot of pressure on black's position, right?
Yeah. So we take with the rook and we start challenging the queen side, and yeah, none of this is easy. I'm even wondering if maybe knight c7 is playable.
That's where I'm going too. That maybe.
But then we can maybe go a4 before knight b5 and claim that we've improved the position of the knight. And let's say.
But is that a
I don't know if that's an improvement. Yeah, I don't know if that's.
The knight went from e4 to b5.
I was wondering if maybe on b5 it supports c5, c6 better, but I don't think it does. I can still take and go king d7, and nothing much has changed.
Which explains the incredibly weird two-step that the computer does. Plays knight d5, knight b5, knight d5.
Sorry?
Knight b5, knight d5.
Yeah.
And then rook c4. Waits for you to castle.
And then goes c6.
And then goes c6.
Nice.
Yeah, because I do like the idea of playing c6. It's a kind of a bit of an inside joke with me and Sasha. That we always chuckle about this, because in the French type structures, when we get the position with the pawn on e5 and white having a c pawn against the d5 pawn, in every single of those positions, I immediately start preparing c4. And Sasha analyzed them with me enough that basically we just look at each other and start kind of giggling, because I am incapable of not trying to open the C file, so I'm also trying to open the C file here.
Right.
But it does make some sense, because with the king on g8, it will be very difficult to challenge white's complete dominance over the one open file on the board. And a5 might become quite weak eventually.
Well, especially I like that that the dark square, pardon me, on the queen side, the black's queen side is on dark squares, which indicates to me that if I could ever get a bishop ending, you know, as white, I would be the one having the fun. I would target the pawn on a5.
I don't like this prep.
For Richie?
For Richard.
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna suffer. This is not even his type of position where it's fun, it's exciting, you have a lot of things going on.
Yeah, right.
It just feels like he's going to sit down and defend the worst endgame.
Yeah.
For the remaining
for some time to
6 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the silver lining here is that it's a FIDE time control, so it's not going to be 6 hours. But
but also maybe this is a good prep for his candidacy to get rid of this variation for the candidate.
We're done. We're done with this variation.
Yeah,
we're done with this variation.
Don't play it in Madrid.
No. As we prepare for break, we have our, as usual, our daily special at QBT. Peter,
and it
do
is a very nice item today. We're showing you a traditional Staunton-style metal chessman on a 7-inch wooden alabaster board. A unique octagonal board, features a pull-out drawer, as you can see there on your screen, for the chessmen to go in.
Yeah.
And it's handcrafted in Italy and available, as always, at QBTSTL.com. Very, very nice looking piece. Not something you will be using on sort of daily to analyze your prep for the day, but it is a
it's a very ornamental.
Yeah,
no,
but
no
it's a very, very nice set piece for to occupy pride of place in your
your study. As we go on break, Anastasiya had a very special guest. She interviewed Grandmaster Florin Gheorghiu of Romania. Is a great. During my time, he and I had a lot of battles together all over the world, and he was the first Romanian grandmaster.
I don't believe I've ever met him, but I've read about him a ton, and looked through his games a great deal when I was a kid. Yeah.
Enjoy. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Here we are with Florin Gheorghiu, the first Romanian grandmaster, the legend of Romanian chess. How are you doing here? Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, I was looking, some of the games. They are very interesting. It's an honor for us to organize such a tournament in Bucharest again. And we hope that the best player will win finally, as always. Well, the games are very interesting until now, and each day was full of surprises, and we'll see what happens in the last 3 rounds. But until now, So is doing very well, and Aronian also. And it's very difficult to change something only in 2 days, in the last 2 days. But we'll see. You never know.
Whom are you rooting for in this event?
Well, my favorite was Fabiano before the game, but right now I can't say that he has the best chances to win. It depends, luck in this tournament and so on, yes.
Only one Romanian player, Bogdan Deac. What do you think about him and his career so far?
He's doing very well. He's very young, only 20 years, and until now he was doing very well. Unfortunately, he lost yesterday, a very unclear position. And it depends, again, what happens in the last 3 games. If he plays well, everything can happen, as I told you. Chess is like that, It's very even until the end. We'll see. In our time was the same. In this time when, that I can tell you a little about this, because a long time ago, I was 3 times American champion. I won 3 times the American championship, the US championship. And this time the game was a little bit different because the computer was not there. And it was nicer, I can say, because you could produce something, you could show something. Right now it's very difficult. The machine is doing everything, and the difference is too big. The machine is better right now.
You started to say about your participation in many international events you've played, and I'm sure that you have told a lot about it in your books, right? Can you tell about it a little bit?
Well, these 3 books are about my career and my life, of course. This is the title also, is Art in Chess and Life, the title of these books. And it's about a period for 40 years, starting in 1960 until 2000, when it was my best period. I was in the first 10 in the world in this period. And in one moment, after the 3rd title in US, I reached the 3rd place in the world. So it was a good period, let's say, yes. And the tournaments in the United States were also excellent, very well organized. I have very good memories from this time. I played for about 25 years in the United States, so, we are good friends, let's say, yes.
Sure, and looking forward to see more about those books.
Very, very good and very interesting, but we hope maybe in the next 2-3 months they'll be translated, most probably also in English, and it would be easier for everybody, yes.
It's great news, actually.
Yes. Well, we present here the best players. You know, the 9 world champion. I had the opportunity to play against 9 world champions, starting with Botvinnik until Kramnik. You know, all of them, Kasparov and Karpov and so on. Finally, we have a lot of photos here inside with Kasparov, and the last photo from the 3rd book is with him, with Gary. So most probably when we see each other again, I'll give him these books also, and I hope he'll appreciate this.
Yeah, that's great news. And actually, we have Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler in the studio. Maybe you would like to say something to Yasser.
Yasser is a very good friend. You know? We didn't see each other for a very long time. So, what can I say? Greetings. Yes.
Welcome back to our coverage of round 8, the penultimate round of the Bucharest Chess Classic. And these are the current standings.
Prior to the start of the game, round today with all games underway. And the prize money is such that these games can become very valuable.
Yeah,
I mean, the fight for first and second, for example.
Yeah, and here we can go more into the chess players and their habits and the way they approach things. I always, and this is something that I think is, not just because this is how I'm doing things, but I think it legitimately is the right way to go about things. But it always felt to me that it's difficult not to know what the prize fund is, but I think midway round 8 is not the time to ever consider what the game potentially will cost you or earn you, and like how much the difference between +1 and +2 is. Those calculations are ideally left after the tournament is finished altogether, and I think
I have seen some egregious mistakes though when people don't know what's at stake for their game. Like the World Rapid Blitz Championship last year, I think was a very clear one. Fabi in the last round is playing. I actually forgot who he's playing. Makes a draw in like 10 moves and says,
yeah,
well,
that one was a weird one, yeah.
Yeah, and I asked him about it, like, well, why would you do that? What happened is that he tied for a certain position, and there was a playoff going to happen for the winner of the tournament, and he thought he was in the playoff because he had the same amount of points. But very clearly it stated that only the top 2 by mathematical tiebreaks get to play on the playoff, and he was nowhere near on tiebreaks. And he just he pretty much blundered the tournament away, right? He could have at least tried. So I have seen some egregious mistakes when people don't know what's going on, and then they're like surprised that the tournament didn't go their way.
Like, oops.
Yeah, you absolutely need to be aware of, but it's more really about, what you're talking about is not sort of the money EV value of your moves. It's more sort of knowing where you stand in tournament situations, in particular in large Swisses where it's much less clear-cut. A 10-player round robin will have a much more, stable and much more clear position to look at. But specifically, trying to count money before the tournament is finished, I think is counterproductive to a very large degree. And I mean, when it comes to tour standings, of course you need to be aware. Like, let's say we come to the Sinquefield Cup, and there is, as we all know, a very nice additional purse for the winners of the tour. And let's say it's a close race, because previous year it didn't really seem like it was such a close race. Wesley needed a solid Sinquefield Cup, and he was having a very solid Sinquefield Cup, so everybody else kind of knew that the top prize is maybe gone. But if it's a close race, of course, before the last couple of rounds, you do need to make some calculations along the lines of what Alejandro just described. Yeah, and here you have on your screen, this is the prize fund for the tour. We get 350 for the classical tournaments, the one we're watching right now, and then the Sinquefield Cup in September, and 175 for the 3 rapid events sandwiched between those 2 classical tournaments, plus the bonus payments for the tour winners. There are 3 prizes for the best results in the tour overall, with 100 up top, 50 and 25 for second and third. So yeah, those calculations definitely come into play towards the end of the tour. But I think it's more about, let's say, the GCT standings, because in the tournament you just want to play every game as well as possible. Sure. In round robins, I think the equation is pretty much always going to be very simple. Winning is better than drawing. Drawing is better than losing. Having more points is better than having fewer. Yeah, and then when it all ends, you figure out what you earned.
Yeah. For me, it was always something. I was very close with Bent Larson. Had a lot of dinners with him, and he really berated me very harshly. I was an IM. I was trying to get my GM norms and stuff like that. And he said, "Oh yes, or stop with this. Stop with that. That's not what chess is about." I said, "I beg your pardon. I want to get my grandmaster title." He says, "No. Stop doing that. What you should concentrate on is winning tournaments. Winning tournaments. That's the most important thing. You got to put yourself in a position that you can win first. And when you are in the position to win first, then you just devote your entire life's being to winning that event." And that was very, very powerful. It didn't stick until I became a grandmaster, by the way. But once I became a grandmaster, it was all about winning.
That is a
tournaments.
very, very good mindset to have.
Yeah.
Yes, it's something I perhaps have struggled a bit over the years because I've always kind of taken it. I wouldn't say I've taken chess lightly, but I have always had this kind of a mantra that I want to play better than I played yesterday. I want to continue improving as a player and
Step by step.
Yeah, and this kind of a gradual improvement idea. And I mean, I have won some things in my life.
You have,
but I don't think I've ever articulated this to myself as clearly as you're describing. And
Right.
I wish I had maybe.
Right. I mean, he really pounded it into my, I want to say, thick skull, and it worked. It worked. And I mean, I always felt that, for example, especially where U.S. championships were concerned, I really, if I got myself into a position that I had a chance, then I devoted myself, like not even thinking about prize money and stuff like that. But for these guys are at such a lofty level. For Richard Rapport, what's he doing? Is he here to get a title? No, he's here to win events, win tournaments. Shaq, all of these guys, every one of these players are about winning the tournament. And when they get in a position where the championship rounds and the best they can get is third.
Yeah, it's and this is why we say that perhaps it's a very important game for Fabi, because if Fabi doesn't win today, he definitely doesn't stand a realistic chance at all.
Exactly.
And probably no mathematical even chance of winning the tournament outright. And yeah, for him that would be a sad position to be in, because he is very much about winning tournaments.
Exactly. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game between Jan and Levon
This is an
for
interesting
just a
one,
moment,
yeah.
because once again, Levon obviously tying for first coming into today's game. We got this position where it was bishop takes b2, and it's the weirdest thing, but correct me if I'm wrong, Peter. I just got the feeling that Jan's not even trying to win this. I mean,
it's harsh and a bit unfair because he played a very topical line. He had a solid idea against it. Like, he clearly came prepared. Like, he didn't this is a line where White makes a draw. Like, if Jan wants a draw there, he makes a draw in any number of ways.
This is the way for him to play for
but I'm a bit disappointed that he played rook c1 so quickly, because
exactly.
I think you do come to the conclusion that you absolutely need to have knight d4 in this position. Instead, we are playing the position that you have on your screen right now, which is just going to be a comfortable draw for Black.
Precisely,
very comfortable.
And I
draw.
think that really is like the dinner bell, if you will. A5. Once Black gets in,
once you start
trade of pawns,
simplifying. And a somewhat curious moment was exactly here. Yeah, no, get all the way down to King d3. King d3 seemingly is, you could maybe say that it simplifies Black's task because it allows c5. And the point I was making earlier is that even 3 against 3 on one side will be a draw with this material balance. And the b7 pawn is not Black is not going to just give up the pawn.
You've got to earn it.
You're going to have to devote some significant amount of energy to actually picking it up, and Black will make some progress on the king side in the meantime. But the point is, you just don't want to be playing those pawn endings. c5, I'm pretty sure would have been instantly met by king c4. And whichever pawn structure you choose here, you are not guaranteed to hold this. Because the king comes to b6, let's say king e7, I go king c5, king b6. And then these types of positions, they are habitually lost by Black. Like, I go e4 here, then I go king c5, king d5, e5, I trade some pawns, then the king maybe returns back to b6. And it's only White playing for a win. And maybe this particular version is drawn. Like, the one with the pawn on f2, I'm pretty sure is actually lost. Without, like, if you go rook takes d4 instead of c takes d4, I think that one I just don't believe is holdable for some reason. At least this is what I told myself. Maybe I'm wrong. And the same, like, king goes to b6, and then we start kind of gaining space on the king side while Black has no moves.
And you're pressing, there's no question.
Yeah, there's also a slight issue of king a7, b5, and you might just, if the tempi work out in White's favor, king a7 just wins the game on the spot here.
But I hear you loud and clear, Peter, that king c4 is on White's
So I just
agenda.
wanted to point this out, because I think it's a bit of an instructive position for perhaps people who are not as familiar with these types of pawn endings, because it looks like nothing is happening. It's a 4 against 4 pawn endgame where we're not winning anything immediately. But the difference in king activity is such that no sane person ever goes for this with Black.
Right,
because
exactly.
It's a horrible negative free roll. maybe you're not lost, but like you're not subjecting yourself to that.
No, not at all. And I like, again, this move, h5. This game feels like it's headed for a draw. How about our other co-leader, Alejandro? How is Wesley doing in that King's Indian against Firouzja?
0.00.
Zero.
I mean, there's a knight on d4. It's very strong. This knight from c6 came to d4. We were looking at some other variations where black played knight d7 instead. That was also okay for black. You could play king f1 here. You could hide the king, but the knight is going to have to be taken at some point. Might as well do it now.
Yeah.
So you take on d4, you take on d4. That hits that pawn on d3. It looks like, sorry, on e4. The king comes to d3 to defend it, and it looks like you have a really nice setup. This bishop is now blocked. This bishop could come around to d2, target a5.
Sure.
You are now defending your pawn on e4, and it looks quite dandy until you realize that for the moment you won't have a good reply to the move rook a b8 that keeps your winning chances alive. Plenty of replies to draw the game, no problem with that. You could take on a5 and take on b2, but you're never winning that. And if you defend the pawn, let's say with rook b1, not only is it an ugly move, but after rook b3 check, I'm expelling your king from the very beautiful d3 square, which will re-attack the pawn on e4. And after the king goes back, I have the option of going back to b5. I can even reinforce the rook with rook eb8 and try to play for d3. In any case, 0.00. I would be very surprised if this game is decisive. There are other games that are more intriguing, let's put it this way. The game MVL between Deac and Deac are still going on. And remember, if Wesley draws, Alevon draws, and MVL wins, we have a three-way tie going into the last round. So this is an important game for the standings. We have this position. It's a Petrov. We've already talked about it a little bit. Bishop takes e4, knight a6, knight e5, and queen c7 was played in the game that we were mentioning earlier between Leko and Anand. The move queen c7 was played instead of the move knight a6, which I believe was a little bit more accurate with the idea of knight d7 until the engines threw out the move knight h4. And it just invited craziness because you sacrifice the pawn on h2 just to gain the tempo on the bishop on f5. Deac might have smelled that there was some kind of preparation somewhere. Didn't play the move queen c7, instead went for knight a6, which surprised MVL. It's not one of the top engine moves, but it is a natural developing move. You get the knight out of the last part of the board. And after, a couple... Thank you, Lichas. After a couple of moves, we get to this position where you've forced black to commit to the move b5, which slightly weakens your pawn on c6. For the moment, this knight on a6 is not really part of the game because it's controlled by both pawns. So it does need some precision on how to continue here with white. If you move your bishop all the way down to f1, it allows this knight on c5 to activate. What am I talking about? This cool move knight c5 actually comes on the board. And because your knight on e5 is hanging, you cannot take on c5 realistically. It just ruins your pawn structure. The queen would have to go back, the knight can go somewhere, or just stay there because the knight on e5 is still hanging for a while. And black is doing okay. So what's the engine want to do instead of putting the bishop on f1? Put it on d3. If you trade, you give up the h2 pawn with check. And that might be a very difficult decision to make as a human, because it looks like bishop takes, knight takes, bishop takes h2 check. Why on earth did I give up a pawn for free? But you know, engines are engines, and they say that after king f1 or king h1, doesn't really matter, bishop d6, you have to move a4. And you do want to play bishop d6 and b4, g3 does trap your bishop. a4 is played, and surprisingly awkward construction here for the black side, not so easy to hold on to the entire queen side. And when you eventually regain your pawn, the engine regains it, you end up being slightly better in this position. So some ideas here for the white side, which I would not find in a game. I would not really consider the move bishop d3.
Yeah, it's difficult to just think of it.
Yeah.
And I do want to make a formal apology. I kind of, we were informed of something by the van people.
The van people.
Yeah.
Production.
VAR told us that there was a significant swing in the game. We kind of pronounced drawn in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Aronian, and I kind of waved it away. And then I realized what they were talking about. After king c4, h5, king c4, and I did like h5 as a kind of a concept.
Absolutely.
But after king c4, Levon, I think, kind of automatically played c6, b5, hg, hg. I think Levon thought, okay, I mean, bc, bc, even if I lose the pawn on c6, 3 against 3 is a draw.
Exactly.
2 against 2 is an easy draw.
Exactly.
But the point is b6 is coming. And then knight b3, knight c5.
Oh.
Oh.
And this position you can and sometimes will lose.
No question about it. The pawn on b7 is absolutely, absolutely vulnerable.
B takes c6 is not remotely the idea here.
No,
the
it's
idea,
all about
the
b6.
idea is to play b6, and it cannot be stopped. And this could spell significant trouble for Levon.
Oh, wow.
You know, sometimes you just fall asleep at the wheel.
The wheel, yeah. Totally common, right? You see the draw on the horizon.
It's
you're
so
driving,
crystal clear.
You know, you're already on cruise control.
Right.
You're half asleep, and then you realize, wait a second.
He's not trading and winning the pawn.
Oh,
He's
that's a
play
cold
b6.
shower. And what has he played? He's played king e8, which is actually the most resourceful move.
Yeah.
And it has a particular problem. Because apparently b6 is like, yeah, b6 is good here. And after king d7, you have this knight b3, knight c5 maneuver, which is very strong. But you could also go knight e6 immediately. That's a very visual move, right? You cannot take on b5 either way.
Yeah, and king d7, I'm assuming we just take on c6 and go knight takes g7.
Yeah.
And that might be winning.
And that might be winning
That
as
might
well.
be winning as well, yeah. So this swung very, very heavily in the last couple of moves, because I'm pretty sure if black doesn't commit to c7, c6, it's going to be very, very difficult for white to do anything.
Oh, it's just a complete... fell asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
And what's the story once again after knight e6?
Let's say king d7, we just go b takes c6. We can play b takes c6 here because, yeah, cb7 bishop f4 will win.
Right.
So you have to recapture on c6, and we take on g7.
And the game flares anew. I mean, no question about it. The
Some drawing
imbalance-
chances here for black, but I think technically this has to be winning.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. Wow.
No, the agent just says, you know what, that's very nice, but just go p6.
Yeah, b6, king d7, knight b3, and
It does not hold it.
it's interesting that it's
It
so
does
bad.
not hold
It
it.
does not hold it.
Because with
B6,
the king
king
on c8,
D7.
yeah, with the king on c8, he would assume maybe it's somehow holdable, but no, yeah.
I guess you lose the king side somehow.
Yeah.
f4, f5 is coming.
F4,
And once I get my
F5.
knight to e6. Yeah, you're just not holding the king side, right? I'm going to go bishop c5, bishop f8.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
the
I
minor
can
pieces will be.
I can sort of restructure it to put it on light square. Like I can go f5, g5, g6, but the g6 will also be extremely weak. Yeah.
So we get this position. Why won't there be some counterplay with the rook, though? Again, is it simply f4? And
You also have to watch out for some knight e4, knight d6 ideas. Like I don't know exactly
man, that
where.
hurts.
Like I can go bishop f4, bishop c7, and then start getting getting the knight towards the d6 square. And in particular, if the rook leaves and doesn't stay on the d file. Yeah, this doesn't look completely lost to me, but I will trust the engine on this. Like if the engine goes all the way up to +3 here, it's an indication that things have gone wrong.
Yeah, that says a lot. And boy, for Jan, what might have been. I mean, yesterday we know he got gifted this howler by Shaq. If he had taken advantage, scored a win yesterday instead of getting, a loss. Wow.
Yeah. So Jan clearly, I mean, the pawn would already have been on b6 if he didn't spot knight e6. I'm pretty sure he was choosing between those
Now,
two things.
if Jan's body posture coming into today was, like lackadaisical California
he's
girl,
interested now.
now suddenly,
He's interested
did
now.
you see him on the? He's plugged in, as he would say.
Yeah, that little sequence obviously
Engaged.
re-energized him, and yeah, he very much would like to win, get back to 50%, ruin somebody else's tournament.
Truly. I really I enjoyed yesterday the interview with Ali Reza Firouzja. He had just won his first game, and he wore a smile that blocked out the sun. I mean, he looks so happy, Peter. I mean, my goodness. And okay, so Levon very, very unexpectedly is put on the back foot. Where did it? It was
Just don't play c6, yeah.
Just don't play c6. Just drop back with
Yeah,
the
rook d8, for instance, is a very sensible move. g8, rook h8 will be fine. h6, g5. Because h6, gh I would hate a little bit, but h6, g5 is just instantly completely fine for black.
That is a nice one. That's in fact that's.
Yeah, knight f5, king g6. It all works out.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
For me, it was actually around here that was a little inaccurate.
Okay.
It started going wrong here, in my opinion, because Levon played the move f6 almost automatically. Actually, let me see. He took like 10 seconds to play the move f6.
10 seconds.
And the thing is, you want to meet knight d4 with f5, c5, almost always.
Right.
And specifically, because you played f6 instead of a more useful move, you don't have knight d4, c5.
Because of knight f5.
Because knight f5 hits knight e7 and hits the pawn. You cannot defend against both. End of the game. So after knight d4, he played king f7, and you say, okay, I'll play c5 next move, no problem.
Right.
And then you see king d3, and you're like, wait a second. I can't play c5 anymore.
Is the pawn ending actually lost?
I don't know. I was playing around with it on the engine, and I couldn't win it. But it says h4 here, not king c5. King c5 is a draw. H4 is a. How is it a +1? Come on, give me a +6 or a 0.
Yeah, you do need to give it some time, which is why.
It's probably close to 0 though, because it's on +1 and.
Yeah, if it's not really climbing that much, I'm guessing it's.
I'm guessing it's a draw.
But yeah, nobody allows this. It's just.
Why would you, right? You have a comfortable rook versus 2 pieces. How can you lose this? But it started getting really uncomfortable after c6, b5. The engine already says +2. So c6 was a huge howler, but already at this position, it was not so easy. It's true that you were looking at this line, and you thought this was completely fine for white. The engines weren't so happy about it. Knight f3 takes h4, embarrasses you a little bit on the king side. Because of the reduced amount of material, maybe you still hold this. But you're not super happy about
this.
This
is not very clean. Yeah, this is definitely not very.
This is not clean. So at this point, instead of c6, the engine really wanted to play rook e5.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
It said this is the only move.
Wow.
That really keeps close to equality. Of course, the engine prefers the 2 pieces, but very close to equality. And the point actually being that after bishop f4, rook e4, bishop takes c7 kind of playable, but h takes g4 is a little bit easier because bishop takes e5, f takes e5, you can calculate to a draw. hg, ed is
no, this
obviously
endgame
nothing.
is a drawn, yeah.
Yeah, and if you move the knight, then obviously gh, you have more than enough pawns. You don't have to be worried about that endgame. So this was still quite manageable. And instead we have this position that after knight b3, you kind of have to go rook d1 or something active. It doesn't matter if you throw the move king c8. You go rook d1, but white starts maneuvering. You start putting the pawn on f4. You start realizing that the rook doesn't have a good way to attack the pawns on the king side, that you have to go rook h1, rook h4 to do so. It takes some time, and it's not easy to achieve. The engines think knight c5 is actually a little bit of an inaccuracy. You don't have to play it right away. And it's still a long game. I still don't see exactly where white makes progress because there are a lot of rook ideas hitting the pawns on the king side. But, I mean, this is just so bad for black.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you for those insights, Alejandro. And we see the pawn on b6, and I'm thinking this is really bad for Levon's fans. But we have some tweets, Peter. Let's engage with our audience. And the first one from
Bidisel99. Yeah. How important is having a second when playing at the top level in these tournaments? Also, who would each of you choose as your second if you could choose anyone from present day or from the past?
Wow. For me, let me just jump in and say I loved have a second, and my long time second, John Donaldson, was absolutely wonderful. Not only a friend, but just, you know, he has a gift for saying the right things at the right time, to cheering you up, or, you know, bringing you down. Sometimes you're a little bit too excited and, hey, take it easy, you still got a game to play. Those types of things. The problem was that when I was playing professionally, it was very hard to be a professional to begin with, and to afford a second. Well, if you didn't have sponsorship, you just didn't have it. So it was how do you say it, a luxury, something wonderful and rare for me. Yourself? Yeah,
I personally, I've been a kind of a lone wolfing it for the vast majority of my career, and it's not great. I think apart from the very obvious benefits of having somebody to, you know, look at openings for you and like provide you with a layer of support that just like takes some of the weight off during, you know, important events, that's great. But also just having somebody to keep you you know, sane and balanced,
grounded, and all that good stuff.
But I've played in 3 candidate tournaments in a row in the previous decade, and for those I had teams supporting me, and that was very useful. And also, I really liked the people I worked with. For them, like for London and Hunty, I had Nikita Vichugov and Maxim Matlakov helping me, and they were both very, very good in terms of producing ideas, managing the construction of the repertoire and all that. But plus, together with to go with that, they both are good friends, and the atmosphere this created was very, very instrumental in me enjoying it perhaps more than I would have.
Alejandro, jump right in. Who has been your seconds, or tell us?
Well, I haven't used seconds too often. I did play in 3 U.S. championships back to back, and I had a second in a disaster. And then I went lone wolf in the next one, and I got second place. So I'm not really sure about it. But I think that at the professional level, not that I'm a professional, the level of these players, I think a second is really important, even if they're not analyzing anything. Somebody that motivates you, keeps you company, keeps you with your routines after losing a game, that doesn't let you fall in depression, that knows you as a person.
Yep.
I remember that when Fabi lost a super important game in 2018 against Sergey in Berlin in the candidates.
Yes.
Rustem Kasimjanov, the second at the time of Fabi, he knew what his boy needed. They went to watch a movie.
Yeah.
They forgot about the tournament.
Yeah.
Plugged back in the next day, and he won the event. So sometimes it's not just what's in the board, what's the analysis, what's Leela say. It's not just about hitting the space bar, right? I think a second's job is so much more important than that, and it has so many intangible aspects to it that it's really hard to quantify to the audience what a second does exactly. I feel it's very important at the top level. Some players don't like being tethered to another person through so much time. But I feel like at the top level, most people do take a second. If I had to choose one for myself for an important event, I take Rusty. He's very experienced. We've worked together, not me for him, or we've worked together for Fabi. But I think Kasimjanov would be my.
Yeah, we kind of ignored the second part of that question because, like, saying thank you to our historic seconds, like people we have actually worked with. Sure. That's one thing, but like there was also this second
would
part
you like Viktor Korchnoi? Would you like Gary Kasparov in your corner?
Yeah, okay. That sounds like the name I was going to mention. It will feel very kind of disrespectful, and I understand this is not how any of these things work. And like I would be lucky to be a second to Misha Tal myself, but like I deeply regret never having spent any time with him at all. And I understand really that this is not how this relationship would have looked like.
Right.
But since I'm,
you got the choice.
I'm offered a hypothetical, so that probably is my hypothetical there.
Really, from the past.
And it was the Shape of Water, by the way.
Shape of Water, that's right.
That was the inspiration for the movie.
movie.
A second, by the way, for a coach, a trainer, we can use all of those words interchangeably, but the idea is that it's somebody you bring with you that's in your corner, your cut man, your manager, your person
your
who's
wingman.
Your wingman. Somebody who's really just looking out for you, taking care of you, making sure that everything is going according to plan and that you're not forgetting things. And it's so nice to have. Again, I didn't have that luxury very much, and the person who, again, John, and a big shout out to John, just simply a wonderful, wonderful human being. If I had the world as my oyster, historians and stuff, wonder what it'd like to have Alexander Alekhine in your corner with creative ideas, like what?
Really, like, I don't know, every historical account.
How much can you drink?
Yeah, exactly, right?
I heard he was kind of grumpy.
Oh, that's the other issue too. You need that compatibility.
Right.
Rusty, I know,
Rusty was great.
Is compatible.
If I had to choose from the past, Latino brother, Jose Raul Capablanca.
Yeah, hello.
I would have loved to hang out with him. Everybody said, according to historical accounts, he was a lot of fun. He's such a great chess player.
Right.
He was such an inspiration for me as a young player. Like, I loved his endgames. I had his Chernev 60 Capablanca endgames. And I read that book like 20 times. I loved all those endgames. To me, it would have been great to analyze an adjourned position with him.
But let me throw you the downside of that. The downside of that is you've got Capablanca in your corner. and you come back and you go, hey, got this great adjournment. Alejandro, how can you play like this? You're killing me. You blundered on move 23. You blundered on move 28.
Also the whole...
You know what? I'm gonna take out my phone and be like, you know what? My phone says he can beat you.
Nice.
Also all the look in the book stories.
Okay, I got one story that's very, very rarely told. Very, very rarely told. So here it comes for everybody. This story is not really in the books.
And by rarely told, we mean...
It's an oral history to begin with. So Bobby Fischer had lost the first game of the 1972 World Championship match and got forfeited in the second. He's down 2-0, and at 12 points for his opponent wins him, Boris Spassky, the World Championship match. So Bobby is really at a crossroads. Should he just say, you know, you forfeited me, I'm not going to get this point back, should I be playing game 3 or not? And there was a lady in his life who had kind of been like almost like a mother to Bobby. Her name was Lena Grumet. And Lena Grumet raised Bobby in his late teens in early Southern California. Bobby stayed at her home for quite a number of months. And Lena was at the match, and they went to a movie. So it's the movie house once again. And they're watching this movie, and Lena said she didn't remember the movie. And it's a darkened theater. It's 2 hours they're watching the movie. And Bobby's getting more and more agitated and says, aren't you going to tell me that I should play? She goes, no, we've already decided that. He goes, what? You owe me. He said, what? You owe me, says Lena. I mean, all of those things I did for you, I did them because I knew you were going to become world champion. So don't disappoint me. And Bobby got his marching orders. I mean, that's a second. That's a second. That's what
you have to know your client, though. This will not,
that's true.
This will not work on every single person.
That is true.
Yeah, if you know enough to be confident in saying that could be a very powerful motivator.
But I think that's the
and
thing about
it was
seconds,
Lubos
right?
Kovalik who wrote a book who did tell that story in the book. Sorry.
That's the thing about seconds, right? I mean, I think past a certain level, so many people can hit the space bar, and they will understand what the engine is trying to tell them. But I think the job just goes so much further than that. It really does, at least from my experience as being a second for a world championship match.
Fabulous question. Thank you for the tweet. Really, really, really hit the spot. And as we had a pause there too,
Yes,
because
a welcome tweet.
I wanted to say that Shaq Lanier.
We haven't looked at this at all, I think. We haven't actually even had this on the board yet.
That's okay.
This was the Queen's Gambit Accepted, and it's just like one of those things that we're seeing in the Queen's Gambit Accepted time after time. Just black reducing the number of pieces on the board, and
there is still some pull, I would say, because whichever light piece ends up being on c4, it's currently the knight. You get the feeling it probably at some point will get traded and it will be a bishop on c4. It's e4 immediately I think takes knight e5 is a bit annoying, even though I think I was trying to calculate this, and it's still... You can take on a6 though, right? Maybe.
Yeah, that's the question. Can I?
Yeah.
I mean, there is the check. You can take on f3. Maybe you should.
Yeah, I'm not sure how happy I am with any of this, frankly.
This a pawn could be the important pawn. Okay, so, well, I mean, there's something to play for. If you're white, you could even consider moves like queen to d4 and e3, e4. It's maybe there's a pull, and for Lanier, that will
I
be
like
awkward.
97 though, because it's a topic we come to quite a bit in these types of positions. Normally there's also the same issue with the bishop on b7, but here it's only the knight on f6. And the topic is just how well the pawns on f3 and e4 restrict the black's minor pieces. And very importantly, the bishop already is on d5, so you can and you will meet e3, e4 by capturing on c4. There's no way the bishop retreats back to b7, where it's just completely controlled by that windbreaker on f3 and b4.
Exactly.
And the knight on f6 is also, we're watching Lanier moving it away from f6, because on f6, against these two pawns, it just has no squares.
Exactly.
It needs to be somewhere else. And this is an important consideration in all of these types of structures where we have A and B versus A and B, and all the 4 kingside pawns still on the board. White always wants to expand with F3 and D4, and Black always has it at the back of their mind that it needs to be countered by something. The pieces need to be repositioned, otherwise you will be
badly placed.
In some trouble.
Okay, I mean, I would definitely, if I was in Black shoes, I would want to get the pawn away from the tickle of the bishop and not to allow White to play A5.
You get into these types of positions where, like, I play Queen D4. I'm guessing you play Knight E5. Right?
The bishop goes to Knight E5 or Knight C5, but yes.
The bishop goes to, I don't know, E2 probably, maybe F1, I don't know, somewhere around there. I'm very cautious of blundering Queen C2. I'm worried I will blunder something like Queen C2. Queen C3, I suspect...
I'm just going to make a luft here. I'm not sure which luft I'm going to make a luft.
G5 is very, very useful.
To secure the knight, let's say. Yeah.
And here, play becomes, I think, very much about the question whether White can get the queens off the board. Because if you do manage to get the queens off the board, in particular if you don't lose the control over the C file in the process, I am picking White because A5 is weak.
A5 is weak.
And Black will very soon start to have dedicating a lot of resources to protecting A5. But Black obviously is heavily incentivized to keep the queens on, and then the knight on E5 is much more active than the bishop on E2. There's always counterplay. Because one thing F3 and D4 also does is that it weakens the white king side. It creates
a little bit
potential counterplay against the king on G1. So this could actually be quite a double-edged position.
And we do have E3, E4. As you said, bishop takes C4.
Yeah, instantly played.
It just feels like a forced move.
Yeah.
Intriguing fight. Once again, the eternal question: what's better, the knight or the bishop? I think we've established the bishop most of the time, but not all of the time.
Not all of the time, yeah.
Exactly.
And the more I look at this, the more I agree with you. There's absolutely no need to try and make some kind of a forced draw straight away. Go A5, put the knight on E5.
And just kind of chill.
And play from there, And particularly if we can get time enough to play Rook C8 and control the C file fully. I'm not that worried about Black here.
I feel so good that we actually, gave the attention, gave a little love to Shaq and to Lanier. Let me turn back for a moment because we had been focused a little bit on the Richie game, and then we kind of disappeared. We left it. What happened?
Well, after Knight C7, and Knight C7 we did guess was going to be played, there was this idea that we were discussing, mainly the move A4 there, which Fabi, after some reflection, decided not to engage with, decided that the position doesn't need to be addressed in such forceful ways.
And there was one kind of situation where White wanted to see Black's king go away. Like, you go away, then I start to go. Like, for example, I believe it was exactly right here where we started
we were playing
saying,
A4 without even bishop B3.
Right. But in case we were to get here, this was like kind of our dream music.
And the reason it is so important to provoke castles is that you do not want to allow king E8 G7 here, because the king on D7 fights for the C file very well.
Precisely. We would go king D7 and tempo the rook, and then play a challenge with rook C8. So after the move bishop E3, Richie
played rook A6, which is
I'm not going to castle. I'll play rook A6. Sorry.
I think castling is probably precisely because of the line you just showed. Castle feels perhaps premature, but I'm wondering why F7, F6 is not being played. I still feel like that is sort of the counterplay, counterplay you look forward to in these types of positions. And he probably disliked something very concrete, because I think in general terms, but now we can castle perhaps.
Okay, but then somehow your F6 is obviously motivated that you want to be able to trade and leave me with a weak E5 square or something to that effect.
Yeah, but now you're obviously taking with the bishop here. Yeah, but
clear.
Maybe we can do something about that. F takes E5 is not really
you're
just yet.
You're no hurry.
But rook A6, I understand the move. It's just, it feels to me that maybe it's a bit slow. But since we were discussing a number of positions by this point where White wants to play C5, C6, rook A6 does a decent job of containing at least that particular plan, right?
But there was a line that I really liked that Alejandro was showing us, where we play in this moment A4. You play here, we play here, you play here, and we play check. And then it was like this, we've got the A file, and why aren't we winning? Alejandro asked, and maybe
Rook c5 f6. It becomes very, very concrete. It becomes incredibly move by move because f takes e5 and rook f5 is going to happen, and white will start dealing with actual counterplay. Although you can play bishop d4 and claim it's nothing. Yeah,
that's precisely what I wanted to say. I just protected the f4 square moment.
G3 is a very, very nice move there.
And again, on a good day, this rook looks a little bit, well, stupid.
Yes.
Sorry, I mean that's brutal. I mean,
No,
you don't like these types of.
You're absolutely right.
You know, harsh words.
I don't.
Okay,
I still looks lost to me.
Alejandro's like, oh, come on, guys, this is just very, very bad for Richie. Yes. Again, for those of you who are joining us late, I mean, do make an effort to check the archives
to track down that interview.
The interviews with Shaq these last few days, where he hit us with a, oh, come on.
And that was in the meantime, the game between Wesley and Ramirez will be over in about 3 seconds. Yeah.
This is really an alert. I think we're going to see.
Rook d3, rook d4, and
they'll find a way of making a 3-time repetition very shortly after the move rook d4.
Yeah, not necessary, but the easiest way to do it. Just get all the pieces off the board.
I thought the king was already neat too, and I was wondering what your plan against rook b3 was.
No. And curious because I was actually, I'm so paranoid about these things with black. If I get this position with black, I was legit trying to figure out how to make a forced draw after f2, f3 on move 26. Wesley spent precisely 0 seconds on that choice, I think.
f2.
Yeah, instead of rook d5, I play f3. The pawn on d3 could you can very easily imagine a scenario in which the pawn on d3
it
is
just
weak.
gets encircled and captured. Yeah.
And I mean, if the rooks come off, it's a draw. But if the rooks stay on the board, that 4 against 3 is kind of annoying. People have lost those positions.
It starts giving me vibes of Shaq versus Alireza.
Yeah, like you can torture your opponent for quite a bit here. But Wesley not very excited about those prospects clearly, and stuff is disappearing off the board, and
Okay, this game doubtlessly will end in a handshake. What's the over and under on this one? I'm going to give it 100 seconds. Fewer than 100.
I think they're going to be very
35.
Where's our egg beater when we need one?
He'll play bishop f6. Bishop f6 is the professional move.
2800.
Great understanding.
They know what they're doing. Yeah.
Boy, my 100 was generous.
Like it's all about writing down moves. Like moves themselves don't take any time at all. It's just the question of how fast their handwriting is. Somewhat an uneventful game, and I mean we've seen Wesley do it time and time again. He is in a very good spot tournament-wise. Even better spot actually because Levon is struggling today.
Big time, and let's just jump to the game. And in fact, Alejandro, you're about to show us something.
Well, we're in this endgame between Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Levon with the black pieces is trying to survive this endgame. Rook against 2 minor pieces. The material is technically equal if you count them 5 plus. Doesn't work that way. The 2 minor pieces are better than the rook, and especially with this pressure on the b7 pawn. I was trying to make progress, and the Indians are not happy with how Nepo handled this position. Perhaps they were a little optimistic at the beginning, but they did think that at this point with the rook on d1, trying to capture the pawns on the king side, that this king actually needs to come this way.
Whoa.
It's done its job on the queen side, it's paralyzed the queen side, but you need to start defending these guys over here. Now you can't reach the king side that easily because right now there is a rook on the way and it's pretty far.
Right.
So you have to start with the move f4. The idea is that the bishop controls the rook, and the only way to defend or attack, this pawn on g4 is this way. And if you do it this way, you can play moves like knight e4, knight f2, and then
maneuver your king around, move it to f3 or f5, depending on the situation, return your knight either to d6 or c5. The king's not going to go anywhere because the threat of knight d6 or c5 is always lethal. So you take the time to move your king all the way here, maybe play the move g5 and secure your structure that way. But instead, Nepo has played this way, allowed the rook to give a little bit too many checks, and it's not so clear how you continue here because I'll continue giving checks. Now that your bishop's on g3 instead of e3, this knight needs support. If the knight loses its support, like if, for example, you go king e3 or something dumb like this, I'm going to kick out the knight. And even though white is still technically a little bit better in this position, once I start getting c5 in and a certain source of counterplay, I mean, black's not that much worse. I'm going to start trying to pick up the b6 pawn, or at least tie one of your pieces down to the b6 pawn. Not so easy anymore. So king d4, I expect to move rook d1 check. If knight d3, you can still play c5. You can also bring out your king. The engines do not think this is a decisive advantage anymore.
Wow.
They're only giving a clear advantage to white. Still some chances for Nepo, but they're not as excited for the position as they were, let's say, half an hour ago.
Gotcha. If you could play the current position out for just a second. King e4 once more. King e4, rook d5. I was dropping the knight into e6.
Oh, knight e6, yeah. Then there's a little bit of tactics here. King d7, now you want to take on g7?
I sure did.
And then I'll trade your pawns.
Okay, I was good. Whoa, wasn't knight h... No, knight
That's
h5.
a check, right?
Yeah. No, I was wondering about knight h5, rook g4. No, I can't do that.
King f3?
Yeah. King
but you already feel something.
I know.
Yeah,
I just traded.
Even rook b4 is
yeah.
Even rook b4. Rook g6 is also okay.
Yeah, I've traded the pawns on the king side, which is I wanted to win them, not
and this
trade
king
them.
is coming, right? This king is coming out of its shell. The pawn on b6 is falling. You're not playing for a win in this position anymore. You can see how easily the advantage just dissipates in this position. So
self-evidently, yes.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
Nepo has an hour and 21 because he got his extra 30 minutes.
Right.
But we've already been playing for like 2 hours of chess.
Right.
He could, at some point, have sat down and thought, okay, what do I do here? How do I calculate it out? It's a very reduced amount of material. How do I do this? And I think a lot of players would have done that. Fabi would have calculated it till the end. I think Magnus would have just sat down and be like, what's the most precise way? But Nepo's not that type of player. Nepo just kind of goes with the inertia a little bit.
He did spend some time. The 121 on his clock is with the 30 minutes added already.
Yeah.
So he did go down to 50 minutes, which, considering how much of the opening got completely blitzed out, is he actually made an effort. He's just not playing very cleanly this tournament.
Yeah,
today I don't really want to blame him for taking it very easy, because I think he did invest quite a bit of time in trying to figure out exactly what to do. It's not such an easy endgame. As we were saying ourselves, like it looks very beautiful, but once the king gets to c8, it's not immediately and intuitively clear how you win that position. And today I think less blame attaches to Nepo for not giving it enough thought.
I thought that we were thinking that while the black king can and does get to the square c8, the white knight was going to get to the square d6 and cause serious
with the rook
issues.
With the rook,
disturbing as well.
Yeah, with the rook on the d file, whenever you play knight e4, I have king d7. So organizing those things is not as easy and not as intuitive as all that. Yeah. So here we go rook d5.
And this is the point that you're discussing.
You just go king d7.
Anytime I think I'm ready to drop in and say hello on the d6 square, you get to play king d7 and cut me off at the path.
Yeah, it seems like Levon is likely to get away with it somewhat, even though it would be a bit unfair to say that he escaped tremendous danger, because the endgame started off being pretty much completely equal.
Exactly.
Yeah. And only after he, as Alejandro correctly described, he definitely kind of fell asleep at the wheel there for a bit, because he just as we did, assumed that the game is borderline finished. There's no more work to be done. They're just waiting for a way to trade off the entire queen side. And then c6, b5 happened, and he had to, very clearly, he sat down and thought for quite a bit there, just to refocus and get back to the task at hand, because he's clearly now in danger again.
Yeah, again, I'm just kind of slip sliding away on this kind of a situation. I was trying to.
I can go c5, king c6 now as well, right?
I'm not sure. I get to play f3.
Yeah, rook
just
g1 and
rook g1. And
king d5.
I got this king d5 move.
Yeah, that is fair. Although rook f1 here.
Rook f1.
Yeah, I start kind of creating those
very, very
threats,
good. The counterplay just inside. With one game in the history books, and that game, of course, is with Wesley So. He's in the, well, I'm not going to say doghouse. I'm going to say the 19th
pole position.
Pole position. And,
the very opposite of
yeah,
the
he's
doghouse.
waiting to see the result of the Levon Aronian game. Certainly, he's cheering Ian. And let's jump to Bucharest, as Cristian is ready to interview our leader, Wesley So.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed here with Wesley So, one of the leaders at least until Aronian finishes his game. Wesley, welcome back to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
Quite an interesting approach by your opponent. Were you surprised by this aggressive King's Indian style that he employed, or were you expecting something else? How did you approach the opening phase of this game?
Sure, I was quite surprised that he played the King's Indian. If I recall, the database he played against Deac the other day.
Of course.
But if you look at the database, he often plays it only in blitz and rapid online and offline events. So I was definitely very surprised with the King's Indian. I mean, in this tournament, he plays a different opening every single game with either caller, so I thought he would go for the Grunfeld.
Do you feel like this is a way for him to mask his intentions for the candidates?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird to me that he hasn't played for almost half a year, for 5-6 months. He hasn't played online, hasn't played over the board, so he must be doing something good for the candidates.
Well, he hasn't played online with his usual accounts. Who knows?
No, I meant
whether he
in
played anything else.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe
Even in tournament play.
Tournament, yeah, chess24, chess.com. So he hasn't played in any of those. But for sure, he has alternative accounts. But I think he's also trying to lessen playing blitz online. And I think he's trying to focus on classical. Of course, big congratulations to him for qualifying for the candidates. Excited to see how he will do this tournament. He hasn't been particularly impressive, but he's only 18 years old, so yeah, a kid.
Of course, you went into this game as the co-leader, and obviously a conservative approach wouldn't hurt you at all. So you decided...
I wasn't exactly sure what to play against the King's Indian. That's the problem when there's so many good lines to choose from. I mean, there's so many good lines to play against the King's Indian, but I thought he'd play e5. And I thought he would go for the castle knight c6. And then last night I thought about different variations to play against the King's Indian. But the computer always gives a large advantage for white, but then you get to the board and it's much more difficult to play. And and I wanted to play an endgame, so in any case, I took on e5, and you can see in his face he was very frustrated when I did so.
Do you feel like he got surprised, frustrated, and perhaps wanting to get a big fight and not getting that? Was that also part of your strategy?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely wanted to get a big fight. I mean, he's 1 point behind, and yeah, the King's Indian is not the best opening, but it's very risky for black, but white is also risking. And there are many good lines, but today I simply wanted to play an endgame and see what happens.
Any other critical moments, or was it just straightforward? You didn't get anything, he didn't get anything. How would you assess it?
Yeah, I think when I went for the endgame, I think he just wasn't expecting it, and he just played strictly for equality. I mean, black has other interesting lines. He played knight a6 here and move 9 before, a few months ago, in the World Blitz, or World Rapid, but he was worse. So, I mean, this is one of the best lines. Let's see, here I thought, after knight c6, rook b1, rook b5, I guess I could play bishop d2, but knight b3, bishop c3, then rook b1. But of course, I mean,
Seems to be still very close to equality.
Yeah, also very equal. Bishop d2d, there is an accurate move. Otherwise, black would get into slight problems because if he takes on e4, play b4, I guess.
And now you get past a pawn.
Yeah, rook. Yeah, and then now this.
Or b pawn. If
This
it
is-
doesn't exchange on a5.
Yeah, now this is very difficult for black because of that idea. Could happen in. Maybe it could happen in Poland, in Warsaw. But yeah, I mean, today just wanted to play endgame, and I didn't really have any deep variation prepared against the King's Indian. So,
And one more question now. Of course, I assume you had some eyes on the other game, the very important matchup between Jan and Levon, because Levon was the co-leader going into this round. What do you think? I want to gauge your opinion on this one. What do you think about this position?
I guess it's theoretical draw, but black has to be accurate. White can play forever, and black has to be just careful. But yeah, it's a draw, I guess.
Your prediction, official prediction.
Draw, yeah, of course. I mean,
Draw.
it's a theoretical draw. But I think what was it? Ian missed a big opportunity on move 39, so bishop f4. I guess
To play the move f4.
yeah, f4. I guess it's just winning for white. Prevents rook g1, knight e4, bishop d4 is coming. So I guess Ian played a bit too quickly. Yeah, I think f4 probably just winning for white. Bishop f4, I guess that's a theoretical draw. Levon found all these rook c1 ideas. But I think yesterday was a very weird day also for everybody. I mean, Richard Rapport landed the rook. Also, Ian missed a completely winning, and I ended up losing. So it's just unpredictable.
Now, Shaq was mentioning yesterday when he was in the studio that when he saw Richie gave up a piece like that, he got flabbergasted. Are you generally upset by this type of situations when you see one of your peer do such a big mistake?
Yeah, I was watching Hikaru before, and he always mentions why his opponent never does such blunders to him. So when Richard made the rook blunder, also against Bogdan, I asked myself, they seem to play very solid against me, and then they blunder a rook. But yeah, I mean, it shouldn't happen, but it sometimes happens. Even top players make huge blunders like that. That just goes to show you that there's a lot of nerves in playing chess. But I think everyone was very shocked, of course. But
By that moment.
Yeah, that happens very rarely, I guess. But I mean, I have done it also myself, so I don't really want to judge.
Now, Wesley, tomorrow a big game against Lanier with most likely the title on the line. Preface that matchup for us.
Yeah, I mean, Lanier is very good, very solid. I think I said a few months ago that when he's in form, he plays like a 2800 level player. So he's very strong, very incredibly prepared. I think this tournament he doesn't seem to be in his 100%. He's a bit tired from playing every day in the American Cup, basically. And the tournament could have gone better for him. We'll see how he does today, but yeah, in any case, it will be a very big fight. I'll have the black pieces, so have to come well prepared.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Wesley, for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Well done, Wesley, as he is currently our leader with a half a point. Let's jump right into this game. We've kind of left it alone a bit between Daniel and MVL. MVL, when we left it, was he going to sacrifice his h2 pawn? And it sure
He chose not to, and I think the biggest issue there is that you just don't consider it for very long. You leaving the pawn on h2 on pre's with check is not something that comes very naturally.
The line that the engine gave and
Just
caused us to kind of like drop our jaws, like, really? Yeah, you just give up the h2 pawn,
And then you go
somehow
a4,
this knight is badly placed and the engine wins its pawn back with the move a2, a4. MVL, understandably, dropped his bishop all the way back, and
Knight
Daniel
c5 played, bishop b6 was actually, I think, one of the top engine moves in that position.
Accurate.
Avoiding some double attacks, like queen f3 might be otherwise. Or like if you play
A
knight
potential
e6,
issue.
let's say if you go knight e6 here, which looks natural, you allow queen f3, and you might have to face some unfortunate, like unpleasant decisions, because you will have to change the structure in ways that you perhaps don't want to change it.
Loose pieces
Drop off.
off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who
So
knew?
Yeah. Well, I did, because I did that one too many times. Yeah, and now it's actually quite sharp, because MVL, I think, made a conscious effort to avoid, like D5 is a very committal move, because structurally, Black, I think, is doing very well.
That's what I wanted to say. I mean, isn't this kind of like a dream open Spanish for Black? I mean, he's
Open
got
Spanish
this
and,
E5 pawn, which isn't very useful, unless you're going to checkmate me. Your pawn on E5.
And weirdly, for some reason, in my mind, this particular structure, this constellation on the queen side, is associated with a kind of a, nobody plays that line anymore. No, the Evans Gambit.
Oh,
there's a line of the Evans which ends with this exact structure.
Respect. Evans Gambit. Yeah.
Nobody cares, right? I could show, but nobody cares.
But this is an Evans Gambit structure.
Yeah, but MVL is clearly saying that he would like to launch some kind of an attack on the king side. But with the bishops on E7 and E6 controlling so many squares and the D file already open, I struggle to believe there will be an attack on the king side.
Me
here.
too.
I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening.
Exactly.
He's not running too many strategic risks.
No.
But it still looks kind of pleasant for Black.
Right.
I wouldn't mind this with Black at all.
I mean, the only issue I
Rook
have...
D7, Rook FD8, just continue.
Exactly. But the only issue I have as Black is that I'd really like my queen to be on some marvelous square. I don't care, B3, B2, in the thick of things.
C5.
It's very hard to get this queen into some super active, but I like what you're saying. Just play Rook D7, Rook D8.
Yeah, Rook D7, Bishop B4 might be a bit awkward, actually. My bigger issue for Black here is that for White, is that I don't understand how I'm supposed to improve my pressure on the king side. Like, what is the plan here?
Right.
H4, H5 normally is the answer to everything.
Right.
But I get the feeling you can take. I'm not sure, but I get the feeling you can take.
Right. Not to mention, of course, that this. Oh, excuse me. I meant to say that this bishop on D3 is not protected. I mean, boldly stating the obvious. By the way, you're supposed to give me credit for these astute observations. But no, seriously, because the bishop is undefended, no queen H5s for you, H4 things could drop off, like you say, bishop takes H4. I think Daniel has solved his opening issues, at least. It
seems comfortable for Black, yeah.
Strikes me that way. Let's once again jump in on the game of Fabi. My pick, by the way. I mean, come on, Fabi, make me look good here.
Yeah, and he found a clever way to kind of drag Richard into different directions there. He played A3 with a clear intention of playing B4. For a second there, I was wondering if A3, A4 here might be a threat.
Right.
But it isn't, because I think 8 takes B4, unfortunately for White, 8 takes B4 cannot be replied to with 8 takes B5, because the knight on C3 is happening, is hanging. So you have to take with the knight, and then Black goes knight D5, Rook H8, A8.
Yeah, you don't spoil. You don't make me a happy camper by ever allowing me A4 takes B5.
And
now
this is not
what we
kind
signed
of a
up
structure
for.
that we wanted.
Nope.
Yeah. But Rook G1 is very clever here. I was still expecting Richard to spend the tempo on Rook D8. I thought Rook D8, follow it up with King E8, and try to play Rook D A8 before you open the A file.
Exactly. You want to lay claim to the A file.
But he clearly disliked something about it. I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe there was some tactical issue with it. I couldn't really work out what the tactics could even be in this position. It seems very quiet. So I'm reasonably comfortable spending a number of tempi here on just kind of improving my position slowly. But the way he played it, which is he immediately took on B4 to offload some pressure instead of Rook D8, now he will have to give up control over the A file. I don't see him, I don't think we can afford to give up the pawn on D7.
No.
In some positions you can for activity, but there will be no activity, and it's a kind of an integral pawn. And if you go Rook A1 here, that is not fun. I mean, you're not losing just yet.
But I'm enjoying life.
Just yet.
I'm definitely the one,
Honestly, 8 takes B4 kind of shocked me a little bit, because I thought this is, maybe you can go Rook D8 though, but or Rook B8, something like this, exactly. Taking on A1 feels very
completely
bad.
wrong. Yes,
But
rook b8.
Yeah, he's played rook b8 here, and the idea here, of course, is that rook d7 currently is impossible because the rook on a1 is hanging, and if you start by taking on a6, well, impossible is actually strong. We can actually take this position.
I was kind of, suggesting that, well, I don't fully believe it, but yes.
It's a very serious option, but it might not work out tactically.
Exactly.
And the other point is, if you take on a6,
after rook b8.
Yeah, then the opponent b4 is hanging, giving black counterplay. Rook d7 knight b4 doesn't look very clear at all.
Well, even again, I mean, you definitely take a moment, right?
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
you have to evaluate this, but it doesn't look horrible to my eyes. I will get king e8. I will probably get to position my knight on a very nice c6 square.
Move rook nicely on. We just pause and we just kind of like flabbergasted with ourselves.
This had to be calculated very precisely because rook c7 c6 is a very real idea here.
Yeah, that's.
But I have knight you have rook c6 b6 there, yeah.
Yes.
I thought I could just go knight a6, knight b4 back. But that probably loses to rook b6. Just straight up loses to rook b6.
Yeah, that looks like this.
That is unplayable.
Works out nicely for white, but
that is unplayable.
You do stop here and you go, wait a minute. I mean, I'm the one having the fun. If I can get my pawn to c6, prep. Rook takes e7, bishop c5. I'm a hero.
c5, c6 will create a number of very, very strong threats. Yeah,
Indeed.
So.
Indeed. Funnily enough, there I was actually looking at the immediate c6, just right here, because sometimes these, how do you say, eternal pins, sometimes they just win the games by themselves. Players are not allowed
Knight
to
a5,
move.
rook b7,
Yeah.
Knight
That's
a5, rook b7.
That's the annoying one, right? Yeah, you just you don't get to
squiggle away.
Yeah, you don't. And well, there is a wonderful way for you to join our conversation as well as to ask any of our panel any questions that you might have. How do the people do that, Peter?
Yeah, you can tweet at us by using the hashtag GrandChessTour, as we see Mamedyarov do there, or you could tweet at the GrandChessTour Twitter account. Your predictions on who is going to win the candidates. I've been copying out on that question for the past couple of months. I'm picking 3. I'm not picking 1. I'm picking 3.
Right.
My 3 are in no particular order: Alireza, Fabi, and Jan. If I absolutely have to pick one, I'm picking Fabi.
I'll pick 2 in that case. Hikaru, Fabi. Show my nationalism. Jump right in.
I mean, if I can get 3, the 3's a lot, but I'm gonna go with Fabi Alireza Ding. I think Ding, being number 2 in the world, gets he gets honestly not spoken about enough.
These are your 8 choices, Alejandro.
Yeah, these are my 8 choices for the candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Timur Rajabov is also somebody who doesn't. Nobody really mentions Timur as one of the favorites for the candidates, but he's a strong player. He can surprise.
There are no bad players in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think actually my kind of a default answer, I just haven't updated it to the current situation, because I think when I started giving that answer, Ding wasn't in the candidates.
Good point.
so I just kind of need to adjust my defaults there a little bit.
Nice.
But yeah, it's such a field that it's very, very difficult to. Even 3, I think, is not that easy to pick, as we've seen. Like you don't exclude anyone there.
Right.
And
again,
going to be very fun to watch.
Because Levon Aronian, he's got a chance that he could seize, and there is a possibility that he could seize clear first, and with a draw he would tie with Wesley. We currently think he's on the worst side of
yeah, I don't quite see how Black wins this
ending.
position. Yeah, I think.
No, we're going to need some help, Peter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We can't do it by ourselves.
Yeah, we're going to need a bigger rook.
Yes, exactly right. Bishop to d6 was the last move, but it's Fabi that could really improve things. Well, again, this is before. I think Wesley actually has 5.
Yeah, Wesley is on 5 now,
Yeah,
so Fabi
but
can't really
Fabi-
catch up to Wesley. But if he wins, he can get within striking distance
Of the podium, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, and here we go. This is the updated one game.
One game done, right? Wesley saw against Alireza.
The rest still in play.
Yeah. With Levon trying to hold the draw, he's definitely not going to win, I think. And, well, I mean, if Fabi wins, +1 going into the last round. Who's he facing in the last round?
I have it somewhere.
We just...
Deac. Oh,
nice. By the way, your H4 did appear in the game of MVL. As
MVL did play
it
H4.
out there.
And the reason I was curious about this, I couldn't really figure out exactly what's happening after bishop takes H4, but I think the plan is quite simply to take on H7, play Queen H5, Queen H4, and in general terms, I think this is a trade that favors black immensely, but that's with the H-pawns on the board. With our H7 pawn gone, I'm very worried I will get mated on the dark squares, like bishop G5, F6, rook E3, G3.
Yep.
If you do get mated in these positions, you get mated kind of post-haste, like instantaneous.
And by the way, you're not resisting either because of the bishops of opposite color. You're a piece down on the dark squares. And H2, you said, because we were kind of saying if white is doing anything, it's based on leveraging this E5 pawn, and H4 is your default option, except maybe we don't have it. And then maybe again.
Yeah, but if we do have it, we play it pretty much automatically.
Following up on the viewer's question, because I think it's as salient as the question itself, is because Magnus has made the point, and he's repeated himself, I'm going to disappoint my fans. I may not be playing for the World Championship. So the top two finishers,
we could get into a situation where
what World Championship match sans Magnus Carlsen would you like to see?
Ooh, that's a question.
Yeah.
None. I want Magnus to play.
You want Magnus. I think in Norway just kind of like...
I'm applying for my Norway citizenship right now.
You're good. You're good to go.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, it would be, I would be unhappy with that outcome, honestly. I feel like I like watching Magnus play chess, and I think most of us do. And I think
it also feels like you're climbing Mount Olympus, right? And you're taking down the throne, and this is the way things work.
Right.
And if you feel like two different people kind of got
not
halfway and they battled each other, that's not really what you're looking for, right?
But it's not the fault of the candidates.
It's not the fault of the candidates. You can't fault you can't fault the players at all, right? You can't fault the players for the system. You can't fault the players for what ends up happening. You can't fault the players for the world champion deciding not to defend his title. I mean, they're going to do their best, and they're going to prepare hard for whoever they play. It just feels unsatisfying as a chess fan. And also, if you look at a chess history, right? Like, okay, not defending a title, it's happened. It's happened, and it doesn't feel good, right?
And Anatoly Karpov, Bobby Fischer, he didn't defend his title.
Yeah, and you know, to a certain degree, the Alehin's death in 1946 was
vacating the title, vacating the throne. Pardon me.
Yeah, but yeah, it would be a very unsatisfying end to Magnus's reign there at the top, but. And it also creates a kind of this weird dynamic where it's probably best just not to think about it at all for the candidates themselves. But there will be some spots where second is actually, you know, you don't know if second gives you the match. Normally, the candidates is like one of the most straightforward tournaments in the calendar because you know that, I mean, there's plenty of money at stake.
Absolutely.
But none of these, like, it feels weird to say that. Yeah, but the prize really is the match.
Precisely.
And there's one winner and 7 losers.
Pretty much. Yeah. But this year, because there's this introduced uncertainty into the entire process, you might have this weird spot where there are two places in play, and that very much changes the dynamic of the whole tournament.
I mean, think about the 2016 candidates match in Moscow, I think.
Yes, that Sergei Karyakin won in the last round.
Won in the last round against Fabi, but Fabi went all out with black, right?
Yeah, right.
If second got him a match spot, or maybe got him a match spot, that would have been a different game.
Totally. Yeah, he doesn't play the Richter Rouser.
And by the way, that was a no tiebreaker situation, which forced Fabi to go. AWOL, essentially.
Pretty much,
But anyway, intriguing question, and just think about who are the two players that you might want to see in case of an absent Magnus. We're going to take a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy! Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back to round 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest. Only one game has finished so far. It's a game in which Wesley took a safe approach to his battle with Yasser Seirawan, and it was a draw. All the other 4 games are in a very, very balanced state right now. Plenty to play for, and arguably the sharpest one we have is the one I think we've only looked at it for the first time during today's broadcast, maybe 1 hour in. It's our Queen's Gambit accepted between Shahriar Mamedyarov and Dominguez, in which
it blowed up on us actually.
Yeah, it's
when we left it more or less in what we kind of thought was a little bit of a quiet position. And funnily enough, he played not G5,
but H6 followed by G5.
Yes, a much more professional approach. And how did it blow up? We did see F4.
And then F5, yeah, and takes knight F4. It's a very confusing position because both kings are now seemingly somewhat unsafe, and also the knight on F4, as opposed to the knight on E5, does give the white bishop this fantastic square on C4.
That's the dream.
And my first big question for this position is, how do we meet bishop C4? Because bishop C4 also creates a very strong threat of rook F1, which I would suggest borderline wins the game for white if it's allowed, right? Because it drives the knight away to poor squares.
And the idea after queen c5 is king f2?
We're being told king h7 is the best move after bishop c4. Queen c5 I looked at, but I'm not that sure about those endgames.
I mean, I thought it was all about the kings, right? And the question
rook
is,
g8 check.
Can I lever the knight to...
Yeah, but still, can I play rook g1, rook f1 here anyway?
Whoa, really?
Rook g8, I want to play king h1, and I have queen c6, queen f3, right?
Bishop c4 play?
Yeah, bishop c4 on the board in the
We're
meantime, by
about
the
to
way.
see this.
And also, something that we always have to keep an eye on, how much time does Linear have?
Linear has plenty of time for his standard. He's got a solid 15 minutes and 40 seconds.
Whoa, that's a luxury.
Unfair, yeah. I think Shahriar feels very, very hard done by here. How is he still on 15 minutes?
Do you ever feel like sometimes during a tournament, especially round robins, you feel like one of your future opponents is making a mistake over and over again? Time pressure every game, time pressure. And the moment you face him, blitzes out every move. you're down 30 minutes on him, and you're like, wait, what happened? Aren't you the one supposed to be in time pressure?
Terrible. Yeah. No, there was something like that. I remember King Luke Van Velde was playing in Vaikanze, and it just seemed like there was a lineup of people who wanted to get at Luke's knight, or like everybody. And then Luke, of course, round 14 or something, he deviates.
Goes E4, E5 or something.
And like the frustration of his opponent was palpable.
I remember I played Sasha Grishuk in one of the Grand Prix. I think it was in Moscow in 2017, I want to say.
Okay.
And he played the English against me, and I've been doing some really kind of suboptimal stuff against the English for a while by that point, against everybody. And against him, I just thought, okay, I'm sick and tired of this crap. I'm just going to play the main line. I have actually at some point looked at the main line. I'm not entirely clueless. And he tanked for 55 minutes, as is his wont. He tanked for 55 minutes on move 9 or whatever in a very well-known theoretical position. And I actually knew the solution to what he did, and it was a draw. And then, as usual, we go to stand in front of the sponsor wall and give the interview. I think it was possibly we were talking to Nastya there, our co-host, and Sasha got asked some question. He said, basically, I think he was asked what was he thinking in those 55 minutes, and he said, I was just sitting there thinking how unfair it is that it is me that Peter chooses to actually not play the usual random crap that he plays.
He's known for.
Why is he cheating against me of all people? This is not fair.
It took him 55 minutes to reconcile.
I could feel his pain because
a harsh question.
People are expecting me not to know anything in the opening, and
frustrating. Yeah, it also very funny in the Candidates tournament, Bobby Fischer, I think it was Petrosian played a Caro-Kann against Bobby Fischer. And it was like, what the heck? And Bobby was having real trouble. So Paul Carras starts playing the Caro-Kann as well. It's like, what? I mean, everybody deviated. Bishop c4, it's a serious question. I'm having trouble at this moment finding a good move. I came to a dead end after King H7.
Yeah, I think that endgame is
move-
actually fine for black. I came to the conclusion that, yeah, after check, King G1, sorry, King H1, Queen 6 check. We also
like
have the
Queen
immediate,
F3.
maybe the immediate Rook G4. But here, let's say we take,
Yeah.
we play Rook G4, allow
Which
Bishop
is a
takes
move
F7.
I didn't spot.
Yeah, and then we go King G7, King F6. And I get the feeling black isn't really that much worse at all with the very, very active pieces on F4 and G4. But yeah, this is touch and go. This is touch and go.
Okay. Alejandro, weigh in on this one, because this one confuses me.
Confuses me a bit too, Yasser, because let's take a look at this position. My first instinct was to go Queen C5, go into these kind of endgames. I know what you guys were saying, that the endgames might not be so good, but I was eyeing this F5 pawn. I thought it was perhaps some kind of target. The edges are saying, nope. F6, clamp down on F7, Rook D7 will come at some point. Also Rook D6, Rook A6, Bishop B5 will eventually win the pawn. It takes a long time. But the thing is, the knight can't really rejoin the party so easily while holding on to the F7 pawn. So there's more than one way to get into a good endgame. In the variations that you guys were showing after King H7, Rook F1, actually after Rook G8 check, King H1, Queen C6, Queen F3 is winning for white.
Just straight up winning.
Straight up winning. You actually just lose the knight. The knight doesn't know where to go. You could go to H5, but what move is this? Bishop takes F7 wins everything.
But Rook G4.
And Rook G4,
H3.
as you guys were mentioning, H3,
Right.
King H2, Rook King H2, you just have no coordination. And remember, F7 is hanging.
Gotcha.
So you can't really do that. You do the same variation without exchanging the queens. You go Rook G4. And if you play the move H3 in this position, Rook H4 hits the pawn, so that's an important tempo. You don't have time to go.
And Queen F3, just H5, I guess, right? And we support the Rook on G4 there.
On Queen F3 here in this position, H5 is playable. The engine says Rook H4 is also okay, but that H5 is very strong and actually better for black. So King H7, only move in the position, needs to be found by linear. It is a bit counterintuitive until you start calculating, because you are hanging a pawn with F7, but then you calculate, okay, B3 is actually counter-hanging. Let me put it on the board. Takes. You could throw in a check if you felt like it. And the point is that you have enough counterplay here. If I go to this way, I get mated the way Nepo almost got mated. Sorry, Shaq almost got mated. And here Queen takes B3. Check, you always have Rook G7. You can also go Rook G5 and start pressuring this pawn. There's more than one way to draw this position. So the important thing for linear Dominguez here in this position, find King H7. Everything else is going to lead to an incredible amount of suffering in an endgame.
And I wanted to ask you, I had the feeling that at some point the engines actually preferred the Linear's position a bit earlier. So what was the misstep? What was the...
They didn't really prefer his position that much. After F5, they preferred playing the move Knight F4 here instead of taking a Knight F4. And you can kind of understand that, because this pawn here stifles the bishop, and on Bishop C4, I have the extra resource of playing E5 and just clinging on to this knight on F4 forever.
Exactly. The knight gets anchored. That was a key point, that
Actually,
E6 takes F5.
The more that I see it, the more curious I am on why you would take on F5 first.
Yeah,
exactly. E5 is such a tempting option down the line.
Lengthening that diagonal for the bishop on C4, and you do expect bishop
Not a
C4.
good
It's
idea.
just it's a strange choice by Linear.
So
Absolutely.
9 minutes for Linear.
So we could give this a question mark, in fact.
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. And he needs to find good moves now, because if he doesn't find King H7, engines hate his position.
Wow. Intriguing point that you were making there about Queen C5, because I was thinking, I was coming to a dead end on King H7, so I was thinking Queen C5, and you have to calculate the consequences of F6. And
it's not the only way. There's a couple of pretty ways to get into the endgame, and they're kind of bad for black.
Like, go ahead.
For example, Queen C5, Rook D8 check.
Yeah.
You kind of have to go to G7, because if you go to H7, in many variations, you're hanging the pawn. And here, Queen D4 is super annoying.
Queen D4
It's a very cool move, right? You don't have King H7 because Rook H8.
Yeah, that is very cute.
That's nasty.
That is a very cute one.
And that will cost me my queen, because now I have to take the rook, which means I have to trade queens after Queen D4. And you've been harping on the fact that my knight is really ugly.
Now, Rook D7, Rook D5, all kinds of things,
Yeah.
Or
This is the ending that you're dreaming to achieve. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. So you spot queen c5, and there's more than one way to get something really advantageous for white.
Right.
And then you start trying to spot different things. King h8 is just a bad move compared to king h7, so I think you land on king h7.
Yeah, I think if you choose between those two squares,
Yeah,
you
it's
very
kind of
easily
obvious
choose
which
h7.
one you choose.
Yeah,
Very good. Well, we'll leave it here as Lanier has oodles of time. Jumping back to the game of
Fabi has been tanking for quite a bit there.
Richie, we just saw this move, rook b8. Clever. I mean, we got to give Richie points for being clever, but it does feel like White's got something. And
yeah, Fabi spent a significant amount of time
Feels
here.
like half an hour by this point.
Yes.
Wow.
31 minutes and 40 seconds. He spent a lot of time here in disbelief that the variation after rook a6, knight a6, rook d7 actually hold for black. Knight before rook c7. And everything we were looking at actually holds for black.
Remarkable. And enough, we trade on a6. We crash through with our rook, with rook takes d7. First we start with a trade. We accept this trade. We see this move, rook c7.
And the thing is,
so
black only has one move in this position that doesn't lose. We didn't get to it. But black has one move to not to lose, and that's it. Everything else loses.
I have good eyesight.
Yes. Yasser.
So we're asking yes.
I'm thinking it's king e8, but I'm not sure why.
Yeah, the problem with king e8 is that it doesn't defend the g7 pawn.
So I'm going to have to play king f8?
King f8, right.
Oh my
Which
gosh.
looks weird because after c6,
right?
the move is bishop d8.
We need to have bishop d8 in this position. This is the point, yeah.
Yeah, and even though you can play bishop c5 check, attacking both pieces.
But now I've got king g8
and incredibly,
we don't lose.
For a second there, I was very worried about the position after bishop takes. No, this knight takes e6. This is a draw. I thought bishop before, bishop c7, bishop d6. But I guess rook c8, knight b5, bishop b6 holds, I would assume. Otherwise, this would be quite interesting, because bishop d6, d6, I think you lose, because, rook c6, d7 actually queens the d-pawn. Very, very important line, which you... I mean, it's an easy line, but it's an important line for the entire code.
It's a girl.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is a queen. But you do play bishop b6. White gets to put the pawn on c7,
but now you've got your defense.
Yeah, the way the pieces are positioned, you don't get to play knight a7. You don't get to play knight d6. The king comes to d7. I don't know if white is worse, but white is definitely not better.
I think that white is worse myself.
Yeah.
Right? But wow.
Yeah, but the whole line is fourth and it works.
It's a tough move to find.
And we might be running straight towards it, because he has taken on a6.
After a long time?
After a long time. And I don't think you take on a6 with the idea of going rook b1.
No, or knight a2 for that matter either.
That doesn't feel very inviting.
So rook takes d7, knight takes b4, rook to c7, and I
think Richie gets there once again by excluding all the wrong moves there. And in the meantime, Lanier, by the way, did play king h7. We don't need to switch, but I just wanted to say...
Thank you for that.
Lanier, as usual, is very on point when he gets to calculate.
You know, it's really tough when you play this counterintuitive moves like king f8, and it's only because you calculate so well that you get to these. I think that's extraordinary, that these great players, they calculate these things, and as you say, it's a process of elimination. Everything else loses, therefore I have to find the only move that draws.
The interesting thing about this position is that I am not entirely sure what we play, let's say, against h2, h3 here.
Waiting move, yes.
Yeah, because bishop d8, rook d7, you would like to play bishop d8 and knight c6, but that allows rook d6, and your position starts crumbling. So...
Quickly.
Yeah, quite quickly. So you could perhaps go bishop d8, rook d7, bishop e7, and suggest that white already once chosen rook c7 in this type of a position, so maybe you choose it again. But yeah, I want to play g4 here. Perhaps the inclusion of g4, g6 actually improves our chances a little bit for white, because h7 will be hanging.
Well, definitely an improvement, because that's the main problem. Let's go back to this position after. I just wanted to make a point that after c6, bishop d8 check.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can look at it with the analysis board. You just need a good square on the 7th. Like if
Yeah.
rook f7 was defended, if the rook somewhere attacked something,
Exactly.
you immediately win.
Right.
But none of them win. None of them do anything because
It's extraordinary.
yeah, rook b7, knight takes c6 defends the rook, right? This is
Right.
important.
Yeah, this is crucial.
Yeah, otherwise rook b7 would have won on the spot.
spot.
But as is, it's a draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have rook takes
And
b7.
rook takes d7,
We are
yeah, only
expecting
one
knight
move.
takes b4.
Only one move here for Richard, so I expect
So,
him.
just the current position.
Well, he hasn't taken yet.
Yeah, but along the court, along the, how do you say that?
No,
along
let's
the
include rook
way-
c7, king f8.
I
think.
understand,
Yeah.
but if I played h3 right away, and are you playing king e8? That was my question. Because if you are playing king e8 and I play rook c7 again,
I keep on coming back to the idea of going knight a6, knight b4, but it never works because rook b6 is a thing. No, here I will go knight b4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course,
rook 6
sorry,
kind of wins.
Yeah, that's your problem.
And I'm looking at it with the engine a little bit deeper.
Okay, please.
And yeah, after knight takes b4, you guys are playing.
Yes, I was going h3. Because rook c7 was coming up short after king f8. I was wondering what black is going to do for a move from following h3, Alejandro.
Yeah, it starts counterplay. It just says h3 king e8.
King e8.
King e8. And apparently king e8 also playable in the other position. We'll take a look at it later. It's crazy to give up the
king
entire...
d8 now, yeah. King d8 now is pretty decent, right?
You can... I don't know about king d8.
Why not? Yeah, king d8, knight e6, king d7. We've actually gotten the absolute ideal
Now
setup.
you've got the knight back on c6.
Yeah, which is why I think, yeah, if we want to play h3, we want to start with rook c7, force king f8.
Okay, so
And
this
I
is
was looking at here, rook c7. The engine, after some thought king e8 also playable here.
c6?
And it just gives up the entire king side. Bishop d8. Takes on g7, knight takes c6, rook takes h7.
And it's my turn.
Although, I'm terrified. Like, I see this h-pawn.
It's fast.
It's very fast. I already have a blockading knight on b1 if I felt like it.
But
yeah, this is not an easy decision.
This is not a, this is a,
This is not an easy decision.
I would assume black's just lost here, honestly.
Yeah.
But apparently this is playable. They don't think it equalizes fully.
Wow. Okay, the games are heating up, I have to say, because across the board we also have another game. MVL and Daniel, when we left it, I was kind of going in Daniel's favor, frankly. I thought that his queen on e6 made such a marvelous impression on my mind. That,
But perhaps somewhat influenced by his habitual very very low time left. He chose to simplify. He should be completely fine here because the pawn on 6 is somewhat weak, but so is the pawn on h5. We can take on h5 straight away, which is what he does. And after rook takes c6, the white pieces are somewhat more active, but you don't really expect like rook hf5 here or something. And yeah, black is not
well,
really...
I see some coordination too,
Yeah.
Peter. I mean...
black is not really worse.
We
here.
are
Draw.
heading very quickly towards
0, 0, 0.
0.
Yeah.
I'm expecting rook d5.
Rook h d5
doesn't
even,
matter,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, you don't see much of anything here for white, and I wouldn't be
Okay.
surprised if MVL just went c4 here and then they found some kind of a threefold.
Gotcha.
Against 30 seconds, you may be somewhat tempted to continue playing, but
30
it's
seconds. Bogdan Daniel Deac has a minute. The man thrives in this ocean of time.
Yeah, first of all, it's a
Wow.
minute, and secondly, yeah, it's just very difficult to imagine how you're going to be better here. Even if, let's say, black goes rook f7, bishop f8, king h7, everything is protected, and there's so little material left on the board.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. That looks
Yeah.
like a very balanced, even position. Jumping back to, dare I say it, our tournament leader, things are getting more and more confused in the game between Levon and Ian. I'm beginning to think that Levon
No, black is still not playing for a win, but I'm
Are you
also
sure?
I'm also a bit curious why he chose to play f6 f5 there, because I would be interested with white in the idea of creating a weakness on g6 and trying to combine the weakness on b7 with the weakness on g6.
So you want to go g5?
I do
basically.
want to play g4 g5 here,
And
at
then
least.
after f4.
I also have this idea of going king b3 here and maybe taking on c. It never works out, right? Rook can go anywhere, rook a1, because knight c6, king d5 is always a very It's always a very comfortable reply. There's also BC and Rook B1 check exists. Yeah, but King D5 is more
that's
kind
really
of a systemic failure here. Is that King D5 will always be available.
Nicely put, Peter. A systemic failure indeed, but also after Rook A1, why don't you think this is a 3-result game? Because there are weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean
G5
is a very committal move, and
yeah, I mean it could be that you're absolutely right.
And actually, this is on the board. G5 F4 played.
Right.
I still don't think White is risking very much.
B7 is such a vulnerable pawn, but
I still think it's very difficult for White to be worse. Like I can play Bishop D4 in the current position instead of King B3. King B3 is kind of.
I mean, you can make a draw whenever you want as White. The problem is that if you try to win, then we're going to have to try to calculate something out.
Jump right in, Alejandro.
There's not that much. The engines just say this is a draw.
That's it.
That's it. The rook is too active. You can make whatever move you want to make, but the rook is going to keep attacking the pawns on the king side, and you're going to have to keep defending them with pieces, and you just don't have the time to counterattack on b7.
Mm-hmm.
And remember that in many variations, even if you win c6, congratulations, right? You won c6, but so what?
It doesn't mean that you got a passer.
You don't get a passer
out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4 on the board.
This is
Can I
I
ask you about the clocks?
Yeah, it's a very funny situation where it's the second time control, and they both have about an hour.
Yeah, this is not the game. Don't worry about this.
What?
They both have about an hour.
Yeah, this is kind of silly.
It's move 58.
But this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like
you're killing me. Go ahead.
Like in this position, right?
Yep.
We go. This is the position that we have. Bishop d4, king f5.
Yes, that's the idea.
Hit the pawn. Okay, that's how you defended.
Okay.
And you're not going to make progress after I go king e6. So instead of defending it, why don't you just try to go forward? Say, whatever with the pawns on the king side. I want to win.
I greedily
try it. If I take, you can take on c6. And this is the kind of positions where things start, sharpening up a little bit. I cannot take because in this position, b7 does win.
Okay.
Rook a8, according to the engine, is a draw. But why take on g5 in this position when you know that your opponent wants to take on c6? So you could go something like this, but then you take anyway, you go b7, and now we have to calculating, what's going on in this endgame. It ends up being a draw after rook b3, king takes c6, rook takes
b7.
Yeah, rook takes b7. You don't want to allow bishop b6, of course, blocking the rook out. So it's still a draw, almost no matter where I look. But there are a couple of variations where you have to calculate, and if you don't like it as White, if you want to try for more,
you've got to bail out.
You will have to bail out before the black starts taking your king side pawns, right?
Exactly. Nice. Thank you for that, Alejandro. And by the way, Fabi did play the move Rook C1 that had captured our attention for so long. We will see if Richie finds the counterintuitive King F8. I've got to admit that King E8 was my first impression, and then you guys quickly talked me out of it.
We really don't know how easy it is to just give up on G7 and H7 and believe that you're completely fine. And in particular, I think it's a move of a man either who failed to spot King F8 or a move of a man who is doing well in the tournament and trusts his own calculations and his own assessments of things.
I'm going to go with the latter, obviously.
Yeah, and Richard really isn't having that kind of a tournament at all.
I was speaking only for myself.
Yeah, if he sees King F8, he'll play King F8.
But he's playing King E8.
What a guy! What a guy! He's ready to sacrifice his king side. And once again, just let's take a look at that because it's rather forcing. After Fabi kaplunks c6,
you just have to go for it, right?
This threat of rook e7 and bishop c5 is killer. There's no choice. You've got to sacrifice your king side. And my goodness, you went knight b1.
There's other options, of course.
Yeah, there are other options. Yeah, you can go knight a4, knight b2. I don't know why that would be better than knight b1.
You could go knight a4, knight b2?
Yeah, I'm guessing b3 you go knight b2. Bishop c1 I don't particularly like. I think bishop c1 is a kind of a strange move, so b3.
Okay.
You have to play knight b2 here.
Okay.
And I think I would much rather block it on the light square rather than the dark square because it's... I don't know. Maybe this is also not that bad.
Going straight into it, we're going to have to see because, okay, bishop d8, you have to play.
Forced.
Forced, there it is.
And there it is, and there goes the king side.
And the sequence is forced. I mean, what else can white do, right?
Well, you can play rook b7 and offer a draw, but Fabi is not that kind of a player. No, I mean,
No.
That's true. Rook b7 is a possibility.
Yeah. Has Linier blundered?
King h7, or
No,
he
hang on
played
a
king
second.
h7.
Hang on a second. No, he has knight g. Is he actually planning to go knight g2 there?
What? Just a second. He did play the move.
Yeah, king h7 happened, and then Shach found a very cute little idea of playing queen f3 before any of those moves happened. And now h3, Linier played rook g5. But now after rook f1, you cannot take on f5 because bishop d3 wins the entire house.
That is clear.
And this is not something you can blunder either. It's just like it's the most obvious move in the position. So after rook f1, the knight is attacked, and it only has the g2 square. Is he actually, like, is he playing to play knight g2 here?
Yes.
This is quite remarkable. Is he fine?
Slightly better.
No.
Slightly better.
Knight g2.
It has threats, I guess.
Yeah, well, knight h4,
Knight h4 is a bit of a threat,
and something landing on g3 could be
yeah.
White's still within
birdie.
I hate to say it, but White's still within equality range, but it's White that's actually the one under pressure here.
Remarkable.
Because yeah, knight g2, knight h4 is a bit of a threat, and you know you have two pieces on the f file hitting the f5 pawn. So unless you actually capture this knight, this construction looks ridiculous.
A little bit, yeah.
So knight g2 is forced, but good enough. And not only that, but Shach only has the move rook f1. Otherwise, the moves queen f3 and h3, they're only weakening towards his position.
Yeah, this is very unusual.
My mind is resisting
This
everything.
is very unusual.
That's okay. Accept your new overlords.
I know. Well,
the engines say something, you accept it.
So,
can we go rook
I refuse to be assimilated here.
Yeah,
tell me what's going on here.
Knight h4?
Oh, you're going knight h4. I was thinking you were playing rook g3. Sorry.
Queen takes h5 is a bit strong. I would have considered it, but
knight
yeah.
h4.
Knight h4.
Queen g3 is coming, so you better
Yeah, you
watch
have to
out.
play queen f4. But queen g6 might be
this
made
is like,
now, right?
disturbing.
Yeah, this might be
I
made.
feel a disturbance in the force.
Well, Shach didn't see it yesterday. Perhaps he won't see it today.
No. Wow.
Oh, come on.
Can you play rook d4 after?
Oh, come on. Come on. Knight g2. It's interesting about the 64 square chessboard. There are certain squares that are absolutely prime squares for knights. Yeah. And G2, strangely enough, is not one of them.
It's not one of them, no. F4 is.
Except
F4 is, but G2 really is.
where you're fighting against two bishops. Then the fianchetto squares actually make sense for the knights. But knight G2 and black is for choice.
No, I mean he's not for choice according to the engine. It's 0-0, but I'll give you the 10-guess game, and you'll never get it.
Really?
Actually, you might eventually.
After knight G2, you mean?
Yes, after knight G. Rook f1, knight G2. Rook f1 is the best move here for White.
Okay.
And now after knight G2, what do you play?
Queen. No, I can't do that. No.
You were about to suggest
I wanted to go queen g5, and then I realized knight e3 is a bit of a problem. Although queen d. No, you can't do that. No.
So we can chase the knight to h5 and then go queen d5? Or we can chase the knight to h4?
I looked at that, yeah. I looked at that.
See, the problem is that you're trying to win.
No. I'm trying to make it. No, I'm trying to make it draw.
You're trying to make active moves. You got to prevent black from mating you on the diagonal. So the only move here is bishop d5.
Yeah, I can see why that would be. And now queen f4, I guess.
A moment ago, I got mated on the diagonal,
Yeah.
and that's.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually very sensible. Thank God, I really,
once you see it,
struggling.
Once you see it, it's kind of obvious. But actually, coming to the move takes some, understanding a couple of variations, seeing how dangerous this is actually for the white king, and that bishop d5 is a good defensive move.
And if I can ask you, Alejandro, how is the time of these two players?
29 minutes for Shach, 3 minutes and 25 seconds for Linier.
This is move 35, though, so it's not as horrible as all that. Yeah.
And Shach is, I think, coming to some very unhappy conclusions, because if his previous moves leading up to bishop c4 and the rest, he was probably thinking, I'm pressing, I'm going to push my good luck from yesterday and win my second game in a row, and he gets to this position, he says...
I do want to point out, by the way,
Yes.
that this is the Adidas looking shirt that Shah won the game in yesterday. So on our previous conversation.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Well, we can only assume that he has 13 different.
Yeah, he probably has a bunch of them. Like you do buy them in bulk, and so
You do buy them.
I prefer thinking about that about chess players than seeing them wear the same shirt.
or possibly walk of shame implications here are also very possible. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. The chess player's shopping guide. Always buy in bulk. Peter Svidler. I mean, principles. And hoping to join our conversation, or somebody in our audience. Peter, do the honors.
Let's go. Tweet from Pranav. Favorite World Championship moment?
Ooh.
Good question.
Favorite? I
don't really know how to answer this.
Well, there was a couple of ones from me.
Go on.
One was really, really shocking, the Seville. Seville, a couple of things happened in Seville. The first thing that happened was the match was 11.5. Hold on. What
was 11-11, right?
It was 11-11 with 2 games to go. Yes. And not too much had been going on. And then suddenly, and very, very shockingly for the chess world, Garry Kasparov has lost game 23.
Yeah.
And he has to win game 24.
In a very dramatic fashion as well,
Yes.
yeah, because in a very rare case for him, he basically, I think, straight up forgot what he and his seconds analyzed after the adjournment. Right. I think the entire thing with Rook f3 being refuted by Bishop h6, he knew about, and then at the board, somehow it just kind of disappeared from his mind.
And I remember from 1992, Sveti Stefan speaking with Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer says, every game of every move, every game of their matches between Kasparov, they were fixed. These guys were criminals. It was terrible, terrible, terrible. I said, really, Bobby? Yeah. I said, well, explain to me about Seville. He says, what is there to explain? So, it's scripted, right?
Yeah.
So I said to Bobby, you got to give the guy the script. And, there's a knock on the door. Karpov opens it up. I win. This is really, I'm so happy. Because why do I have to lose? And then they have to play, the script. And then comes game 24, and Karpov, why do I have to lose? You think that's the way it happened? And
I was wondering whether you were going to go there, but you just kind of went there without a single moment's hesitation. So let's talk about this now that we're here. The conspiracy theories about Seville have existed for. I mean, not everybody went the whole hog, as in like every single match was fixed. But Seville conspiracy theories definitely exist. But for me, they always break down at exactly this. Someone has to lose a game first,
right,
and trust his opponent to lose the next one. Right. And their relationship in '87 wasn't that hard.
No,
it really wasn't that great.
I know.
I just get to that point, and I think to myself, even if I were willing to, subscribe to this view of the world,
right.
It just completely breaks down there.
Right.
Like, there's just no trust.
No chance.
There's no trust. And like, why would you subject yourself to that situation? It just doesn't work for me.
The other one that was for me was very, very funny was the very first match of the 2Ks, Kasparov-Karpov 1984. This match went indefinitely. That was the aborted match, and 48 games, no result. And they were playing in, I believe it was the Hall of Columns. Mm-hmm. And Soviet leaders kept dying. So they had to postpone games so that people could get buried in this beautiful playing hall. And there was something I just found hilariously ridiculous about that. I just couldn't stop laughing at my friend. Jonathan Tisdall. He went to Moscow for Reuters, and he ended up being in Moscow for 6 months. I said, 6 months? I said, Jonathan, what happened? He said, well, I lost my girlfriend, I lost my apartment, and I learned Russian. These were the great moments of World Championship match history. Yeah. I don't know, jump in, Alejandro, if you have something that really kind of tickled your funny bone about World Championship matches.
I didn't know if we were going for funny. I was going for something that impacted me, but I think I'm going to decide to not share that story, considering our panel.
Okay.
I think because it was I was very inspired by what happened, the events that happened. I was a kid. I was watching with some of the other top players. It was the 2004 World Championship. We were all very excited. We were huddled around a computer together. Mamedyarov, Sergei Karyakin. We were all watching on the computer before our round because we were playing the Olympiad at the same time in Colombia.
Right.
But I think we're going to stop the story there because I know I think Peter knows where this is going.
I mean, this is not Disney Channel.
Yeah, I mean, I've been teased about this for so long that I would like to think I've become impervious to it, but not really.
It was such an inspiring story, right? Like the engine and the seconds come up with an idea for Kramnik, and it's a super sharp marshal. And Leko just sits down and he calculates out of it, and he calculates better than the seconds and the engines and everything, and wins a brilliant game with the black pieces. And for me, that was just to take the lead. It was so impactful. Like, wow, this guy really trusts himself, and how diligent he was at the board. And we were trying to calculate. I was trying to calculate this with Shaq and Sergey. We were actually watching that live, and we were like, what is he doing? What is he doing? And then we're like, is it mate? Is it actually mate? And it was, and for me, it was a spectacular moment. And then for a personal roller coaster of emotions for me, I was watching the game between Fabi and Magnus. And it was the game where Fabi has an extra piece from London. Fabi has an extra piece, trying to win. It's not getting there. And at some point, I'm just I'm so tired. I've been working as a second, and I'm just offhand watching the game and watching TV at the same time. This is my break time, supposedly.
Right.
I'm not supposed to watch the game, but I mean, let's be real, everybody does. And at some point, it just says made on 34.
Right.
And I'm like,
But how do you do it?
Is this it? And then instantly Fabi moved something else and it went down to 0. I'm like, boo. Right. That was a sad moment for me, but I mean, that was full of emotions.
I remember that moment.
Yes.
We were calling it here in St. Louis, and I was saying, I think the extra piece, I think Fabi's going to win. And Maurice is saying, no, 0, 0, 0s. And there was this chess engine, super engine from Norway. What was?
I think the table bases did it, but Ceci is the one.
Ceci, yeah. Well, I remember specifically Ceci, and Maurice had it, the Ceci engine. And then, like you say, Ceci says, made in 34.
Whatever it was, yeah.
And I couldnn't even get close to the sequence that required the made in 34, by the way.
I did that match with Gusti from Hamburg offices, and I was also doing Game of the Day recaps. And I think that end game,
with the extra piece for that.
I think I did a very decent job of trying to explain why it was winning for black. And as a sort of a joke goes, a professor says to his students, why are you so stupid? Like, I've already explained it 3 times. I even understood it myself by this point. I came close to understanding it myself by the end of the recording of the video. And I still missed some details. And I remember I woke up next morning and I thought, this line was not included in the video, and now I don't understand why it's winning yet again. It's just, that was just such a confusing game. Yeah.
And I loved the comment that was made by Vishy Anand. He said, they asked him, would you have won this game, Vishy, because Fabi didn't? He said, no, I would not. That would have been a draw. However, if at the moment that the win was possible, if you had tapped me on the shoulder and said, right now you have to calculate, he said, then I think I could force myself to do
it.
But it required that.
Even then, yeah. But that is a very common theme where basically the conversation about people, engine assistants in general, you always feel like what is required is for somebody to actually tell you what the best move is. When in fact, for strong chess players, exactly what you're describing and what Vishy was describing there is plenty enough. just being informed of what the critical moment is. No further hints.
Right.
Just somebody stops you and says, now please don't autopilot.
Right.
Just,
This is it.
just dig deep, because now there is something here that is much better than everything else.
And that's enough?
Yeah, that in most cases that will be enough for strong chess players.
Continuing with the viewer's question, greatest World Championship match games ever. For me, the Moscow match with Knight D3, Kasparov is black.
That definitely is very high on the list.
That's
I love
unbelievable
that game. I love
That's
that
like just off the chart. Bobby Fischer.
although some of the
Spassky.
Zaitsevs played in the same match, I very, very much like. Like no, actually not the same. That's the next match, yeah.
Right.
Because it also like the best of them is also weirdly game 16.
Yeah.
The Octopus on D3 is game 16.
Fantastic.
And I think in their next match,
Leon,
arguably the best Zaitsev Kasparov ever won against Karpov was also game 16. Yeah.
where he sacrificed the,
Where he gave
won
him-
back
Yeah.
the house. Great. One of the, well, let's get Romania to jump in on this conversation too, unless they have something else to share. Over to you, Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Yasser. Yeah, you guys were mentioning a lot of very interesting and funny stories from the World Championship match, and I have some experience. Anastasiya has also some experience as well, so we wanted to jump right into it. So I'll let Anastasiya. Anastasiya, what was your favorite moment from a World Championship match?
I'm not sure it was my favorite moment, but I think it was the moment which many people remember, the press conference which never happened, and when Magnus Carlsen, world champion, ran away after he lost the game against Sergei Karyakin in New York. I mean, that was really an interesting moment, and I remember myself thinking that, okay, now he's running from the press conference, what will happen now? And we all know what happened after, but I still have sometimes dreams about it, I can tell you. So, and there were, of course, many other moments, but Cristian, I know that you've been to 2018 World Championship match. I remember that you were at that time a manager and the coach of Fabiano, right?
I was indeed in the coaching staff of Fabiano in London. I was there with Kasim Janov, and the biggest story, of course, outside of the games being played, the match was about the leak, the famous leak of the opening preparation of Fabiano. And I remember it was 7 a.m. in the morning, and we saw that and we got that information, and I was with Kasim Janov waiting for Fabiano to come and get ready for the game. And we were pondering this question: what are we going to do? Are we going to tell him about it? Are we going to just let it go? In the end, he came. We decided not to tell him before the game, just so that we don't disrupt anything. We decided that we're going to continue playing whatever we were planning on playing. And Fabiano came, and he seemed unaffected by anything. That was a huge surprise, because I thought that he will check his Twitter, he will check his Instagram, and everybody will bombard him with those questions. And he went on, he played the game, very easy draw, absolutely no problem. But the thing is that once he finished, we knew that he's going to be asked about that in the conference. So I had to run immediately as he finished from the hotel I sprinted all the way to the playing hall to catch him right before he entered the conference, to tell him that there was something that happened. I had to explain him very quickly. He was completely disturbed by this news, but he went on very professionally. He answered questions, and that was it. It was a very intense day for us, I have to say. And funny moment is from the game of Magnus versus Vichy, when Vichy had this winning moment, and then Magnus knew that Vichy has this winning moment, and immediately as Vichy played the move that wasn't the best move and let Magnus off the hook, Magnus just collapsed completely. He was like, oh, thank God. That was one of the most intense, at least from a watcher's perspective.
Yeah, and actually Peter Svidler was talking about this moment. He was in Sochi at that time. He was one of the commentators, and they missed this moment. And I remember myself also that everybody was talking about it, and we asked them, of course, about it after the games, during the press conference. Yes, of course, I think it was the most important moment of the whole match, which, of course, Vichy missed at that time. Yeah, and of course, I remember 2013 World Championship match in India, when everybody was crying that Vichy was losing that match, and some funny questions during the press conference as well. I mean, and it was so intense. There were so many people. There was police, stopping people from jumping to the stage, trying to touch Vichy, who is, of course, a hero in the country, and many other moments as well. I mean, World Championship matches are so great events, and I'm sure that many people really like to follow them.
Always intense, always filled with a lot of stories, but we do have a lot of games still pending, so let's jump right into it with you guys in the studio in St. Louis.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, beautiful additions to all of our comments, and it does go to show that there's a wonderful culture, this tradition, the enjoyment of World Championship matches has elevated chess to that art form that we really, really do love. And that's why Magnus potentially not playing the match would be such a sorrowful thing for chess lovers.
I just wanted to just briefly say that my favorite addition to any kind of a conversation like this is that, for a given definition of, and Anastasiya there mentioned funny questions to Vichy during press conferences. Yeah, for a given definition of funny.
Yeah.
Very importantly.
Very try hard.
Yeah.
I will leave it at that, and we will continue with the chess.
What's going on in our tournament co-leaders games, Alejandro?
Things are going wrong for Levon. I haven't been able to check it. We were enthralled in the conversation, but I was just going down the list, and the engine is hating what he's done so far. This pawn, not many moves yet. King f5 is what we were all expecting. I thought, okay, King f5, you try to take this pawn. Yes, I understand that c6 is going to be hanging many positions, but for the moment, this is a pin. That's how chess works. And we've noticed variations where you give up the rook, you pick up g5, and then you force g5, g4 through, and that is the end of the pawns for white. That's the end of the winning chances. But he went the other way. He went to d6.
Wow.
And after bishop g7, I guess he didn't find the move. The engines are thinking you should go back. But after bishop f6, it's obviously an improved version for white, because now you've already defended your pawn on g5.
Clear.
Instead, it was king d7.
What?
And then Nepo said, okay.
Bishop e5, I'm hitting your pawn.
Give me that pawn. The only explanation I have, because the problem with rook here is that simply knight d3 cuts your rook from the attack of f3. You would have to go check, and you still have survival chances here. The engines the engines are not like super lost here. But perhaps he wants to play instead c5 takes and rook a3 and hit the pawn this way. But after knight d5, rook f3, knight takes f4, you're hitting this pawn on g6. And if you go rook g3, bishop f6 anchors that pawn on f6. So the angels are thinking this is dead loss. You actually have to find the move, shocking move, rook d3, so that you lose a tempo.
Wow.
And here,
step.
And here you have rook f5.
Remarkable.
Finding this is hard, very hard. But the angels are thinking it's coming down to calculation for Levon. They don't think that he's played appropriately in the last couple of moves, and one more misstep is all it will take for Nepo to take this wobbly game home.
Wow, crazy. And they're and
c5 played.
C5 played.
C5 played.
Maybe a desperado, but necessary.
It's a good move.
Right.
Rook a3 is definitely the only idea. And now knight d5. That's going to be the tricky one, right?
Right.
It's kind of an amazing position.
Knight d5, rook d3, Zugzwang or something?
I really don't understand why we can't take on f3 and, I don't know, go rook f1 there, giving the tempo up that way. I guess f3 is, for some reason, the absolute best square for the rook.
Knight d5.
But I have no idea why that would be the case. Like, why is it so much better on f3 than it is on f1? But computers generally have reasons for saying these outlandish things.
Exactly. It might just be that king d5, and we're eventually going to just snack on this pawn. Yeah, I can imagine that's the issue, but it is outlandish to me as well. Rook d3, that would be a remarkable move.
I don't know if you can play this. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just feels like something that.
By the way,
it's just completely inhuman. I mean, I have the engine in front of me. I'm asking the engine. I still don't understand it. But the idea is, I mean, if we call it an idea, yeah, that if you take on f3 here.
Yep.
No, pretty up.
from the start right now.
And then you take on f4.
And you are.
Let's go rook f1. Yeah.
You go rook f1, and I go king d5.
Right.
Yes.
Logical move. Here you want to actually have your rook on f3.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the point.
This is where it's ending for. I don't know, man. I'm trying.
You thought he was going to give us the answer to the mysteries of the universe, and then he just stopped and said, "I don't know."
Yeah, this is a mutual Zugzwang. I mean, I have no idea why at the moment, but this position the Enders are considering a mutual Zugzwang. +3 with black to move, +1 with white to move. So.
Peter.
Well, sorry, with the rook on f1. I had the wrong position.
Yeah.
But it's saying here white doesn't have a good way of making progress. But with the rook on f3, I guess you have king e4 attacks the rook.
So yeah, so we don't actually have a good tempo here with black. Like
you don't have a good tempo
rook
here
f3
with black.
loses to king e4, rook f2 loses to king e4 as well, I guess, because we don't have rook.
You don't have rook b2. Yeah, if you go rook f2,
then
I can't play
the
because
bishop.
You get the point. Yeah. If you get this position, you don't have rook b2 hitting the pawn. The bishop is controlling.
Yeah, we just lost the g6 pawn for nothing.
For nothing.
Exactly. And that will cost the game. That I got. That part I got.
And it's like really far from the end. Yeah, knight d5 played.
Knight d5.
And now
Levon will be tested severely right here.
Really? Because I think I take on f3 and then I think you snap on f3 and then you think.
The other question. The other question that you do have to address is why not rook a5 check? And I think this one I worked out because it looks for a second there that rook a5 check, trying to drive the king away from the light pieces and then go king e6 is very strong. But white goes king d4, rook a4 check, white goes king d3, and specifically in this setup, after king e6, there is knight c3.
And then everybody's
and
happy.
then everything gets stabilized. The bishop goes to c7
or c7. Pardon me.
Yeah, b6. I'm assuming
c7. Yeah. C7.
Actually, d4 is not bad at all. Yeah.
Yeah, but c7, knight e4, knight d6.
Yeah, that plays itself. That is nice. c6 pawn just got extracted for nothing.
What I want to say is, if Levon is thinking about something here, it's to choose between rook f3 and rook a5 check.
Not rook
d3. I don't think rook d3 comes into the conversation at all. Like I just don't believe that is a
that
move.
is a study-like move.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
lots of developments in some of the other games as well, specifically in the MVL game. Somehow, MVL, after lots of adventures, have gotten himself into a rook and pawn endgame where he's a pawn up. And,
yeah, just go g5 here. I like g5.
That is a fine move, of course, and that would
I think g5 kind of ends the game. Everything else allows MVL to pretend for another, I don't know, 20 moves.
Exactly.
Not really, yeah.
Not really.
The moment they move the rook from g4, I'll go g5 then.
Yeah, that as well. But
Good point. But g5 immediately does.
And there it is.
Yeah, and we have it on the board. And so that game will be drawn. Again, another game where where Fabi, I wanted to say, has made some very, very serious progress. Richie sacrificed his king side in order to get a pass pawn to b3, but guess what? It's nicely blockaded. Any ideas by black to play a move, for example, like bishop a3, are about to be met with rook check, which is why Richie played the move
this
there.
stutter step with rook b6, rook b7.
So that he can play bishop a3, but now, after bishop...
Yeah, and very cleverly king f8 trying to drive the rook away. It went to h3, and now we have knight takes f4, which is very important. And this, I guess, is what holds the game for Richie here. We have knight f4, rook b4 check. Yeah.
Exactly. I blanked out. I thought...
And this one
we
is
do
a draw,
have a
as we
draw.
expected.
Yeah, so MVL fails to win a very important game.
And Daniel continues.
Continues to impress, yeah. Continues to impress.
Very, very impressive, yeah.
He made it look easy.
Yeah, very solid performance. Continued very, very solid performance from the Romanian youngster. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, bishop takes f4. Pardon me, I wanted to say, and the whole idea is that after takes, we do have a skewer.
Yeah, you can go king c3, king b3, but once this structure gets broken up, you get the feeling black holds very, very comfortably. Rook f2 here, for instance. Yeah. You're just not worse, really.
Exactly. And
you're just not even worse.
Wow. Okay.
Let's go to the shot game because they have one move left, and that's all they have. This game should end in a draw, the one between Fabi. But Shak has one move to make. Lanier didn't find the absolute best continuation, but did continue like a human being would. And now you see the rooks are off.
How did that happen?
Yeah, and there was a very cute idea there, I noticed. Yeah, specifically in this position, instead of rook g3, there is a very cute tactical idea. I don't know how much time he had. If we are to trust the clocks on Lichess, he had 4 minutes. So I would say it was maybe on 4 minutes for Linier. I think it's a findable tactic.
Yeah.
Which does give him a bit of an edge. I don't know if it's a winning advantage, but you can play knight h4 in this position. A move which queen e4 seems to have been aimed specifically at stopping.
Right.
But yeah, not really stopping it at all because of queen c6 check here, which just delivers mate on a long diagonal.
Exactly.
And yeah, white would have to play accurately here and not to run into a lot of trouble.
He kind of missed it with rook g3 because now rook f3.
He's still completely fine, but he's no longer really better because bishop takes f7 exists. I think mainly for the reason the bishop takes f7. He doesn't play it. He played queen e4.
Wow.
Instantly worse.
Yeah, and
also, what is he planning to do?
He's planning to play f6 check and queen e7 or something. That's absurd.
That's a
absurd.
I would have taken. That's a way of putting it.
Yeah, absurd is maybe a bit strong, but
absurd.
Absurd. Why do you take here?
I mean, it's just a draw.
I think he wants to play for a win.
Yeah, he wants to play for a win, and
he could.
Because I think after bishop f7, I saw the engine just playing king h6 and saying nothing much is happening.
Yeah, but you can take on f7.
In human terms, you just take on f7, take on b3.
Right.
On b3 and the game
extend our hand at the same time, right?
Yeah, and the game ends, yeah.
Gotcha. The queen e4 might be, as we say, playing for a loss.
Oh, he's definitely playing for a loss. After knight takes h3, he is lost.
He's in deep trouble now.
Deep trouble. Let's see what he missed.
I think he probably wanted. I mean,
f6 has to be the idea, right?
Yeah, I think the only explanation is f6, king h6, and then something. Maybe he missed. I mean, you don't miss knight g5 after queen e3 check. Also, knight f4 exists. Like all moves there are very strong. So maybe queen e7 here. But it just doesn't look right.
I mean, yeah, like
it looks. No. What was the word?
Absurd. Absurd. Yeah. It just doesn't look right at all. And I get the feeling it might lose by force to queen e7, queen g3. I was trying to calculate. It gets to a very curious endgame you don't see very often.
But
sorry, show me the position.
Knight h3, f6, king h6, queen e7. I go queen g3.
And you're threatening
Not
mate.
the only move, but
yeah, you give a check from a fate. I go king g5.
You're threatening mate in 1, which means white has to make
king g5. You give a check from a g7. I go king h4.
Annoyingly, here white still has a bishop.
Yeah, you take. You take on g3, you take on f7, I go knight f2, knight g4, take on f6. I'm not sure you're making a draw there. Maybe you are, but it's kind of scary.
Whoa. Are you sure you're making a draw? I don't think you are, because it's a tempo on the bishop.
I know, but I go bishop d1. Sadly for black doesn't have king f3.
Something just popped up on my screen to suggest we're in a table base.
Yeah.
And what does it say, Peter?
I can't figure it out. Yeah, I can't figure it out.
I will go with this is good for Linier. Let's jump over to Bucharest with Cristian and our local hero Daniel.
Thank you, Yasser. I am here with the #1 Romanian player, Bogdan Daniel Deac, after a very solid performance in his game against MVL. Bogdan, welcome back to the studio. Tell us a bit about this game. You played him last year with the black pieces and you actually won that game. How did you approach today's game?
Okay, first of all, thank you for the invitation. This year I try to play a bit more solid. I play Petrov.
You switched things up a little bit.
Yes.
Was he surprised? Did you feel like he was surprised at all, or he was expecting
No,
this?
he expected this line. He come with bishop e3. He took on c4.
And he was playing ultra fast up to this point. 1 hour and 35 minutes. Did you feel at all insecure at this point about your preparation, about the position, or were you still feeling very confident?
Okay, I don't remember exactly what I need to play, but I try to play normal moves. Okay, I come with knight, a normal move, not the best, but a normal move. Knight e5, queen c7. Okay, here knight e3 is a normal move, that's all.
Just developing the pieces makes perfect sense.
I took on c3, take, and b5. Here I can play knight c5 first. Okay, queen d1 and come back with bishop. Probably something around equal, this position.
Seems very balanced as well. But you decided to go with b5.
b5 is not a bad move at all. Okay, bishop d3 is not a normal move because I take, and take with check.
Give up the pawn, and I guess the computer wants to say that after this you have some compensation after a4. Maybe even more than compensation, but still not very human.
Yes.
So he played this move, bishop to f1. Did he play it fast, or it did seem like he thought for a while,
bit for this.
Were you surprised that he did not take the very adventurous route after bishop d3, but decided to play the conservative bishop?
Here I expected bishop f1. I come with knight.
Yes.
Queen d1, and here if I play knight d7, queen f3. Bishop e6 and take on c6.
Okay, and you were concerned about this?
It's something a bit unpleasant for me.
After bishop to h2,
king to h1.
Now you have to lose some more time, and d5 is coming.
Here I calculate something like this, and bishop g5, bishop d5, this is what I want, but doesn't work, check, and take.
That's a deep calculation, and after you take?
Here I can take gf3 or king h2. Here white is better.
Equal pawns for the moment, but a big imbalance in the structure as well as the two bishops. It does seem like white is better at this.
Yes.
So let's go back to the game's continuation. You played bishop e6, and now you guys started exchanging some pieces.
Something interesting for me is to play rook d8 first. Come with queen and g6. Okay, probably
queen f3 or queen h6.
Yes, and take.
And now if he takes back with... What if he takes with the bishop?
Here I can take, and rook d5 is a good move, because here white can treat rook h5.
Rook h5 is a big threat. So for example, if you just make let's say a random move, a rook h5 might be problematic. Of course, black still has some defense with the queen, but obviously if you take, that's a checkmate in one move. That's the only pattern, aggressive pattern that white can employ. So you guys started exchanging pawns. Did you at all have any problems after that, or it was just pretty straightforward?
Okay, probably in the game I can play good, but he can try to take first.
Take first?
And bishop e4.
Keep more pieces on the board.
Yes.
And what was your planned response after this?
Okay, here I can play many moves. I don't know, probably to come with bishop and with queen. Okay, bishop b7, but I need to be careful here.
You need to be a bit careful, but still the position quite balanced. Bogdan, a very good result up to this point for you in the tournament, 50%. That's not bad. You're going to finish up with a big match against Fabiano Caruana. How are you going to approach that match?
To play a good game.
Play a good game with the white pieces. Bogdan, thank you very much for joining us. We're looking forward to see your game tomorrow.
Thank you for the invitation.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Daniel, for joining us. We have got the game between Ian and Levon has got our complete attention, as Levon in big trouble at this moment, and you can sense it just by his body posture as he's realizing as Tom said, I'm really shocked. A big shout out to Tom. You know, Zugzwang.
Yeah, and actually a mutual Zugzwang, which is even rare, and it's the second one in this tournament. There was one earlier in the game between Levon and Alireza. At some point in that pawn ending, it was actually a position of a mutual Zugzwang. And for those of you who perhaps have not heard the term, it's Zugzwang is normally a situation where a side does not have a good move, but a much rarer situation of a mutual Zugzwang is a situation where nobody wants to move.
Right.
Yeah, like it's whoever you give the move to would like to pass it back.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that about a Zugzwang. It's a situation where a side doesn't have a good move, because that's not the way I have always thought of Zugzwang. I've always thought of Zugzwang as a position where a side has to make a move
exactly,
that deteriorates their position. Like their pieces are their apex. And now you don't want to move because any move reduces.
And it makes it worse. Yeah. And it would be true for both white and black in this position. But yeah, it's completely unrecognizable from a distance. Maybe Levon realizes it now. But it's also really not a question you ask yourself. In a practical game, you don't really concern yourself with the question of what would happen if it was white to move here, because white is not to move here.
Right.
But yeah, apparently this is the conclusion we come to from analyzing this with the engines, is that it was extremely important for Levon to give up a tempo there by not taking on f3 straight away. But it's just, you can't do that. I don't think.
And here the point is if it was white to move, white wants to take this
Still
pawn on
cannot
g6,
take on g6 here because
but
of
that is
f5.
going to be answered by the move rook f5. So as Alejandro was explaining the situation to me, he's saying that black's rook wants to be able to play rook f5. The problem if we play rook f2 or rook f3, sorry Peter, go ahead. You were
but it also needs a check from behind. You need to be able to give a check to the king on e4.
Exactly. You also, and that's why you want your rook ideally on the f1 square, which the computer is now suggesting that since the rook can't move and the king can't move
this is not a good square because knight g6 is a check.
With a check.
And if you go king e8, you allow king e6, and then white, you will have to give up the b6 pawn after, let's say, rook c1. But it doesn't matter because the g pawn becomes, well, it costs black a rook c1 here, or rook b1, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I can take on g6. Even this is completely winning, I'm pretty sure. I take on g6, go bishop d6. Knight goes to some squares. I mean, the engine likes knight h4, knight f5 the most, but I don't think it matters a great deal. And then the g-pawn just costs black a full rook.
Exactly.
And then you get to demonstrate your technique of giving mate with knight and bishop. But
have you ever had to do it?
Over the board, no. I don't think. I think people.
Blitz, yes, but never classical.
I don't think even in Blitz anybody checked, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
I've been checked online, but only online. Only online. I've not. Yeah, and I know that we have had one famous example where it was not done properly over the board, but online I've seen it botched up more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I think
I wasn't naming any names, but you want to go for it, yeah.
Yeah. The interesting bit about this this endgame is there are some records potentially, and I think Ralph was at one point. And
Ralph
Mamedyarov.
Thank you.
Ralph at one point was kind of doing prop bets that he will do it in 10 seconds.
Ooh. Yeah, I actually was very impressed with how easy it is. It's something I learned as a kid and I never retouched. And I was thinking, okay, practically maybe this is not so easy. And then I was having a conversation with Mark Arnold, Grandmaster Mark Arnold, and he said, what are you talking about? I can do this inside 30 seconds every single time. And I don't think he checkmated me using more than 15. Starting from the middle of the board. Like he just boom, 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 like checkmated me every single time. Knight and bishop versus a lone king. Apparently it's pretty easy if you just spend enough time doing it. Yeah, you just have to get the pattern down.
Right.
But, sometimes it's been, 25 years since you saw the pattern and you don't remember very well. But yeah, it's pretty, it won't be checked. It's just a...
Yeah, I don't think in a game between Jan and Lev it gets checked, honestly. I think they just kind of, Lev, the moment the g6 pawn disappears off the board, the game, and it's clear that white actually queens the g pawn. The game just stops.
He played something.
He played rook g4, but now king e4. So rook f3, but now king e4 hits that rook, and the pawn on g6 is gone.
Well, for Levon, this would be a huge setback for
that is a
campaign.
Crushing blow for him. Yeah.
And for Wesley, I mean, Wesley's back at his hotel rooting Jan on, like, whoo-hoo, this is great for me.
Jan, providing a great contribution to Wesley's campaign by first losing to him with black and then beating his direct competitor.
Yes, exactly. And there we have 2 games from this round 8 championship round in the books. We have 2 draws, and this is with 3 games remaining. The scores with 3 games remaining. But for Levon loses this game. Yeah, he will be tied with Maxime.
Yeah, he will be tied with Maxime in second and third, and Wesley will be once again very comfortably in clear first on +2, playing black against Linier.
Yes.
Speaking of Linier.
Or possibly white again. No, black against Linier.
Yeah, speaking of Linier, he is no longer better.
What?
But I think practically he's better, but the engines don't think he's better. After the move, queen d4 check.
He was supposed to go king 8.
He had to repeat according to the engines. Go king h7.
And then take on h3 again if it's
And again, if it's presented to him, take on h3. Don't play the move king g7.
What are these grandmasters doing? So
but it is kind of curious that he doesn't repeat and say, I have more time now. I can now analyze this position more thoroughly.
So Shaq does not take a pawn. Like, okay, first of all, you know, I'm tasered and I'm trying to get over that, you know. Then Lanier doesn't take a pawn.
Okay, this is move 40, and he did not have that much time, and he thought, okay, I'm still better after king g7. Let's not get involved with any kind of calculations, even though it's difficult to understand.
There's no calculation.
Exactly which calculation.
Yeah, like on a terrible day, this is equal, right? Like you get an endgame in which we're not really sure white survives.
Right? Barely, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Not.
But he must have thought his knight is really good, and goes into this position. Queen d4, and here he had to go king h7, and I'm kind of curious that he didn't go king h7 and like recheck some lines, because bishop f7 is clearly impossible here. You just get mated, and since you have this mate threat, I can only imagine Shaq would play the move queen e4. But let's sit down now that you have 30 minutes because you cross time control, and now you can, you know, start anew, because you know king g7 he'll play queen d4. Yeah. And maybe have something better.
I think the reasoning here is that I don't think it's obvious why he's not better here. Like I'm still not entirely sure.
I mean, f7, f6.
Yeah, the variation of the engine is kind of silly.
You go queen g1 check. I actually completely missed queen g1 check.
Yeah, queen g1 is important. It needs Black is very active. You need to tie him down. Queen c6, queen g2 is also such a big deal in the position that you need to do something.
Yeah, and after king h6 it goes
I think it's queen g3.
Queen g3, and yeah.
This is kind of an awkward
queen e5.
And there's a mate down here, downstairs. Queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5, and it solidifies somehow.
Weirdly,
I get the feeling you just play bishop e6.
E6,
and honestly, optically, this looks lost for white because.
But like, don't take the bishop.
Yeah, but you can't make. I'm guessing you can't make progress because you can get the queen with the sort of the ladder checks. You go a1, b2, c1, d2, and so on. You can get the queen to e2, but you still don't create any threats because
with gain of time.
Yeah, because your king on h6 is compromised enough that like you get all the way here and you still don't win, I assume, right?
Yeah, that's the line. That's what the engines say. Bishop e6 only move at the end of that variation.
And you can never touch the bishop because queen g6 will meet you.
I guess you can also kind of understand that if
and
you
we
see
have
that.
Queen g1
yeah,
on
queen
the board.
g1, king h6. He has to play queen g3. It's the only move. It's the only move. But that one I think is pretty clear.
Yep.
Because you don't want to pin the knight, you don't want this knight hopping around. I understand that there's mate currently on g6, so the knight's going to be hopping around soon. But you are worried that queen c6, queen e4 is going to come. The move queen g3 just tethers the knight forever. So I think that's a very logical one. The difficult thing is understanding you're totally fine after bishop e6.
Yeah, I'd be so scared here with white. Like my first impression here would be
zugzwang somehow.
Yeah, you know, queen and knight left completely sort of unchallenged. You know, the bishop on e6 is
which kind of brings up the question, everybody. I mean, let's say we get to this position.
We can get to it in 2 moves instead of 5. Actually.
Exactly.
Queen e4 check instead of queen a1.
All right. Yeah. I was just going to say, okay, I go queen d2, and don't I zugzwang you? You force your bishop to move or something. Anything to be said for this?
Definitely a decent try, yeah. Just that's the question, yeah.
Yeah, if you do go bishop e6,
now queen c1, queen c2, yeah.
And then I happily
we probably win, yeah. If the f5 pawn...
So the only thing you're doing is challenging me to find a move, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
So if I play something like queen g8.
Queen g8, you're giving away...
Fearless, see?
It's seriously fearless.
Absolutely.
Giving away what?
Well, I go check.
I don't have that many choices.
I don't. Check. Now, if you go here, don't I win the pawn?
I think we win
check?
h3 with checks, yeah.
We
win h3 with checks, and I mean, how happy are you about this remains to be seen, right?
Yeah, but because you have actually queen g4 at the end, just wins the game.
Yeah.
And then that doesn't work. So yeah, it's a good question actually, right?
Yeah, just trying to.
And if you play h3, h4 here, which was my first idea, I'm kind of worried.
Queen g4.
Exactly. I'm kind of worried about, let's say, queen d1, queen e2, queen g4. And once again, how happy am I trading queens in this position? And if
maybe not.
Yeah, but I guess queen g4 we can go, I don't know, king e2, or king h2, and sort of pass for now.
Really? Well, now that there's no checkmate, I feel that my knight could go on go on an adventure.
Yeah, but I guess
I feel both sides are going on an adventure, because if you go knight e2 takes bishop c4, I don't see why white's losing this.
Knight g4.
King g.
King g3, you are in some trouble. I don't know if you make a draw or not, but you're in some trouble there because knight e3 check.
Yeah, knight e3 exists.
Yeah, exists as a problem. Yeah.
I
thought king f4, but then knight d6 f5. I don't think you should do this.
No.
So
there are issues still to be questions still to be answered. I apologize, but I did want to go back to the game of Levon because it's so crucial.
Something
to
really
our
weird happened there.
Standing.
Yeah, the engine approved because the variations that we were thinking with king e4 take on g6 win, straight up win, and the edges are saying, you know what, this was easier.
Really? This one's easier.
This was easier. You don't give up the b6 pawn with the move king e4. If we can go back to that position on your board, yeah.
This is exactly the moment that we thought that Levon was in Zugzwang.
Yeah, and if you go king e4, rook b3, somehow it picks up the b6 pawn, because if you go bishop c7, I have rook b5, I think, and then how do you defend g5 while winning g6?
Right.
Well, we don't. Like, I wanted to
and you don't. And it's winning. I agree with everything you're saying. Rook b3, you just take on g6, and you're happy enough in that position that is winning. But if you calculate it out the way that Nepo seems to have done, you actually win g6 without giving up b6.
Well, that's even a better deal.
That's a better deal, yeah. So engine approved. They think that this is great. It takes longer to get to the pawn, but...
Rook g1?
Rook g1.
I
think I go check and bishop f4.
You go check and bishop f4. Oh, that's interesting.
Check from...
but you have king e8.
I have king e8. Yeah, the 5e game will be drawn in the moment.
The 5e game is being drawn at the
got
moment.
A handshake alert.
We'll take on f5. Come on.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, don't be checking this.
Yeah.
Don't be checking this.
And there we go.
And a draw between a fighting draw.
Yeah. That's the thing about the decisive number of games when you were opening the show, Alejandro, and you're saying 34%. Yes, but what fighting content on those 66% that we had? Another example going on right there between those two competitors. This is marvelous, marveloso for Nepo. This is...
No, he's clearly made progress, but I'm still very confused why you would, like, the position after knight takes g6, I mean, king e4 and knight g6 seemed so winning to my eyes that I'm really unsure why we're subjecting ourselves to this.
Why we have to fancy play?
Yeah.
Why is fancy play necessary?
So it's a different fake chess quote. This is kind of greed is good type approach, right? You really don't want to give up any of your stuff, like you're preserving the b6 pawn, but like we haven't won the g6 pawn yet, and I don't.
But at this point, you're going to win.
We won the c6 pawn. We had the same ending. We just extracted a black pawn from the c6 square. So it's 2 versus 2.
So knight c5, king c8 played. Is he intending to go
knight c5, king c8?
He's gone knight e4.
I can
knight e4, huh?
King d7. Rook d1 check is even. Rook d1 check is even more annoying, right?
Well,
has he thrown the?
No, I think I'm making a beeline to the f6 square for my
I think
king.
he missed king e6, right? I thought king e6 was clever there, on the previous move.
King e6 was clever.
Because rook g5, knight e4 actually give mate, which is useful in chess in general.
That is a good idea.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the line after rook?
We expected king e6. Oh, pardon me, Peter.
He played knight e4.
He played knight e4, yeah.
Yes, and we were wondering why we didn't play king e6.
What about check on... Yeah, I just keep checking.
No, rook c1 here, I guess, right? Because, checking, I mean, I go king f6, king g6. I'm very happy about that.
I'm sorry, but why are you happy? Like, rook e1, king f6, rook f1? I don't get it.
Pardon me.
Are there stalemates? Okay.
Sorry, I missed it completely.
Rook e1.
The Desperado rook happens at some point.
Yeah,
rook e1, king f6, rook f1, check, king takes 6, rook f6, check.
Although I don't know if it's a draw.
The crazy rook.
Yeah, the Desperado, more terms for Tom to put on it actually doesn't work here.
I don't think it works, actually.
King h5,
king
g4,
and you run. You run to f5.
It doesn't work, King h5 here, rook h6 check. king g4, rook h4 check, king f3, and then I will either take on f4 with the bishop or go
or
bishop
king f5 also works.
Yeah, all that as well. Yeah, yeah.
And when you take, importantly, when you give a check on f4, bishop takes. I'm being told that Shach has blundered. Let's go check out this game between Lanier. This has been up and down. Queen g8 played immediately, and the engines hate it. Let me try to figure out why. Well, queen e5.
Well, there's no threat to begin.
You've created no threats, and after queen e5, you will no longer be able to protect the pawn on f5, I would assume.
Yeah, this pawn is indefensible, but can I start checking you?
But you're just driving me towards h4. I'm just going to give mate with all of my pieces. Like on h4, there are no more checks.
That's a pretty safe king. That's a pretty good king on h4. You're still dropping this. You're dropping queen e1.
I really, really don't understand what's happening.
No, I despise that for
because yeah, this is
it's just like dead, yeah. Queen e5 is dead. If you pick up f5, your king is weak.
As we explained, like understanding that the position with queen g3 and bishop b6 is holdable. Might take a bit,
right?
But you do have to understand that this one is completely lost in about 3 seconds flat because you're not really creating a single threat. And after queen e5, black will have threats immediately. So yeah, it's
absolutely
very, very confusing misplay by Shach.
The king, the black king, will be ultra safe on h4, and Lanier recognizing his opportunities just pounced. With queen e5.
I don't know how to explain this.
And instantly a handshake.
He just resigns, yeah.
Instantly a handshake. He resigned.
He just resigned, yeah.
Shaq just said, ugh, my bad.
Okay, then.
As a chess commentator, he sort of had this look that said, "Oh, my job is easy."
And White here is lost because he resigned at the end of the game immediately.
Alejandro had really prepared a great speech there.
Thank you.
That oracle of wisdom.
No, in all seriousness, this is just such a confusing end of the game.
You know what else is confusing? I haven't figured out how Nep was winning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I don't get it. Like, knight c5, knight e4, when your knight was directly attacking the pawn on g6.
That was beautiful.
Right?
Right.
Like, your knight was on f4, attacking this guy.
And we have king f4 on the board now.
Okay, let's go check.
I really, really am very confused about many things
assuming king
I mean, if you
G4?
go this way, but...
Okay, let's say, let me put it on my board for just a second. So we go rook f1. Okay, all we really need to do now is to bring our knight to e5.
Excellent. Very good.
So,
you are 3-10 POA.
So I'll go king g4.
Very good. I like this move. I don't know what it does.
I'm not exactly sure myself, but okay. I'm assuming that one day I'll get my knight to f4 and then we could shake hands.
He did not give a check.
He went rook e1? No,
he went king d7.
Okay, sorry. The rook is on e1 and he played king d7. Did Levon. Let's break our analysis and jump to Bucharest as Cristian is with Richie.
I give up.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed here with Richard Rapport, one of the more creative geniuses on the circuit. Richie, welcome back to the studio. A difficult tournament for you so far, and today quite a difficult game as well. What was your approach going into today's round?
Yeah, this was actually maybe my only difficult game because I feel a little bit sorry for Fabi, because I didn't hang anything in one in this game. So yeah, I didn't really have any special approach. I mean, I just thought, okay, we'll play the same as I played previously. I changed a little bit with bishop b7, but I figured, okay, I will just try to to mind which squares are covered by his pieces, and I think I did that. So,
You did that perfectly. Now, you were blitzing out a lot of moves and putting a lot of pressure on your opponent's preparation. Now, were you surprised that he was, up to this point, spending almost half an hour?
A little bit. I mean, I think there was some games with this queen b8 and bishop a6. Yeah, this queen b5 this position is very awkward. Yeah, because first it's already awkward that he has a c5 and e5 and I have pawn on d7, but then it even makes it weirder that I take cb5. So for instance, probably it's it's very hard to, find anything similar to this in opening theory or any classical games, for this structure. So yeah, I felt it was reasonable from him to think a lot, and he came up with a very logical plan. I think with this Rook C1. Yeah, and the critical moment was, of course, after knight C3, where I think I made a mistake. I will let you to. Yeah, here knight C3 was a good move, and I think I should just take it. Yeah, of course.
Take on C3.
Yeah, probably, and rook takes, and I didn't like this altogether that much, but probably I have some fortress ideas with bringing the king to C6, I don't know, king D8.
King D8.
Yeah, and I didn't like rook B3, of course, that I'm losing a pawn, but B4, A3, king C7 probably is fine. Or, I don't know if it can be called fine, but I don't know, something like this.
You are getting some active
Yeah, I have some competition. I mean, I think it should be fine. So I went for knight C7, which was, a desperate choice. And then bishop E3, okay, is reasonable. Yeah, and here my original idea, as ridiculous as it may seem, was castle queenside. Yeah, and to play king B7, king C6, but just A4.
Makes
yeah,
sense.
and B4 and knight B5, yes, king B7, and here I don't know, even something like a C6 check, but also if he just prepares to sacrifice on D5, I didn't like it that much with knight on B5. Like, just double up and then D5 takes.
Or rook D1?
Yeah, or something, but also like C6 ideas, knight D4 C6, something like that.
Got it.
Looks unpleasant. So yeah, this was also kind of...
and it does seem like, according to the engine, at least it's quite unpleasant.
I mean, it's always unpleasant. This whole line is unpleasant, but now the thing is that he's able to open up the position, plus I have additional weaknesses on A5 and B4 compared to, the usual unpleasantness, which is just that one weakness on D7.
Also, it doesn't feel like you're getting any sort of counter
Yeah,
chances.
so I think this was also like, okay, that's why I played rook A6, and now, of course, he could have gone for this line with A5, A4, B4, knight B5, knight D5, sorry, forcing, knight D6 check, takes. But on the other hand, okay, you never know is this a fortress or not, right? So, I mean, I don't blame him for not entering this, because I have only one, king D7 is clearly protected by the king, and
so maybe you can go something.
Yeah, something like that, and just the king D8, king C8 next, and I don't.
And if it takes, you finally get
yeah,
some
and then
sort
king
of
D7, rook A8, and maybe it's just a fortress. I mean,
fortress.
my knight is extremely useful on D5, right? So yeah, this was one of the critical continuations. He didn't go for this, but the whole line is a bit tricky, yes, because I am not really having high hopes, but also for him, I mean, how to break through. He doesn't just want to go for knight D6 check, CD6, and then shake hands opposite as a fortress. So yeah, he went for A3, and here I played F5, which is again maybe a little bit, not too ambitious, because my ambition is to make a draw, but like too ambitious in a way that I wanted everything at once, like either
to equalize fast.
Yeah, exactly. Like because okay, after let's say A4, which was of course logical move in my original, for black to play A4 instead of F5 here. Yeah, here he has this knight A2 ideas, right, and the game will go on forever with knight B4. So like it's nothing deadly, but
establish a pawn structure.
But he will after knight D5 he will try to sacrifice on D5 with rook D1, let's say. And
so not knight B4. Right?
Yeah, knight B4 I think is fine. I just take and play king D8 or something.
Maybe
and
some D3.
Yeah, and I just leave the pawn on A4. Like
you just leave it like that.
Yeah, or A3, or just somehow get rid of it, and these double pawns are not making a big difference.
Even if you do win that pawn.
Yeah. Just
you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but like this rook takes D5 ideas were always annoying, so I wanted to go for F5 just to be able to put king F7, bring the other rook, and then it's very forcing now. I believe before what he played, I played king F7, right?
Did you feel at any point that he was building up some sort of?
I think the critical. I mean, there was many critical moments, but there was one critical moment after rook B8. Here, yes, because here rook takes D7 was I think what he was calculating a lot. It's very concrete. Rook takes rook C7, and now okay, for instance, I was thinking to play king E8, C6, and now king D8 is I think only move. I didn't see anything else, and rook D7 check king E8. And this is like almost winning for him. Like for instance now rook D6, also almost winning.
Rook D6?
Yeah, but I'm on time to take, and rook A6, which is again extremely unfortunate. That he cannot connect the pawns. Let's say he's one tempo.
So if he takes,
I just move somewhere the rook and king D7, I'm fine already, because his pawns are blocked.
Well, quite an interesting imbalance.
Yeah, of course, and I think he was thinking a lot about such opportunities to take rook D7. Because after knight A6, okay, I mean after rook A6, knight A6, obviously he's putting the pressure, but if he doesn't take on D7, I kind of achieved something. I traded rooks, I have king E8, I'm solid. And
then you have something to attack.
Yeah, exactly. And what he did was very forcing, I mean, the line, but I felt like I was not in too much trouble afterwards because the B pawn just gives me counterplay.
And I saw you, I came to the playing hall and I saw you looking quite confident at this point. You were playing King E8, Bishop to D8 quite quickly, also putting a lot of pressure on his time. Did you dare to dream about maybe even winning this game?
Well, if I was white, I would be very optimistic as black, but with this Fabi being white, I was not having too high hopes. I mean, I thought something could go wrong for him as well. Especially because the line is very forcing for what he went for. I mean, this knight c6 rook h7 stuff, and I will get my pawn to b3, and okay, it's close to promoting. And also, like, I didn't feel too much at risk because my e6 f5 pawn structure-wise is holding very well his majority. Yeah? So even if something goes extremely wrong, and he captures a pawn on b3, probably I still have time to target his.
Even if you get at least one of these pawns.
Yeah, it still would be a very comfortable draw. So I wasn't too much worried here, but I also thought to try to play for some tricks. So I went for this knight b4, bishop e7 stuff, but I think he played precisely, and I think from here on draw was a normal outcome. Yeah.
And you will be playing tomorrow Shaq, is that correct?
I think Jan.
Jan, you're playing Jan with the white pieces. How are you going to approach that game? If anything special at all, are you going to try to go all out?
Yeah, with white I had 3 games so far, and in 2 games I hang a piece, and in one more than just a piece. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think I should be the one going all out. I will play normal and hope for the best. I've been doing that actually all tournament, but somehow didn't seems like I was doing that. But I tried to play as solid and normal as possible. So I will just do the same tomorrow. I don't really play for prices okay on -2, so we'll see.
While I have you here, tell us, what do you think about this position?
Okay, all things changed since we were here. Yeah, with the king
on.
With the king on c8.
We started our interview somewhere around here with the king.
Yeah,
on c8.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know because king is on c6 now and it's on knight e5 check. Yeah, so it might just be over as we speak. I don't know. I think he will take a pawn, right?
Oh, perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, and then
knight to a5 and knight to e5.
Yeah, he'll take a pawn, and then it's very concrete. So I'm not. I don't feel like I'm able to tell you, but I think okay, it's an extremely concrete position, so it might just be winning for white by 1 tempo or something. But yeah, I would think that white made an improvement compared to king on c8. Yeah.
Well, we're going to leave the guys in the studio analyze this at length. Thank you very much, Richie, for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Sure. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. And for Richie, I mean, again, you want his courage, you want his creativity to be rewarded, just not his tournament, Peter. Sometimes you just have those bad
Nothing
outings.
clicked, and also, yeah, for a player of his stature to have 2 of those blackouts in one tournament is obviously very, very painful. The standings with only 1 game running are Wesley is on top there, MVL drew, so he did not catch up.
And what an important game it is. Levon Aronian, we think, is lost or losing to Jan, and if Jan were to win this game, Wesley will be in clear first.
But we have an additional interview, so let's go back to Bucharest and hang on, in a bit, yeah. But
we're getting Lanier mic'd up, as they say.
Yeah, Lanier might join the Bucharest studio because he just won that game against Shahriar. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for more of the all commands there. When, if you tell Lanier that 1 move before the game ended in a resignation, it is just dead equal according to the heartless engines. I wonder if he suspects.
Would hit us with a command. Let's jump to Bucharest.
Thank you, Yasser. We do have Lanier after another topsy-turvy game with the black pieces, a huge victory against Shahriar Mamedyarov. What's happening? 4 decisive results in 8 games for a stable player like you. What's happening in this tournament?
Yeah, somehow a lot of action in my games and in the results as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough tournament. Obviously, you have to play every game with fully focused and just whatever happens. And somehow today was going well.
Let's see what happened. Take us through the critical moments of today's game.
Yeah, it's usually a very solid line. White is slightly better, but not nothing special. After knight 95, I guess black has a choice. I can also keep the tension and play castle short here, but I thought that cd4 was a good way to play. And then we get some simplifications, and after this position, I felt that it's more or less okay for black, because I always have this bishop f6, and white has some squares like the c4 square and some pressure against the queen side, but usually it's supposed to be okay. And the real action started later.
It did feel like the game was going towards a draw.
Yeah.
But at this point, after he played this move g3, it did feel like his king is getting a bit weak. Did you feel the same?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that, of course, it's very equal, but I felt that if he goes g3 f4, then it can be at some point also tricky for white. But okay, Chag always plays for just for a win, so it's normal, I guess. And then I think he takes f5. So in this moment, I felt that taking on f5 was dubious, because just opening the position for the bishop doesn't feel right. So I saw knight f4 here, which was more safe perhaps. But somehow I underestimated this whole idea with queen f3 and king h1, and then my knight is in trouble, so I had to fight for my life later. But I think I found this h5. I didn't see much else.
It was indeed the best way to continue this h5 followed
and maybe
by
I'm
rook to
okay,
g5.
because the thing is, it's of course very dangerous for black, but on the other hand, if black is okay, then there is certain danger for white as well, which is what happened in the game. So rook f1 is critical, because it seems like the knight on g2 is not great. Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
And here, of course, queen e4 maybe it's not the best move, but I didn't see a way for white at least to win. I mean, f6, I have knight h4, and then knight back to g6. So after queen e4, I saw this rook d3 already from a few moves before, and I mean, basically, I saw that I'm out of danger here, but I felt that it should be a draw with bishop takes f7 after knight f4. I thought it's white has to do this, because otherwise it's just a really, really terrible endgame.
And he played after knight to f4 this move, queen to e4. Did you understand that at this point you're starting to have real chances of taking the full point home?
I mean, after I played rook g3, that I realized that he has to play rook f3 and then takes on knight f4. It's obviously only black can win this position, so I was, of course, thinking about victory, but I was expecting the move bishop takes f7. I thought it's what white needs to play, and then I was considering queen f7, queen f4, queen b3. This is the line that Chakriar didn't like, and I mean, understandably so, because if queen c7, king d8, it looks like the checks are getting to an end after queen d8 or king f7 and king f6. Yeah, and
you don't have the e6 square for
right.
the
There's
queen.
no check on e6, and then the king just goes forward. So it's a tricky endgame as well. But I felt that somehow this was the best practical chance for white.
And he did play this move in the game, queen to e4, and then you guys got to this position, and now
it's a draw here.
It does seem like it's still
because it
a
looks
draw
so bad.
With this move, but only move queen to g3. Did you spot this?
I mean, I saw something, but I mean, I thought that I would play queen e5 anyway.
Queen to e5, and now bishop to e6, once again an only move.
Oh, and he can hold like this. I mean, yeah, it's just, it looks so bad because all the endgames are losing somehow, but there's no way to
also some checkmating
threats and or trade a queen. So yeah, I guess then my king g7 f6 was probably a mistake.
But from a human's point of view, it's extremely difficult to find all these perfect moves. And he did play the move queen to g8, queen to e5, and resign. A big victory for you. You're going to finish this tournament with a clash with a player that you know quite well, Wesley. So with the black pieces, how are you going to approach that game? Well, actually, you do have the white pieces in that game.
Yeah, I have white. Yeah, it's obviously, of course, a tough game. I mean,
are you going to go all out?
Well, I mean, I think
with a win you force a tie.
I think I have chances to tie for first, which is, I mean, it's always nice to reach the last round with that sort of situation. So I think it's more than I was expecting yesterday anyway. So I'm very happy. And yeah, the strategy is just to the same that I was doing before. Just try to play my best and see what happens.
Lanier, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck in tomorrow's big clash against Wesley.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a break right now. Stay with us. We're going to come shortly with the final game between Jan and Levon.
And we're back with the one remaining game of round 8 of the Bucharest Superbet Chess Classic, and what a tremendously yeah, there he is.
That's the face.
I had to stop myself midway there because yeah, this is the shot. This is the shot of a man who now realizes that this is a study, and this is not a study of white to win. It is a study of black to make a draw. And
the horror.
Yeah, Levon gets away with yet another one today.
It's shocking.
I mean, it is really shocking. Levon getting away not once, but twice in this tournament with totally lost positions. And this one, guys, what? I mean, it was difficult for us to understand during the break, which we spent half munching on food and half trying to understand why the engine thought this was finally a draw.
Yeah, and I mean, a major concern there for White in many a line is the ending that was immortalized in the game between Anish Giri and Sam Shankland.
Yes, right.
That is a very important mechanism in many variations. But Jan was very aware of that. If we can go back to the shot with the analysis board.
Right here.
Yeah, move 78, for instance. Jan here instead of 96. Has the option of playing knight d8, but he very carefully played knight d6 instead of knight d8 because knight d8 allows the immediate draw with rook takes d8 and then king e6. And once the king gets to c8, this is the construction that you need to be aware of.
Despite the fact that you're a whole piece down.
Yeah. The king on c8 can only be stalemated. It cannot be driven away from the b7 pawn in any kind of a proactive manner. Or you can drive it into the corner and stalemate it there.
Right.
That's an additional option you have here with white.
Which explains that why you can also block the checks, because then as soon as you end up taking this knight, your king gets back.
But Jan obviously was aware of that. He played knight d6 and then he brought the king back to b3, and now you can no longer continue giving checks.
Very happily capturing the pawn.
And this is where you miss rook c1, and because king d7, I thought king d7 was holding the draw, and in fact it only loses to a very specific idea here. Knight c5 check is a draw, king b2 is a draw, but king b3 b4 wins the game here for white, because after rook c1 we will always have access to the idea of knight c5 check if we need it, and we can also probably play bishop f4 here and protect the pawn from a5. But the major idea is that if you continue giving me checks from below after king b4, the king goes to a5, then it goes to b5, and then it goes to a6. And once it lands on a6, we have knight a5 as an incredibly important resource. The checks run out, the pawn on b6 is now very safely protected, and it will cost black the rook and then the game. But by starting with rook c1, Levon wins this all-important tempo, because the threat now is not king d7 in the current position. The threat is rook takes c7 and then king d7.
That is nasty.
And this means that king b4 is no longer fast enough. You actually need to address the fact that black is threatening to make an immediate draw with rook c7. And whichever move you make really worsens the position of your pieces. If you play knight d6 here, for instance, rook b1, b6, I guess, is the cleanest solution. We go rook b1 check, we go rook takes b6, it's an immediate draw. And you just cannot stop it. You can play knight d8 check, but after king d7, once again, your pieces are completely tied down, and black will be able to
sacrifice
the rook for something. And yeah, there is a shot of a man who
recognizing what has gone wrong in this tournament for Jan. It feels like a waterfall, like a cascade of just
he is sitting there. He is a very expressive player, one of the more expressive players.
Hikaru comes to mind as well.
Hikaru, and obviously Gary himself was
very expressive.
the OG of facial expressions. But yeah, Jan wears it very much, openly on his sleeve, and he's just sitting there thinking, how am I not winning here?
Yeah, I think he's just so dazed by what. And where did it go wrong?
Yeah, and the way he was winning in the position which I thought was already completely winning is quite shocking to me. The mistake was, I thought the mistake was later, but the mistake after knight e5, king g5, it's already, here. Knight e5 you already no longer win. You have to play knight h4 check.
Yes.
As it turns out, you have to play knight h4 check. You have to lure the king further into your position. King g4.
You cannot capture the pawn.
Yeah, you have to play king g4. And now we play knight g2. Rook d1 check. We play king e5.
And this is the all important thing.
King takes g5, and we
don't let
we shoulder the king away from the c8 square. We go king e6, and eventually we will win this position because the knight will come in.
Yes.
The king will get to c8, and this
will be quite enough.
Yeah. But knight h4 check and knight g2 specifically, like the g2
I mean,
square,
at this point, he just felt that he was winning almost anything. I mean, all you got to do is go and round up the b pawn, which is what he
and he was very aware of the necessity of keeping the king away from the c8 square, as knight d6, as is witnessed by him playing knight d6 very accurately and not knight g8. But yeah,
even if you don't see rook c1, you do have this inner sense that
you're cutting it close here with white.
Yeah, exactly.
You're definitely cutting it close, but you still kind of back yourself. Like you're two minor pieces and a pawn against the rook.
It should be easy.
Your king is not really on h1 here. You know, it's pretty close to where the action is.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, you miss rook c1, and your initial feeling is that yes, it's kind of tricky now because the remaining material is so limited. But you've calculated everything cleanly. You know the king comes back to b3, wire, b5, a4, b3. Checks run out, b7 pawn falls, king d7 loses.
Yeah.
And then, then your opponent plays rook c1, and you're just sat there, screaming inwardly at the unfairness of it all.
Yep. And here we go. King b4, I think, is on the board.
Whatever you choose to play.
And knight c5 is the threat. So you instantly play rook takes c7, as Levon has done. And you save the game and tie for first.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Wow.
Man has infinite lives.
Wow. Yeah. No, I'm sure he's used 7 of them so far.
And,
Friday the 13th, guys.
To make things worse, he's not even a cat person. He's a dog person.
Yeah, Ponchik.
That's right.
Yeah. Shout out to Ponchik. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, this was ghoulish, this Friday the 13th. And even though I'm not superstitious, I mean, whatever it is, Levon's cologne, something, I mean, it's working for him. Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is a very, very crazy conclusion to this game.
Houdini-like escape is what we got. Well, with that draw, remarkably enough, we only have 1 win for the round.
Yeah.
Back to our usual.
That is true.
And Black has actually
from a game that we didn't expect the victory either. Like what?
Black is now 7-6 ahead as well. It's a kind of a subline, which is sub-story that is not that important, but still. Black is above 50% in the tournament, with Linier being the only victor with the black pieces today.
I'm going to write a new book. It's not black is okay, black is better. I mean, I'm going to use this tournament as my primary example of what I'm talking about. Guys, we just witnessed, what can I say, a Houdini-like escape. And our congratulations to Levon, as he keeps it at the tie going.
Yeah, keeps the share at first.
Yep.
And everything to play for come tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, perhaps we can take at some point a look of the pairings for tomorrow, because that's going to be hugely important. Remember, we have playoffs tomorrow if we have 2 or more players tied for first place. Currently, we have 2 players tied. It's Wesley and Levon, but there's a couple of people.
MVL
looking in that can say, all right, you guys draw your games, I can win mine.
Right.
Let's take a look at the pairings if we have them for tomorrow's round. And here we go.
There we have it, yeah. Levon is white against Shah Mamedyarov, who is having a mare. He just had some brief respite yesterday by winning that game against Jan, but yeah, back to having problems in this tournament in general this year.
Yeah, speaking of problems in this tournament, Richard Rapport against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Richard apologizing to his opponent Babby today
for not
blundering a piece.
Yeah,
Nepo will feel the same, and Deac. And this is how our day wound up. 1 victory only. And that was for Linier Dominguez. He said, okay, guys, that's a good prize fund. I'd like to be on the top half of that prize fund. as he has 4. And again, only Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at +1, hoping that Wesley and Levon will stumble.
What?
Yeah, we didn't quite get that, but yeah, but no. But yeah, the people who tied for first did not lose the games, Tom. Yeah, coulda, shoulda.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Does not exist in chess. It's just about the points, and Levon has somehow survived.
It's not in chess.
Horseshoes. Horseshoe is.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
It's a whole other.
Wow. Guys, I mean, it's great calling these games, but sometimes we're just so confused. Let's go to Bucharest and Cristian with an amazed Levon Aronian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are here with Levon Aronian, one of the co-leaders going into the championship round. Levon, first of all, welcome back and congratulations. Another Houdini-like escape. Take us through the emotions of this roller coaster of a game.
Well, the typical emotions. I get a good position and then I relax and I think, oh, I can do anything. And then I completely forgot this b5, b6. When I saw b5 and then b6 is coming, I started panicking. It was like terrible emotions at first.
Well, let's start with the opening. It felt like you guys were going for this forced line, and it felt like the game is going to peter out into a draw very quickly.
This idea, I didn't remember exactly. I thought bishop b6 is also possible, but I thought bishop b7 should be fine as well. And so I looked at it. I thought knight b4 is the most practical. Should be the one equalizing. I didn't really see anything for him. Yeah, I saw this, bishop b3, bishop b4, bishop g5, but just rook d6. And
I think one moment that Peter was mentioning here was that white had to play this move to preserve any sort of chances for a victory, because you also get the extra knight to d4.
I thought then a5,
so
a3,
take an a5 here, yeah?
No, rook d8 first.
Rook d8,
knight
d4,
a5.
a5. Yes, a3.
Yeah, this should be a draw somehow. Yeah, bishop to e4, bishop to d5, b6. I mean, of course, it's maybe knight b4 is.
We just mentioned this as in the only way in which he could press or try for anything. But then we were proven wrong because you did allow this idea with b5.
This is completely insane. I mean, I have a totally fine position. I just should play carefully. Some
accuracy needed, but still.
And then b5 came, and then I thought, okay, I'm toast.
And I have to say that I came into the playing hall, and Ani, your fiancée, your wife, soon-to-be, was there, and she asked me, is Levon in trouble? And I said, well, he probably is in trouble, but I give him good chances to save it.
Yeah. And then, well, it was, of course, a difficult endgame. Of course, there were probably mistakes from both sides, but yes, so here somehow I went wrong after bishop d4. Yeah, I felt that there has to be something. I was a bit afraid of this king f5 stuff, but maybe this was the way, yeah?
King f5, bishop f6, and now you have to go back.
Yeah, somehow it's kind of difficult to play very precisely in this type of thing. No, I was more afraid of king f5, king c5.
Oh,
honestly, I thought that, you know,
to try to go for the b7 pawn, right?
Ah, but
what
I
if
cannot.
You just
take? Yeah, I did.
Take, and now rook to a8 seems to be one of the only moves.
Yeah,
so defend
well, of
d8
course.
and a5.
No, I've been too passive here, of course.
Yeah.
And here, yeah, well, now I'm definitely lost. And of course here, well, I mean, there are no real chances because I have to try this king b5. Like in game with Firouzja, I have to take the pawn. And same here, I have to try it.
You have to try for the practical approach.
Yeah.
Always. And you play this move, king to b5, knight to d6.
I knew it's easily winning. I knew that. Well, the most, I think, the easiest way was king d5 here, of course. But also here, I think, after king e6, even knight g6, king f5, knight h4, I thought is finishing it. Because with knight on g2, you know, my rook has to let his king enter, and then king goes to e6.
Right. And then.
And yes, when he played 95, I thought, oh my God, if I'm losing like this, then it will be some kind of a puzzle.
Yes.
Because it's so close, so risky.
Right.
And then, yeah, I found this rook c1. Yeah. But are there any other ways to draw? No.
No. It
Probably
seems like
rook
this
c1,
one is
yeah?
the only way, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I got pretty lucky. If this is the only way, then I'm pretty lucky.
Pretty lucky, but you found the last resource, and that's what's important. Tomorrow you're playing Shaq with the white pieces. Wesley has to defend with the black pieces against Lanier. How are you going to approach this game? What's the strategy? Are you going to take extra risks if necessary?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think so far I survived and got there, so I'll try to play solid.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow, Levon. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. And once again, what can we say? Amazing save by Levon Aronian
And,
as he gets prepared for the championship round. Sorry.
Yeah, reasonable. I mean, a lot of clarity there from Levon in terms of where he thought he was still in the game and where he correctly assumed that something has gone wrong and he's lost. I was kind of looking forward to, you know, the concept of that particular mutual Zugzwang being explained to him. That would have been a lot of fun.
The rook d3.
Yeah, the losing of the tempo on move 58 would have been an interesting concept to try to get across to somebody. But yeah, the round is over. We have our standings with one round to go, as we've shown you a moment ago. With this game drawn, tied for first are Wesley and Levon. MVL is in clear third. Then there's 4 people on 50% who would, of course, like to end on a high by winning in the last round.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And we have the Championship Saturday round with Levon white against Shah, Wesley black against Lanier Dominguez, MVL on the black side against his teammate and countryman Alireza Firouzja, and 2 more games, Rapport with his last chance of trying to win a game in this tournament, white against Jan, and Bogdan Deac, hoping, I guess, to finish a very solid tournament with a solid game with the white pieces against Fabe.
Absolutely. And our predictions as we go to our championship Saturday. I was close.
VAR still crushing it.
VAR is doing well.
It.
Yeah, no question about it. And
I'm ignoring this segment exists.
Yeah. Well, let's jump to Bucharest for some final thoughts of yet another eventful round. Anastasiya and Cristian.
Eventful indeed, but I have to say today felt a bit more quiet. Only one decisive result, that was the game between Mamedyarov and Dominguez. Dominguez going into the final championship round. Well, he has a lot of confidence because he won with the black pieces. Now he gets to have the white pieces against Wesley. That's a huge chance for him to try to strike and potentially go into the tie breaks. Of course, Levon Aronian also has the white pieces against a struggling Mamedyarov. A big, very unpleasant defeat for Mamedyarov today with the white pieces. He's going to have to try to gather himself in the championship round. But we have a lot of excitement lined up for you tomorrow. Anastasiya, what do you have in store for us for tomorrow?
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering if what Levon said today, that he was lucky, and I'm wondering if he's lucky as a winner or not. We will see tomorrow, right? I mean, the last round will be decisive one for the standings in this Grand Chess Tour. I was actually happy that Richard Rapport played a very decent game without giving pieces to anyone, and especially to Fabiano. And okay, Fabiano's chances maybe are not so great after that game, but still, I mean, it's going to be a nice, interesting round tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be the final championship round, and we're going to crown a victor. I'm very excited from here in Bucharest to see who's going to get the first Grand Chess Tour of the year. Guys, how about yourselves?
Well, thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. We're going to leave it to Alejandro to sum it up, because I got to tell you, I'm still tasered.
Well, I'm tasered about this result of Levon Aronian just saving another game. He saved it against Firouzja. He saved it today. But I want to point out, there's somebody that's on 50% showing a lot of fighting spirit coming back
from losses, and that's a certain Lanier Dominguez. Remember, he bounced back from a couple of defeats, now is on 50%, but he shows that he's really strong in certain positions. He can just play with the best, and he doesn't get affected. He doesn't tilt after a loss. He just comes back, plays his game, and takes his chances. So kudos to Dominguez, still doing amazing, championing there the Queen's Gambit accepted, and an important win for him.
Thank you, Alejandro. For me, seeing Jan just shaking his head, and it's painful.
It is a very painful situation to find yourself in, yeah, because I think he thought he calculated everything out, and
exactly.
Rook C1, wasn't sure, but Jan definitely also.
And here
he calculated everything else, and
like, what has gone wrong? What did I do? I have a bad karma. You know,
yeah, it seems to have angered the gods somehow.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
that's rough. Yeah.
Well. But to remind everybody, it's not the same time and the same channel. We're 1 hour earlier, just in case of playoffs. We want to accommodate the organizers and the closing ceremony. So 1 hour earlier, I'm sure you're looking forward to that, Peter.
Frabjous joy, yeah.
Jumping up and down. Good morning, St. Louis, right? Thank you, everyone, for sharing your day with us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.